Hello, everyone, and welcome to the OSAS Season 11 finale. We're going to be starting up with the winners round here. It's going to be the Laggin' Laggers versus Fantasy, and I said that backwards because Fantasy's over here on the left, I do believe. So, it's going to be pretty cool, pretty fun game. I am joined by Frying Pan Man. What do you think about this game?
And can you believe it, y'all? OSAS, Season 11. So many OSASs, or is it OSI? I'll have to see. I'm not too familiar with some of these players, but if they're here on the winner's side, I didn't get a chance to cast their games earlier, but I'd like to see, what put them on the winner's side, and the match is already being reset.
These things do happen. We'll get word on that eventually of why it was, but for now we can yap a little bit more about what it is. It's going to be on Taiko Temple, which is pretty cool. A bit of a fun map there. Looking forward to that one.
It's a volatile map, I'll tell you that much. You get the core speed, you get the ability to kill very quickly, deal that damage. If you pick the strikers that let you cover a lot and also put that offensive pressure on, there's a lot you can do on this map. But when it's moving so quickly, it means that the other team can just as quickly answer back, and with red cores, it's gotta stay on your toes.
Yeah, you do really have to stay on your toes. The drums give so much speed so quickly. But there are some things that can react to that, such as the Kazan hook on like 70 Pirates. That'll be a fun one to see those reactions come out, because you can always count on a hook if you have it up to solve situations just like that.
Yeah, Fantasy picking up a more traditional comp here. Got the Atlas defending. It's going to let you hold in there if you need, but and also with the support from the healing from Atlas ult, very useful against preventing Suplex from killing here with the X. Other team, whatchamacallit, Laggin' Laggers definitely going a bit more on the offensive side here. The Imi and X both moving quickly, both trying to move through the enemy if they get a chance. And I mean, with two barriers already picked up and the goal, as I'm saying this, I mean, Suplex already starting to run the game, especially with the support from Halo, and they're even doing the Bebop walk.
I have had the opportunity to play with Suplex and Snowing Halo before, and they can play a pretty mean forward midfield combo. Seen around a few times, and especially, I mean, with that X, you just see the tech right there. Suplex has it down pretty well, and a kill. Great save by Gilbertito, though. Looking forward to seeing more of those as the match goes on. That is an Atlas ult down. The Imi sentry comes out as well. Both barriers come down within the first 20 seconds of the match. Not answered by Kazan on the other side of the field. The X into the dribble, really nice expanse, stops that from happening. Great clear by Yao right around that Kazan primary. The Era ult goes a little bit wide as well. Great dribbles around. Now they have another aggression on this side of the map. Suplex in the corner with the bull rush pass down. Kills the Atlas. That's a start. The core flip as well from 70 Pirates is not going to be enough. Misses the hook, but it's not quite enough just yet. Pass up to Snowing Hilo, down to the X, but it's not quite enough to get through. The X tech not enough either. Great defense by Era and like 70 Pirates here. We have the core flip coming out as well. Yao with strike shot dribble buys a little bit more time and keeps both of those barriers alive. And this is great for the X as well. The longer these go, the more he can just stack that experience and scale. And even if they win the first set as well, it's great. And that's a kill. Snowing Halo finding the Kazan a little bit too close to the edge of the map as we go into overtime as well with the sentry up. But Strike Wars won by Era.
I mean, these are some fast-moving rounds already, but still, Chikara Fantasy putting their heels in the ground, going to be trying to hold on as much as they can. The power play is now over, but still, no barriers are gone from the side of Laggin' Laggers, so they're still chilling for the most part. 70 Pirates going to be trying to make a play, though, is unfortunately going to just Kaz it, but is still getting more chances thanks to the hold from Gilb and Era. Although not quite holding enough for that great X dash and strike. Suplex going to pick up the second goal for Laggin' Laggers here.
Yeah, was a great back and forth one there. A few mistakes on each side, some missed opportunities on both ends, but in the end it's going to go the way of the Laggin' Laggers here. Maybe it was lag, maybe that's what it was. But this Firewall Sentry play on the bottom trying to get into the corner. Great expanse, forces out the core flip from Suplex, but that is still a barrier falling in the end. Great ult as well, going to keep this Era alive and on the field. Almost finding the barrier, and finally does, like Semifinal Pirates, finally getting comfortable on this Kazan, getting things done, finding those angles you really need to, which can be a little more difficult on that closed form, because it's a little more narrow on that hitbox. Glitch Pop as well prevents the Strike War from Era from winning out there, and the secondary from Mako is going to get a little bit more speed as we settle down into more of a mid-game here.
Yeah, a lot of flips though about to come out. Both Era and Gilb are starting to hold on to them, and Halo a little bit on the low side here in terms of stagger. I definitely recommend for Chikara Fantasy to start pressuring that health to at least draw the flip out. Although Halo going to be drawn out themselves. Era's flip also going to be taken out. Great strike primary there from Gilb, going to prevent the one barrier, but another flip means that the barrier is gone. Chikara Fantasy is back on the ropes, having to hold against the X rotational move. Suplex, though, going to be taking a bit of damage, with Chocobo also taking a bit of pressure. But as I say that, the IME primary is already there, taking the core away, bouncing it around, and unfortunately, Gilb missing the cooldowns or the speed to really catch up back to that.
Yeah, the glitch pop is popping there from Snowy Halo. It was a great find off the drum as well. Really difficult to actually track that one because you think it's just going to go by and then suddenly that comes out. But we see the Reptile Remedy from X, just a solid one there. You might want to see that Might of the Colossus from Power or Specialized Training, but Reptile Remedy keeps it away from the opponents that, you know, they can't heal off of it, and as well helps you to heal while you're brawling as well. So pretty nice stuff. You know, if the core happens to be next to people you're hitting, you can just get health packs. It's really nice there. But of course, though, 70 Pirates not going to be cowed down with the Bongoni emote that is, of course, the best in the game, and taking the first barrier off of that. It is the power spike from the Bongoni emote, and there's really nothing you can do about it.
I'd just like to point out that draft had every size awakening in the game right now. Like, all 5 of them, including, what is it, all Titans, 4 of them, including Among Titans. I mean, yeah, size scaling isn't really going to happen anymore. And, I mean, no one even took Might, so, like, no one's really scaling either way. I guess you're just working off the size here for Strike Wars.
Yeah, the thing with Might of the Colossus, I mean, I was saying maybe take it on X, but the problem is there's an era, so if you take it, it's kind of net neutral, because you'll get some power when you go into Ultimate. And never mind there, great glitch pop from Snowy Halo stuns up Gilbert and allows them to score that first goal. And even Pirates is over there joining in on the bounce.
Hey, Chocobo, Yao, really working it up here on the defense. I mean, 70 Pirates having a bit of trouble, although unfortunate strike direction there is going to lead to a barrier going down. But I mean, that Mako defense, despite the nerfs to the secondary, has really been working. And I mean, what does it matter when you're buffing your team from this far away? There's not much you can do. You got to make sure to put pressure on Mako so that she's not able to so freely run the secondary. But either way, 70 Pirates going to try to make it through. Era, though, taking quite a bit of damage means she's not going to get a chance to support. And great Atlas ult there to avoid the bouncing trampoline park that was that attempted kill.
Yeah, also saves that recovery drone, which is pretty nice. You know, if you have the ult, it's pretty much always better to use it so you know, can have the recovery drone later if need be. We almost might need it right then. Era very low, but the glitch trap does not quite connect. Era smartly moving down a little bit lower there. But good redirect there from Mako, gets it forward and off the drums as well, but Suplex is not able to find the goal. Pirates in front of the goal with the Kazan primary into the strike, finds a barrier. It's an open goal here for Fantasy. They are trying to get it, but the hook misses, goes a little bit wide. Suplex with the dribble off the drum with the bull rush, but actually is into the Era. NATO, it doesn't matter though. Suplex from the grave gets the kill. Great pickup by the Era, but not quite enough to make the difference in the end.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, Era just kind of threw it into the drum there and it went back. It was a very good defense up till that point, but unfortunate strikes on a map like this are definitely going to cost you, considering how fast the drum bounces can move it. Great Atlas expanse there. Still going to have to worry about all the damage that's coming forth. I think that's been kind of a point of a problem, I guess you could say, for Chikara Fantasy this game. Just with Era being taking so much damage here, she's being taken out of commission quite often, and it's making it a bit difficult to really mount an offensive push in a lot of these cases. 70 Pirates having to do a lot with all 70 of those Pirates to try and move the core through. But I mean, as I'm saying that, both the barriers are already down. I mean, Chikara Fantasy did have a really good advantage moving in, but quickly lost it due to that double barrier, thanks to Suplex and Halo.
Yeah, great defense there with the astral projection from Gilbert, though. Core flip into hook as well. Nice find by Chikara Fantasy, taking their first point of the game even. But really nicely done. The astral projection was great from Atlas, gets it forward to the Era. The core flip into hook was just beautiful. The hook kept the speed going, and so beautifully done. Was off the back of a double barrier too, which you hate to see because that can be a big turning point. You lose that double barrier and suddenly the mental game is kind of lost, and then you might end up losing the point. But not this team. They're going to keep on going strong with it. They're going to keep spamming the Bongoni emote, which from a Chikara team, I don't know if I can allow that with the old Bongoni Brawlers rivalry, but for this game, I will condone it. But great strike wars there on the bottom. The Arenado coming out a little bit too late there. It wasn't quite cooked up all the way to clear that, but they get it up and around. Bull rush into core flip is enough. The counter flip a little bit too late. Snowing Halo going around this central drum with the cyber swipe, and then in the end, it's going to be Suplex putting it through. Snowing Halo, just a distraction. The Mako was the one to pass it forward. Kind of a second midfielder sometimes with those primaries.
Oh, for sure. Mako, despite being a melee goalie, has the range to cover things like that, and Halo used that opportunity to keep the Era from making plays instead. A very good idea on that. With the aggressive comp, you just kind of want to be putting in damage sometimes to prevent the enemy team from answering back. Suplex, definitely looking good in terms of awakenings. Not only were they able to deny Reptile Remedy earlier to deny Era healing, but also with the bulk up means that Suplex is now going to be more or less unkillable and also going to be killing a lot more. On top of that, though, Snowing Halo getting extra spec really good here to keep up both the offensive pressure in terms of damage and taking barriers. I think, I mean, there's some nice awakenings here for Chikara as well. The fighter flight's definitely not something you'd hate, but overall, I don't really see anything big for them here that can kind of prevent the advantage that that Lagging Laggers has been building up so far.
Yeah, this has been a pretty, not exactly clean, perfectly game from Lagging Laggers, especially as they lose a barrier there, but it has been a dominating game nonetheless. Pirates trying to go in with the ultimate, but it's not quite enough. Snowing Halo and Suplex on the top side here with the Sentry, letting the core go past, and Era actually wins the strike war with the Bewitching Beam as well, scores a goal, and Chikara Fantasy takes a lead in the set here, and looking pretty strong now. Maybe something about that heavy impact Era, maybe that's the new meta.
Yeah, who knows? If it's Awakenings or not, I mean, at the very least, Chikara Fantasy finding their footing. Glad to see them putting up a much bigger fight here. Great early barrier there, thanks to the funny bounce off the drum, and an amazing flip there. Chocobo not ready for that strike, although Suplex immediately getting set up for a great double barrier, even almost dying to the Arenado, but just surviving. Going to be trying to rotate it around. Snowing Halo definitely going to want to set up into flip soon. Trying to move it up into Suplex as much as possible. I'm waiting for that IME dash or the ult, but it hasn't fully happened yet. There it is, but great strike here from Gilbertito is going to move it away, and now 70 Pirates going to have to find a way through, at least to maybe use up these flips, if not pick up a goal. And Suplex already using that flip to pick up a goal of their own, bringing it to a 1-1. The momentum has not truly shifted away yet.
Yeah, and even though the flip was used on Suplex, it's still a pretty big energy advantage there for the Lagging Laggers, as Snowing Halo has the full core flip and Mako is not too far behind. One barrier is well secured with the cyber swipe. The hook comes out, the bell ringer puts it a little bit backwards, but does so a little bit down. The Sentry gets deployed, but doesn't get too much done, nor does the Arenado, nor does the Ensnare Drums. A lot of stalling in this middle part of the map, though. And we see this corner offense absolutely diffused. Great kill flip there from Snowing Halo there, just taking 70 entire Pirates off the field in one fell swoop. And we have the glitch pop as well coming out. Suplex trying to get it through, but Cosmic Expanse from Gilbertito is going to be enough to defuse this. Gets the core flip as well from the orb. And looking not too bad for Chikara Fantasy here after a devastating corner offense where they didn't get the barrier.
I mean, the double kill flip is not something I was expecting, but it's good on Chikara Fantasy to prevent that from leading to anything too bad for them. Might have to use the flip here. Choosing not to means Suplex is going to pick up a barrier. Great find with the clear in between Halo and Suplex by Guild to try and move it through, but still, really good strikes and use of the drums here mean that Chocobo not having to defend for too much longer. Core is just kind of red coring, being all volatile, moving around. Everyone's trying to move it through. The strike shot's going through as well. 70 Pirates and Era now going to try to make a play, but as I say that, the IME glitch pops are just massive here with the aim, trying to move it through. Suplex trying to use the flip here on the offensive pressure. Gilbertino not fast enough with the Atlas primary means that that is going to work, and with Snowing Halo still having a flip into this round, unless 70 Pirates picks up that flip quickly and makes a play of their own, I'm a bit worried about Chikara Fantasy's chances here.
Yeah, this is looking very good for the Lagging Laggers, but even after that double kill flip, it did take a little bit longer to get through the rest of that point. So Jakara Fantasy is not out of this yet. They've been warming up a lot. They've been playing a lot better as the game goes on. And we see that great defense there for a little bit from Gilbertito. A little bit of a stumble in the end there, but it shows what he's capable of in some of these really tense moments. So if Jakara Fantasy is one of those teams where it's, 2.2 set, that's my comfort zone. Some teams just play their absolute best when it's like that. Great core flip, though, from Halo gets it up, but Gilbertito wins the strike war with the Astral Projection off the drum. Core flip forced out of Yao, countered by 70 Pirates as well. He might get the second here. Not quite just yet. Great secondary usage from Yao. Good patience to hold the glitch pop. Comes out. Strike war not completed by Suplex. Doesn't have the size to reach there. But in the end, the X-Tech is enough to get it. The expanses backwards as well. Gilbertito taking so much damage with the Bell Ringer as well. The Glitch Pop comes out as well. He is on a sliver of HP, but he is still alive. He used the ult just to save himself, just in case. Aspersion comes out, gets it forward to Pirates. Halo goes up to the top. Witching Beam goes a little bit wide. They're cycling it around the map off the drum as well. Era almost has Corflip as well. Be paying attention to that because that could be the difference maker. Bell Ringer, though, comes out and scores. Suplex taking the goal, taking game one for the Laggin' Laggers.
I mean, the rotational move with the power means it's going to red core. Gilbertito just not reacting fast enough. I think if they held on for just a bit there, Chikara did almost have a chance there. All of them were either on flip or very close to it, especially good work through things like the Arenado for drawing out flips from Laggin' Laggers. But in the end, Laggers definitely held on just a bit longer, and Suplex just making really good use of those chances to make such good offensive plays. It's very powerful to see. I think if Suplex keeps this up, they're going to have to try and switch a bit of their thinking to prevent Suplex from keeping going what they've been going so far.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see that X come through because Suplex is kind of known for it. Has two of them in the name even. Absolutely brutal on that pick. You cannot let him keep getting that. So was surprised to see that happen, and it worked out really well, so we might see an X-Band coming out for the next map. But we're also getting some lore here that apparently the Laggin' Laggers have actually not dropped a set in the finale. So that's a bit of old OSAS lore there. Whichever team gets first place tends to only drop maybe 1 or 2 sets. I believe 2 is the record. I say 1 or 2, 2 or 3. I think 2 is the current record. So if Laggin' Laggers can get through this entire game, entire day, and only drop 1 set, I believe they will be the new kind of champions of champions, so to speak.
I mean, hey, for their sake, I'm hoping for the best because that'd be impressive. But, I mean, moving away here, I feel like the rest of the map pool is quite a bit less volatile. I do believe there's at least IMEZAP that has a chance of being played. I'm going to take a gander and say that's not coming up, but hey, I don't know. Maybe these two teams are out for blood today.
I mean, I do enjoy seeing some blood on the Omega Strikers field here. We see another Zentaro band, this time coming out from the Laggin' Laggers. We'll see what fantasy bands here, but that Deadeye, I am eyeing a Luna potential first pick. I don't know if necessarily the players play it, but Deadeye Luna, if it's available, is almost a take every single time in just about every map.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, it's not IMEZAP, but AtLab is pretty powerful enough on its own. Having the void there in the middle to kill off of is quite a powerful tool. Estelle already being picked up, very good pick into Deadeye, even if it's not Luna. I mean, Estelle does quite a bit of damage on her own, so I'm not surprised to see that. Such a multi-purpose character. Yeah,
Estelle, one of those characters that, you don't generally think of Estelle as a brawler, but then they gave her a while back a few buffs to brawling, and now she's just kind of a sleeper brawler. You don't really see her too much, and then suddenly she'll pick Deadeye and start just, kill streaking all over the place. So we might see that this game, especially when it's on the Laggin' Laggers team, I do believe. So on the other side, though, that Imi Rasmus pick, pretty brutal. There's a lot of potential there for a lot of killing, a lot of mobility as well. So potentially that's what Chikara Fantasy wants out of this one. On the other side, honestly, I haven't seen much of the Laggin' Laggers playing more core control here, but the Estelle Drakkar Asher, unless it could be something like an Estelle goalie, and then it's like Asher Drakkar forward, that might be more of a kill comp angle, but looking a little bit weird, out of character from what I know.
Yeah, I mean, Drakkar, I don't know, I've tried playing Drakkar as more core control. It's kind of difficult too, because you don't really have... You can use the shotgun to get things away, to get the core away from other players, but usually you want to be using that to kill. And Drakkar is really nice for kill confirms because of that. But I do believe it's likely Asher goalie with what I've seen of their goalieing so far. It seems the melee goalie is more what they'd like, but if the Estelle goalie does come out here, I mean, that would be a very aggressive pick.
A very aggressive pick that I would absolutely love. Although, I say absolutely, in theory I love it. Having played Estelle goalie a few times in AtLab, I feel like it's one of her weaker maps for just no real reason, because it seems like it should be a really good one, because it seems like it's an open map. But every time I see it played or play it myself, it feels like it just loses out on something. And maybe it's just because the round barriers don't do something. But would definitely be a fun pick to see, and if they can pull it off, then hats off. But I've even seen, not going to name names, but one particularly very good player a while back was playing it. And I was seeing them, and they weren't 100% serious on it. But when they would normally be on a goalie just top tier, they were just about throwing. But so little Estelle goalie lore there. But we're going to see how it comes out in this later stages. We're going to see who is actually where on it. It seems like it might be the Drakkar goalie. And that's going to mean that it's Snowing Halo on the Estelle midfield and Suplex on the Asher. No X-Ban, but maybe he just doesn't like it on this map as well. And, you know, some fairness there, because with that black hole, there's so much damage potential. You're trying to brawl someone, and then suddenly they nuke half your health bar just for existing on this map. And so, should be pretty interesting to see how it all works out, but...
Yeah, on the other hand, Fantasy is, I mean, Erasmus forward, yeah, but it's definitely a bit more of an almost double midfielder comp. Almost two barriers so quickly there as I'm saying that, but even though Gilbert got taken out away from the barrier, just the core was not close enough to take it here. Now having to play all the strikes, the strike war is all the world. This isn't just a strike war, this is a strike millennium. I mean, but as I say that, 70 Pirates is showing why there are 70 Pirates here, immediately picking up a beautiful double barrier there with the Rasmus primary.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to win a strike war against 70 individual Pirates, so you really got to be on top of that one. Snowing Halo, great Rose Warp, great Glitch Pop counter there, but not quite going to be enough. Great Black Hole, gets Suplex, but also knocks 70 Pirates away, clears open some space. Strike shot from downtown, and that's a kill. First blood over the Suplex there. Pirates trying to buy some time in this midfield here, and actually doing a really good job on it. 4 seconds till Imy's back on the field, and still no barrier found. Suplex using the ultimate, but not quite enough. Strike shot comes out, and now Imy's back on the field. Black Hole almost triggers and almost kills Suplex. Expanse, though, is really good. 70 Pirates kind of misses the angle to go in the bottom there, and the hook as well is not perfectly completed. Suplex dashing just to get to the orb there. Strike shot counters Glitch Pop, and finally Suplex hits the back of that barrier. But I gotta say, Chikara Fantasy is looking a whole lot better in this game, until I immediately cast a curse. It's Snowing Halo, piercing shot to find the first goal.
The dreadful caster curse. I mean, no, they are holding on much better here. Do have to be careful. Suplex, definitely very kill hungry. You can already see it coming through here. But Chukubo Yao, not playing a melee goalie, but is getting a ton of coverage with the Drakkar. Although, as I say that, having a bit of trouble holding on to those barriers. Another double barrier by 70 Pirates means that Lag and Lagger is going to have to take a bit more to hold on here. But we have seen them hold on before. Flip, though, from Gilbert means Chikara Fantasy going to have a bit more of an ability to hold on. Additionally, Imy almost has the flip as well. 70 Pirates getting a chance to move through. Going to be hit away thanks to Halo, meaning they have less options, and so the play is now done. A bit of a preemptive strike shot, not preemptive enough, though, just going to land a suplex. But again, the flips here on both Imy and Gilbertino, Suplex sees it too. That's why they're looking to kill, but not going to get a chance to. The strike wars and the passes are going through, but not quite going to be enough. And yet, despite everything, Chikara Fantasy doing great work holding away from those Estelle primaries, avoiding the wrath that they may bring.
Yeah, a lot of wrath can be brought around if you are hesitant for even a second, if you are not on top of things. Great glitch. I was going to say glitch pop. Great core flip from Imy there, sending it straight up into the top of the goal there. And tying it up. Chikara Fantasy 1-1. These one barrier warriors here. Gilbertino just holding on to this barrier for dear life.
Yeah, no. I feel like in this game, the melee goalie, not picking a melee goalie, might have made things harder. Drakkar goalie can work, but it is very difficult to hold on to barriers sometimes, and so far, Chocobo has unfortunately been double barriered twice for their sake. I'm hoping that doesn't happen again, but with the Imule already coming out, 1 barrier's down, 70 Pirates moving through. Might be spending the flip here, not going to, but Suplex going to preemptively spend the flip to avoid any havoc. 70 Pirates already back on the play. The Deadeye primary going through means both barriers are down again, and Gilbertito going to have to play the 1 barrier warrior, not going to get much of a chance to. Suplex already finding a move through to get that second barrier, and both goals are now open.
Ooh, and unfortunate the Rose Rope was not perfect. That strike shot wasn't either. Great attempt by Yao there with the strike shot down and the shotgun up. Almost covers the entire goal, but was just a little bit too early on the strike shot. And unfortunately, that means that it's a lead for the first time for Chikara Fantasy. And I mean, I might have cursed them earlier, saying that they have a chance to break the set record, or lost set record for the winner of OSAS. But we are going to see how this plays out for the rest of it. There is still a chance for almost a bit of a reverse sweep here. And Sentry Turret, though, trying to put an end to that. Aimi has so much potential with that core flip in that corner, but it's actually kind of just going to burn it there. Puts a little bit of damage on the Estelle, but doesn't get too much done other than that. Fusion Shot gets it into the corner. Glitch Up gets it forward, but in the end, it's not too much. A lot of damage, though, onto Halo. Great Rose Orb out of the way of the incoming Pendulum Swing. Just had the read on that one. And also the read on these glitch pops, just reading those abilities so nicely, and Suplex actually taking advantage of all those used abilities to take the barrier while they're so focused on getting this kill on the Estelle. Snowing Halo trying to put a forward piercing shot, but doesn't get the perfect connection there. Suplex dribbling off the bottom, but cannot win the strike war against the Aimi there. Use the ult to get it forward, has the core flip as well, puts it to the nowhere. Just going to sit on it for a second and wait out abilities, force out that Sentry. The Atlas ult as well, that Cosmic or Celestial Intervention is not going to get too much use, but will hold off a potential kill there. All the same, Suplex has the core again. Strike shot goes a little wide, and actually great dribble into Barrier Beam is going to put us on a 5th point in this set.
Gilbert, unfortunately, hitting a few too many strike shots into Suplex directly. You got to really find those chances where the core is more out in the open, but I do appreciate their preemptive attempts here. 70 Pirates going to try to move in, grab a barrier as revenge. It end up going to getting one thanks to the Expanse being popped here. However, Halo going to prevent 70 Pirates from setting up again. The corner play going to be prevented by the Rasmus ult. Great pass, but that is going to lead to the Aimi being taken out of the game for just a little while. Going to need to spend the core flip there to avoid Halo's primary from taking the barrier. And now 70 Pirates and Gilbert are on the defense here. They're going to hold it quite well. The power play is now over. Gonna pop the Expanse, gonna find a way through. Great passes there all in all, but as I say that, Suplex is not aiming for one of the forwards. They are aiming for Gilbertito, who is now out of the play, and thanks to Halo's low stagger primary, now barriers are gone on both sides. This is a 2-2. The power play is over, so Chikara Fantasy gonna get a chance to try and make a play, but not for long enough. Halo is already set up, and a powerful Estelle primary means that the set count is still quite a bit positive here for the Lag and Laggers.
Yeah, and that was Suplex having those 3 stacks on the prize fighter there, able to get those kills so reliably at the end there. And that's one of those problems with these long sets, is you just have so much damage potential on that prize fighter if you are not minding it. You know, Deadeye's great in the short term, but if you get that stacked up, especially with that 1-2 punch coming out, absolutely brutal. Speed is nice. Stacks on stacks is great on Rasmus. Adrenaline Rush is amazing if you can proc it. And of course, I mean, the heavy impact, pretty nice on Estelle, one of her all-time best. And Timeless Creator on the Jakar, it's a deny from Atlas, so it's kind of sad to see. I don't know if I love that deny pick there, because it's not all important on that Atlas, but maybe they just say, you know what, I'd rather not give them a bigger window to res people.
I guess so, or maybe just don't want the full secondary to be that big. 70 Pirates already taking quite a bit of damage, is going to hold on though. A bit of lag there, but we're back, and the barrier is down. Trying to move through. The Estelle primary being thrown backwards means that the barrier is going to be taken for sure, but still, Lag and Laggers holding on to their one remaining barrier. Before, it was Chikara Fantasy that was the one barrier kings, but now it seems like Chocobo Yao stealing that title for themselves. Suplex trying to strike it through, but Gilbertito finding the perfect place to be in that moment. Gotta watch out on the edge. I'm a little worried Suplex going to find a kill here on one of them, but is instead worried more about the offensive pressure with the wall. Still, the barrier not taken. Gilbertito already on a flip so early into the game against everyone else means that Jakara Fantasy going in with a nice advantage here, as 70 Pirates getting so many chances to try and take the goal, but not quite enough.
Ooh, great counter against the barrier beam there. Good defense by Gilbertito. Does have to use the core flip in the end. Core flip as well used by both Aimi and Drakkar there. Core flip as well from the Estelle. The glitch hop interrupts it though. The pass is not completed. Really good interruption there from Aimi. Just throwing a wrench in that plan. Showing Halo getting dribbled around there. And the piercing shot as well. A little bit not on point there, unfortunately. Went for the usual play, which is to fire piercing shot at the person so that they can't strike the core. But in overtime, it got there a little bit too fast, and Raz was able to clear it around. And just a little bit rushed there, I feel, from the lag and laggers there. Not perfect execution on some of the plays that could have been ending that point a whole lot sooner if they were able to get them off. But in the end, another weighted core flip here. Suplex is doing that a lot, which means that potentially they're going to catch on to it. But as long as they don't catch on to it, waiting with that core flip is so nice, buys so many time, wastes so many abilities. And the pass player as well comes out and puts it into the goal. Suplex, really nicely played there, just very patient. I don't know if you heard me there or what, but well played there. You always got to be a little bit patient.
Hey, Suplex running that patience all the way to the bank. I mean, we've seen some pretty powerful plays here just using the flip already, like you said. Halo, though, immediately finding that pass, and Suplex going to be sure to confirm that barrier. Dodge coming out. Aimi now with no energy means I'm a little worried for their safety, and Halo is already there with the heavy impact Deadeye primary, means that it's going to go down. 70 Pirates unfortunately going to be hitting the core to Halo, means that both barriers are now down. Gilbertito and 70 Pirates going to have to hold on for their lives, but Aimi is back for revenge. Halo is out of the game, and the barrier is down. 70 Pirates going to try to pass around, but not going to get the chance to. Suplex wants the revenge all over again, but Aimi is not taking it. Already set up the perfect cut against that pass, means that despite the power plays happening all around, Jakara Fantasy is going to be taking it. They want this set.
Yeah, they want it bad, but again, they've been here before. Last set was exactly like this, the 2-1 lead. And then we saw Asher starting to get more stacks, and that's 3 stacks on the Asher. The Atlas ult was just a little bit too late, actually. Yeah, there it is. Didn't update for a second for me, but it is 3 stacks on that prize fighter Asher with the 1-2 punch. So much kill potential here coming out from this Asher. And almost, if they had the abilities up, that would have been a potential kill onto the Rasmus. A little too close to the sun, but also a lot of damage onto this Asher. Potential kill angle here, and Jakara Fantasy is looking for it. Glitch Drop, though, goes a little bit wide. The black hole is popped, which opens up the field a lot, and Suplex doesn't find the kill onto Aimi. The Path Splitter comes out, and so does the Glitch Pop, so does the Cyber Swipe. So many abilities used, but nothing done too much. Molten Bolt, Piercing Shot combo, but Suplex with the strike at the end just barely doesn't get that barrier, unfortunately. And just kind of milling about here, trying to stay alive away from the Firewall Sentry and the Cyber Swipe, the Black Hole, the Consuming Expanse, everything is used to try and kill us out. Asher, the Glitch Pop as well used. The Piercing Shot comes out to try and kill the... I was just going to say try and kill the Estelle, but almost a kill onto Suplex with the hook pendulum swing, but a great dodge from Suplex. And a barrier goes down the other side of the map. The core flip comes out. The Cyber Swipe comes out from the Aimi with core flip as well of her own. But great defense there by the Jakara, Stone Halo investing that core flip just to make sure that it doesn't go anywhere. And speaking of going places, though, Jukubo Yao finding it from downtown with the Molten Bolt in overtime. So much speed on that one. And once again, we are back in a 5th point.
Hey, it's time for Jakara Fantasy. They got to try and clutch up here and make it not go the same way. Already getting a nice early start there due to that early barrier take. But as I say that, 70 Pirates already going to be taken out here. One less Pirate in the game. Not going to be in range to avoid another barrier take, meaning we're back to the 1-1. The setups from Halo, quite powerful, but not powerful enough. Gilbertito going to hold on for just a bit longer. 70 Pirates already set back up. Please watch out. Suplex is looking for the kill here. I can see what they're smelling. Gonna be trying to hook Suplex out of the play. Suplex taking a ton of damage. Definitely recommend the kill on them here if you get a chance. Don't want them to keep those stacks up. But otherwise, the core is moving quickly. Halo is going to try to set up, but just going to lose it as Chukubo Yao trying to move the core away, using the Jakar primary, having so much range with just strike shots, and that is going to give Halo and Suplex, again, more and more chances to set up. Again, unfortunately for Jakara Fantasy, dropping the 2-1 lead as the second set goes yet again to the Lag and Laggers.
Yeah, Laggers finding that 2-point comfort zone. They are the ones that just get stronger whenever they are against the wall like that. Suplex with the Matrix level dodges there, just reading the minds of the opponents and knowing where they're going to throw the abilities. When the pendulum swings come out, he knows, he dodges, he's just out of the way of so many other abilities. And that's so many abilities that have been invested into this Asher. And might I add, a little bit of arrogance, a little bit of confidence here. The big fish on the Asher instead of the recovery drone is still stagger, is still survivability, but no recovery drone on that Asher is low-key kind of insane. Gives so much potential for an ad rush reset to come out if the kill happens. But other than that, I gotta say, I do love size on Asher. It's pretty nice pickup. Almost gets the kill onto the IME, but not quite. And of course, if bulk up does show up later, that's going to be pretty insane to get on this Asher.
What a strike shot from Gilbert there. Barrier already going to be taken out. 70 Pirates trying to move into the second, but Chocobo used an amazing strike there to avoid the I don't even know what that Rasmus move is called, to avoid the Rasmus secondary from bringing down the house. Great passes there, trying to set something up, not going to really get a chance to. Suplex already back on the offense, but Aimi finally taking the advantage here to try and kill Suplex, removing those stacks. Suplex now going to have a harder time to kill. Halo's already a bit low, but despite that, in all of this attacking here, is going to get a chance. How did that not kill? Isn't that, I guess Deadeye didn't proc. I thought that primary from Rasmus was going to kill.
It was very close, but that one will, and that is going to be another ad rush reset onto this IME. That's 2 in this set, but then the IME immediately dies, and now Suplex is back to having that 1 stack. Kind of evens up all across the board, all the kills that happened. 70 Pirates going to buy a lot of time here throughout the Julie Hart there, actually feint a little strike there. Pendulum swing misses, unfortunately. Strike shot comes out, but now every player is back on the field. Piercing shot goes a little bit wide, so does the Crystal Thorns. Unfortunately, not quite enough from the Laggers. Suplex has the read and goes to the bottom, but isn't in the perfect position still. And the Firewall Sentry comes out, and actually Chocobo Yao unfortunately loses a strike ward to the Sentry there. It can be a little difficult to actually do that in practice. In theory, it's super easy. It's walk into the beam and then strike it out of the beam. But you're in that moment, you're facing this IME turret that has so much power on it, and you're just like, wait, what am I supposed to do? Clear the ball, hit the core. So
I mean, sometimes
for
the
going for the
timing is
attack.
hard. Oof. I've been there. Gilbertito holding on to a flip here means the defense definitely has a bit of an advantage here outside of the 1 barrier being gone for Chikara Fantasy. A lot of damage, again, being put on Suplex. I do think that is the right play here. You want to avoid Suplex getting such powerful power plays like they've been doing. Great cut on the flip there. 70 Pirates already picking up a barrier. Going to use the flip. Chocobo not fast enough to avoid the barrier going down. Aimi already getting another kill as Snowing Halo is out. The ad rush is procced. Aimi trying to move through so quickly. 70 Pirates in position, and well, this time it's not a 2-1 lead, it's a 2-0 lead. Chikara Fantasy trying to swing the pendulum in their favor.
Yeah, they are trying, and they might succeed here. 1 more goal is enough to do it, and we haven't been seeing the stacks on Suplex come out. Is still just stuck on that 1. Was on 0 earlier, so to get the 1 to bring it back a little bit, and that's going to be back down to 0 there. Another great kill found by Aimi, and is going to be able to potentially get the second barrier. They do with the Firewall Sentry there at the bottom, and this could be the 1 set. This is the 1 set allowance. Laggers is allowed, I believe, 1 set to still break the record, but a kill flip into goal. Really nicely played by Chikara Fantasy, and no more perfect game here from the Laggers, and no more perfect run, I should say. Displacer Cat coming in there at the end and has a lot of good options here. Looking at potentially aerials or Monumentalist. Bulk up to deny the Asher is amazing as well. So many good choices. What will Aimi go for? It's going to be bulk up to deny Asher. Great point there. Might of the Colossus, though, is going to be the immediate follow-up. Does have some size on that Asher, but less survivability, no more bulk up stagger there. So really nice pickup, I think, in the end anyways.
And at the very least, even though you're getting some size stagger here, size here. I mean, there's not much size awakenings. I think all of them are gone except for Among Titans in the pool. So Suplex not going to get too many chances to continue scaling off this. And again, another early barrier take. 70 Pirates is going to go down. Unfortunately, that Atlas ult wasn't fast enough, so the recovery drone going to get used up instead. But 70 Pirates still in the play. A Suplex not going to get any stacks of any stacks of prize fighter off that. Still though, that doesn't change anything. Halo, Suplex already starting up their pressure like before. Chikara Fantasy having a bit of trouble yet again, is going to try and move their way through, but so many projectiles coming out means that on top of the core being moved through, 70 Pirates taking quite a bit of damage here. Gotta watch out for that.
And that's a kill onto Atlas and a goal from Suplex immediately. You give up, or you don't pay attention for half a second, and you immediately give up all of your pressure on the map. Your goalie dies, your midfield dies, your forward dies, somebody's dying, Suplex is getting a stack, he's running around, he's putting in the goal. So you really have to be careful. But it also works the other way. We saw previously, if you don't pay attention, then Displacer Cat is going to be the one getting the kills with that ad rush, and especially now with that bulk up, so much kill potential on this IME, and both these teams are kind of in this momentum-based game, where as soon as one kill happens, it allows them to kind of snowball the rest of the set.
And they're both really relying on just making those power plays work. Suplex trying to set up, but a great out clear from Gilbert, going to be denying all of that. Halo almost getting killed. I think Displacer Cat should have tried to spend the flip there for the kill, but maybe they weren't sure that that was going to happen. That does mean, however, Displacer are going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. But 70 Pirates, you know, we're basically on IME Zap, but with a Void. Halo is down. 70 Pirates is down. Suplex is on 3 stacks. I'm a little worried here for Chikara. Gonna have to hold in quite a bit to try and remove those stacks and keep Suplex from really running the game. Almost getting another kill on 70 Pirates as I say that. And the Sad Boys angle means that, again, we're still on one barrier for both teams here.
Yeah, one barrier for both teams, deep into overtime now. Molten Bolt comes out, but it's still not enough. This Aerials Undercar is helping a lot, as well as really good pickup by Yao. But still enough. Strike War is won by 70 Pirates with the Pendulum Swing as well. Is it enough to get the goal? Yes, it is. Down the entire team helping with that one. Strike shot from Atlas over to Aimee, down to Rasmus. And one more goal over to Chikara Fantasy. And one of the things, though, when we're talking about all these kills traded back and forth, the stacks on Rasmus did get reset there. So them still winning the point is kind of huge. Buys a lot more time for him to get more of those stacks up. He gets a lot more from that play as well. Gets a double barrier. 70 Pirates is gliding around the map at this point, even without the stacks being fully stacked. The Crystal Shot, or the... should say the Rose Warp, the Piercing Shot, so many things use, the Crystal Thorns as well. Just try and get this clear, but unfortunately, Pirates finds the angle between Halo and Yao, and Lagger's not looking as strong. They've lost a lot of steam, and this could be the second set, which puts the nail in the coffin of that record-breaking run. But, of course, it is not the end just yet.
Yep, Displacer Cat and 70 trying to move it through. Suplex trying to get a chance to take Displacer Cat out of the game, not going to get it. Still, though, Aimee going to be having a little bit low on that stagger, and with the plays continuing, you got to watch out. Trying to do a bit of an out clear, but Halo already covering it with the Rose Thorns means that Lagger's already with a pretty big advantage at the start here. Going to initially pick up the barrier with that flip, thanks to Gilbert, and the Aimee ult means that Yao does not have an out clear. Halo going to try to kill, but not going to, and as I say that, Aimee is already set up Displacer Cat, taking out Yao instead. Suplex definitely going to want to spend the flip here, and is going to make the most of it with that really precise strike around everything and off that corner. We are back to a 2-2 here, and if the trends continue from what we've seen with these 2-1 games before, Lagger is going to be trying to look to score yet again, and, well, I would say keep up their game, but as I say that, it's 70 Pirates is already set up for that.
Really great find there by Chikara Fantasy, putting an end to that record-breaking run. They still have the opportunity to tie it, I do believe, but no more attempt at that cleanest OSAS run title. But even still, it may be the strat, you know, get rid of the pressure of losing the sets and then just say, you know what, it's fine, we'll lose a couple early so we don't have to worry about the record, we're still going to get this first place. And Fight or Flight on Asher is a pretty good way to start that.
That's Atlas Lab, y'all. I mean, we've seen those Rose Thorns do some work. Halo going to be getting even more of them. Generally a lot of red coring here. I mean, we got Team Player for Laggers. Yao definitely going to be making use of that. We've seen some great passes already, but also Hot Shot from the Aimee means no extra damage, but I mean, Aimee's been doing enough damage already. I'm sure they'd appreciate moving the core quickly just as much.
Yeah, and the cooldowns as well. I mean, there's so much cooldown on this IME between the hot shot and the adrenaline rush. If you go for the core, you get the cooldown. If you go for the kill, you get the cooldown. So you just kind of throw abilities out, use your glitch pops, black hole suplex, you know, do a lot of damage. Missile prop Atlas almost getting the kill there, actually. And that is going to be Asher going off the map, and no more prize fighter stacks there. Not able to live even with the extra health from Big Fish and the extra speed from Fight or Flight. And Snowing Halo, though, buying a lot of time. The shotgun from Jakar goes wide, but it is still enough to buy the time. Suplex back on the field, but a pendulum swing. 70 Pirates is really putting in the work of 70 Pirates on this one. The double barriers, the defenses, the offenses. So much work on this Rasmus being done. Almost winning a strike war all the way there. Cyber Swipe goes a little bit wide, doesn't get the connection up to the top of the goal. Glitch Pop gets it around a little bit. Piercing shot, almost good, but a little bit too high. Doesn't actually get the core and the Atlas this time. But great core flip, though, from Gilbertito. Hook shotgunned away. Nicely done by Yao. Finding it again, but then missing the strike. Unfortunately, just a little bit too high. What a game, though. Very back and forth in what is either way the final set.
And with now how the barriers have been opened up on both sides, having that Drakkar range to prevent a lot of those plays is so good, and Yao almost being able to prevent both of them was so nice. The Sad Boys angle, I was going to say, means that only one barrier being taken away, but unfortunate strike there. Gilbert is going to take away the other barrier as well. You know, who needs it? Just kill them instead, play off the power play, almost leading to a goal there from that unfortunate unfortunate flip, striking into Suplex's Asher wall. 70 Pirates definitely not looking too good here, but as you know, before that, Ivies are going away, the strike's going through. Gilbertino not in the perfect position to strike that away, and before I can even comprehend what is happening, Lag and Laggers is back with the momentum, and we are back at a 1-1 here.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate strike there from Halo, though, paying it back from the last match. Almost a kill onto Yao as well. But one barrier to one barrier does go down in the end. Strike war won by Pirates on the bottom, trying to keep it in the bottom near this barrier here. Piercing shot actually countered by the core flip from Suplex, almost tripped him up, but a good defense from Gilbertito. Now they just have to win against this IME turret, but unfortunately that has been the nemesis of the Lag and Laggers this entire game. And that is going to be the barrier down, the goal opened, but not quite the final goal either way yet, but still definitely a good lead if you can get this one. A lot of damage on the Pirates there from that Molten Bolt, but he does still have Recovery Drone. He can potentially protect the stacks. Roserp goes a little wide, so does the Piercing Shot. Halo is looking a little bit panicked here and very low on health as well, which is just a lot of aggression here from Chikara Fantasy, and that's going to be the goal found by 70 Pirates there, all the way up to the top, and Yao just was not able to defend that one. Phenomenal play here from Chikara Fantasy to almost, not going to say it just yet, but almost reverse sweep the series. But it is, again, it's that 2-1, and we've seen Lag and Laggers on the 2-1 before. They did lose the last one, so the curse might be broken, or that might have been the Lag and Laggers just giving them one.
Well, either way, with the flip here, Gilbertino, dang, that name is hard to look at, so it's hard to say, is going to try to hold on, but the flip already gone. The curse might still be here all the same. As I'm trying to pronounce the name, the play continues, and Suplex and Halo already set up immediately. We're back to 2-2 here. Last point. Either it's on Lag and Laggers to put this away, keep their record of tying the set count, or it's on Chikara Fantasy to bring it to that third game, bring it all the way back, and try and run Lag and Laggers for their money.
Yeah, they are trying, but it is his 5th point. That's a double barrier into the goal immediately. Suplex not playing games here. 17 seconds for that final goal after so many overtimes. And that is the series over to the Lag and Laggers. 2 games, almost a game 3. Fantasy took us to that 5th point, 5th set. They took us all the way to having that chance, that hope. But they're not out yet. They will still have that losers bracket run. They might still be back here, and should be exciting to see either way. But Lag and Laggers, if they want to tie the record, they have to not drop an entire set for the rest of the night. So, looking forward to seeing how that goes. But also, some of these stats are looking pretty cool.
That's one way of putting it. Quite a bit of damage across the board. We Suplex on 11 KOs. Displacer Cat on 10 KOs. I had thought that Halo and Pirates had at least gotten a few more than 1 KO, considering how chaotic that match was, but looks like that wasn't the case. Overall, I gotta give it to Chikara Fantasy for picking up on what Lag and Laggers was trying to do. I feel like they were having a lot of trouble in the first game, preventing them from just scaling into damage. But once they realized they can meet them with their own damage, Chikara was starting to put on the heat, and that's why we got to that set 5.5. But once you get to that point, what really makes it is where you move the core, how you're red coring it, where you're putting it, and both teams were making really good use of it. But in the end, Lag and Laggers just won out on that last play. Suplex pushing everything through to get the double barrier and the flips, despite everyone trying to hold on, just wasn't enough. Lag and Laggers took it very handily in that last point and shows why they are possibly going to hit that record, or at least match it.
Yeah, very strong team there, but we're not over just yet, so they will get a little bit of a break to cool down after that heater. Both teams will. After a short break, we're going to be going to the losers semifinal. Hooked on Goth Cats versus Seraphim Crimson with the returning Master X Malachi. This could be the year. He still has that chance to hit first. But whoever wins that is going to face Chikara Fantasy in that losers final. So stay tuned, but we're going to cut to a bit of a break.
Keep your hand off the remote. We'll be back.
Welcome back, everybody. As promised, we are back with Seraphim Crimson versus Hooked on Goth Cats. It'll be a pretty fun match here, and I forgot to mention some of the stakes earlier, but this is potentially Master X Malachi graduating. I don't want to have too much pressure, but this could be the day that Master X Malachi finally passes school and gets kicked out of OSAS for being too good.
Everything's on the line here. Malachi has done this for quite a while. He took a break. He's back now. He's got the renewed interest to finally put OSAS away. Back with his classic goalie Hugo. Back with newcomer midfield Pewis. I've casted their matches before, seen them cook up some beautiful culinary Omega Strikers, but I'll have to see if they've improved, and they're going to definitely have to because they are facing a pretty powerful team on the other side.
Yeah, I've seen Feeding Kappa in the queues a few times. Has some pretty good moves there. Not going to spoil anything just yet, but do be on the lookout because, you know, some of the newer names, you aren't as familiar with them. I'm not as familiar with them, but they do pack a bit of a punch. And from the little that I've seen of some of these players, it is going to be a bit of a match. So Master X Malachi will have to earn his graduation. No C's get degrees here. He's going to have to get that A. He's going to have to get that 4.0. So going to be interesting to see how this one goes. And starting off should be pretty fun to see, you know, because every team has the different ways they approach games, especially on something like Night Market. Usually tends toward KOs, but sometimes teams just go full survivability, lock in that now Atlas. But it is going to instead be Recovery Drone, Spark a Focus start, instant Luna ban, instant IME ban, into X, and then almost Ember Monarchs. If you just look at the first half of the draft, it's the Ember Monarchs. You're just on different teams. X got a little confused.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the bans. Luna ban being taken away from Hugo. IME ban being taken away from Imperfections, I believe. Still, though, Hugo loves those ranged goalies. Probably going to be going through with the Finny, all things considered. On the other hand, Hooked on Goth Cats, I am not super familiar with what they're going to be running here, but I'm interested to see what it ends up being because their comp is pretty standard for the most part. We've seen some Era goalie here after the patch, maybe?
It could well be. It could also be a little bit of Kai. And it is going to be that Kai with the mom boots. A little bit of fun on that one. You can really have a lot of forward pressure, but you do have to be careful because Kai is pretty squishy. So if Master X Malachi decides that you are going to die, then that is just that pretty much. Bull Rush, X Strike, and Kai really can't do too much about it.
That's very true. But either way, Barrier already being taken down so quickly. Malachi doing what he knows, and that is some of that close range offense. But around that Finny secondary, the barrier already going down. One-on-one barriers yet again. Very classic scenario here. POS going to be trying to find chances to move it through, going to get them, but so quickly the core is being taken away by Kai, and I do not know why these name-offs are happening.
It does happen from time to time, but that Arenado almost gets the goal. Giga as well, almost, but not quite enough. The Finny Tornado, geez. The Finny Big Finish is going to be enough to clear it for now. The triple take as well. A lot of good things happening here from Crimson team, geez. But so far, they haven't gotten that second barrier. Almost a goal, but with the speed from that now, going to be enough to get it. The barrage from Kai clears the goal clears the core for now away from the barrier, but not quite enough. They're really throwing this one for a loop and throwing me for a loop, and there we go, finally goes in. Feeding Kappa is going to be the one to send it through that big finish. They almost got me. I was like, oh, it's going to go in here, it's going to go in here, it's going to hit the barrier there, and then every single time it didn't. So, but really back and forth, they're really nice to see. And Seraphim Crimson on the back foot starting out, even after getting that first barrier.
Although, Kappa taking quite a bit of damage here, I definitely would recommend for Crimson's sake to try and take that Kazan out early, lose the recovery drone. Still though, Hugo going to have to play that 2v1, but even though the barrier's gone, P was helping out to avoid the goal with some great strike layering. Flip coming out here from Silverly. Malachi, with the help of the Peewis cannon off the secondary, is already grabbing the barrier. It's back to Peewis with the flip, and Malachi, great idea there to set up into the X secondary. Crimson showing why they are seasoned.
Yeah, and I mean, Peewis being a great addition to this team, fitting right in there with that bit of team play was just immaculate from Seraphim. Crimson usually don't see that from a team together for the first time, but they are in the finals. They've had a little bit of time together to adjust, but even still, really nicely done. Gigablast comes out as well. They're trying to get it forward, but Hooked on Catgirl is just not finding what they did in that first time. But of course, last time it got sat on this one barrier for a long time, it did favor them in the long run. Fitting Kappa, though, very low on health. Potential kill angle here, and that is going to be the recovery drone going down. Still fairly early on in the set, at least one more goal to go. And almost the kill here. Great dodge there. Bellringer as well, going to be mitigated by that ultimate sort of smackdown. And the big finish, not enough to actually get it out. Oh, unfortunate by Yugo, but great find by Kappa there. Able to get it through and around the big finish.
So close on that strike, but not close enough. Good take, though, on the recovery drone. As I said earlier, you really need that to be able to take Feeding Kappa out of the play for at least a little bit. And now Kazan having damage and Imperfections getting damage here is going to be so much more powerful for Seraphim Crimson. They're going to be trying to find these chances to move through, but so many projectiles coming out from Hooked that it means the plays are not being yet made. An amazing save there from the Finny ult is going to still lead to a barrier being taken out, but it's good to just throw it out there and try and prevent it. Feeding Kappa now looking really low. I'm just saying, Malachi, the kill is in your reach if you save the ult, at least for next time. An attempt there to take out Kappa by POS, not going to go through, but a good attempt nonetheless. Still, though, Feeding Kappa is going to be staying alive. Malachi focusing more on the goal here, but what does it matter? Severally with that great flip, but the red core speed going to be dribbling all around Night Market, a map there where it is important to rotate things around. Holding on to the flip means Yugo is going to be safe on defense for now, especially with P.was dropping back for that great assist there. And despite that, Hooked on Godcat still going to get some great chances to try and score here, but not quite enough due to the knockback from the Finny card.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that Finny card. You also got to be careful of the Corp down to the bottom. And unfortunately, was just not expecting that one. Ran up to expecting it to go to the top, but that is going to be another 5th point set 1. We have been here before. We will likely be here again. It's probably going to be almost all night. We've been having some really good games, really close matches today. And I'm just here for it. Always down to see some more Omega Strikers. And a lot of dribbling around as well. Love to see the cycling. Love to see the teams kind of in control of this map, not making as many mistakes as we see generally at the beginning of the season. Once we get to this end of it and seeing how the players have improved, one of the highlights of OSAS.
I'm definitely going to want to see a kill here for the sake of Crimson. I mean, Kappa and Imperfections both looking really low. If you focus on that and push the power play, you can get so much out of it. P.was definitely looking for it with those now abilities. Yugo having to spend abilities to avoid the goal and is going to do so. Great last-second strike there. He was cutting the pass. Kappa is going to get a nice dribble off of that medium of the medium for Night Market. Avoid the Arenado. Going to do so all to strike war at Kappa. Again, staggered so much, but the Finny ult going to prevent anything crazy from happening. P.was just got to find a nice strike to Malachi or the kill. Something here. Kappa all alone again, ready to score, but not going to get the chance. The Kai Gigablast trying to red core, but Yugo is ready for the strike. And again, just kill here. Thank you very much. Imperfections, though, is on a flip here. Got to watch out for that. P.was, though, definitely want to push the flip. If you get a chance, is going to be a little early with it. It's all good, fam. Just keep it up. Malachi in there to strike. We're not going to get the chance. The Finny ult going to try to move the play up, and the core is moving every which way, but both teams are holding on for just a little bit longer.
Oh, and again with the go to the bottom. Unfortunately, Kai is just keeps predicting they'll go to the top, and to be fair, that's the way Malachi was moving, but he hit him with the back. The back end of it went to the bottom instead of the top, and that is going to be the end of point 1. And potential team player here on the line, potential angle of picking up Adrenaline Rush or Stinger as well. really decides how you're going to take this. Do you really want to lean all the way into the kill comp or kind of hedge your bets a little bit? Fireflight is really nice to deny the enemy midfield as well. Is going to be the Era pickup on that team player. Almost would like to see it fall to the Kai, but the aerials is really nice to get that forward speed. And Ad Rush dropping all the way to the bottom, I think, is a bit of a mistake.
Maybe, but considering how much damage Cap has been taking, I think they have a chance. They have some insurance here to let that drop if they actually focus on continuing the damage, because so far Cap has been really low on a lot of these plays and having a bit of like staying alive to the best of their ability, don't get me wrong, but if Crimson just took a bit more of a focus on that, I think Kappa would have a much harder time. Although the X rotational move, great use there from Malachi, means both barriers are down from Hooked. Crimson getting a good advantage here, but not quite, as barriers are down everywhere now.
Yep. And Kappa in front of the goal as well, has a few abilities up the gate as well, goes a little bit wide. With the aerials, it is nice to see the extra range on that. The arrow gets it, or the card from Fini gets it forward. Malachi dribbling off the top, and the Night Market dribble from Imperfections, almost enough to get it through, but not quite enough. Keaton Kappa just knocked all the way around the field here, but is potentially going to be able to get it. Not quite. Night Market angle almost sends it backwards, but Hugo is on top of things with Pewis as well there on the bottom of the map. Speed here from Pewis gets forward. Malachi and Pewis both with core flips, both use them. And you know what? Sure, they used 2 flips when they needed to use 1. Sure, they went for a really impractical angle there, but you know what? It flustered the Kai so much and surprised him so much that he didn't use core flips, so all part of the plan.
Yeah, unfortunately, Barrage is a very double-edged sword in that it's got quite a bit of power in just getting the core through things, but unfortunately, you're stuck in quite a bit of recovery for using it. And, you know, Kai instead wanted to get the strike there, thinking they had a shot after the barrage ended, but just didn't have the timing for it. Is going to try to move forward and is going to get punished for it, as the core speed from, I was about to say team player, no, that was just Flip, is going to move all the way around, meaning barriers are open on both sides. Kappa, unfortunately, dribbling right into Malachi, which gives Crimson a chance here at the offense. But as I say that, already finding a chance through. Kappa passing to Imperfections. Imperfections not going to strike, unfortunately, but doesn't matter when Kappa's already reset back up enough for that great strike war. It is 1-1 here.
Yeah. They are looking to claim the set, looking to tie up the sets, but Crimson is not going to let that go easily. They take another barrier here, get a kill as well onto the air. That's a great start to the set. Almost a kill onto this Kazan, although he does still have that recovery drone up. But 2 barriers go down. Bellringer gets the recovery drone, sets up the arrow as well. Pio is almost going for the spawn kill there. Not quite finding it, though. And Kai is going to defend the goal. So for now, it's just an open goal, and the kills have now kind of diffused, but even still, it's not what you really want to see. The big finish, not able to save the barrier this time, and also not able to perfect clear, but it is completed by Malachi in the end. Kappa takes a lot of damage, though. The bull rush, the Bellringer actually gets the own barrier there, unfortunately, but that is a lot of damage onto Kappa, so it might be worth it if they can force out this core flip. There they go, no more core flip on Kazan. Kind of worth losing a barrier for that, for the extra damage from that Bellringer earlier. And we also see the triple take used to try and get a little more damage, but it does miss. Pewis misses the strike to counter the flip. Kappa's in front of the goal here, but he uses his ability to get it, comes out as well, but Pewis is back here, dribbling along the bottom, almost has the core flip as well, is going to get it off that strike, uses it, sends it down to the bottom, and that has just been the nemesis of this Kai the entire game. Every single time, it is just a little bit too low, and that one wasn't even Kai's fault. He was right there at the bottom. It was just like 1 pixel lower than he needed to be.
I mean, Pewis ran that angle earlier on one of the core flips that scored, and in that case, it was also an incredible kill there. In that case, it was quite a bit further away from Kai, but it's just so fast that it's difficult to really play around it. Pewis having some incredible down-the-line core flips here. Pressure here means that Imperfection's going to be spending a core flip early. That's going to give Crimson a very big advantage as both barriers are down. Hugo still holding on to a flip and using the momentum boots to try and move through. Going to spend it early just so no barriers are taken out. Gonna try and play around the defense of Hooked, and is going to find a shot here as Pewis already there to play the strike war. Too many layers on that onion. Hooked on the Cats is not going to find a chance out, and Crimson again running the game here, going to a 2-0 lead so far. For their sake, I hope they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, and what momentum. I mean, that was beautiful layering, as you were talking about. Just the beautiful patience and trust in your teammates there. They strike, you hold your strike, you don't waste it, so that they could get that perfect execution in the face of the enemies. And stacks on that now. Really nice pickup for all the speed. And so far, not as much kill pressure, although with Prizefighter 1-2 punch and Glass Cannon going the way of the enemy team, that might change. But Reptile Remedy on X is a nice kind of way to hedge your bets and make sure you don't get killed too easily. And of course, Hot Shot is always good on goalies. I don't think I've ever seen a goalie that didn't want Hot Shot.
I mean, I feel like Hooked on Gothcat's looking to deny a lot of the damage here just so that Crimson can't do it. And honestly, I feel like Malachi should have been probably looking for the damage considering how this game's been going. But either way, Hooked on Gothcat's already finding one barrier, going to be looking for another. Some really nice passes here, but Pewis just blocking everything. Barrier going down on both sides. Yugo going to need to now find a way out of this. Pewis already in position to prevent anything bad. And the card being set up ahead of time means that Kappa's strike not going to go through. Yugo holding on quite well here for Seraphim Crimson. Having to find a way through. The barrage going through all the layers. Yugo luckily just in position to strike there. Malachi not going to get a chance to play off the clear from Pewis and Yugo. And now having to deal with the Aranado, the Kazan primary. Doesn't matter. Already set up with the flip. Gonna have to use it early, but is a very powerful flip just to keep that one barrier. If they can have Imperfection spend the flip here, that's going to be great. Is going to spend it, but is also getting the barrier from it. Kappa now wants to definitely set up for this flip. Might not even have to, but Yugo still keeping up on some impressive defense here. The Bell Ringer, the X rotational move, it can be difficult sometimes when it's in your side of the net, throwing it backwards like that, spending the flip early, but the Kazan hook is already there. Kazan is low. Malachi gonna have to look for the damage. The barrier is out. The core is moving way too fast, especially with that Finny card hitting it.
Yeah, and that is going to be Kappa getting the goal there off the Giga from Kai. Really nicely done. And a bit of redemption for the earlier own barrier. I mean, you can't really fault him too much. He sent the ultimate down and then the core moved into it. But it was kind of funny to see that red core go shooting backwards so fast into the barrier. And Cat Girls, or not Cat Girls, Hooked on Cats. Got Aimee on the mind. But they have taken the lead in this set. They're looking to take it back, but a bit of a road ahead of them as they are 2 sets down.
And beating Kappa, looking for the kill here, but Pewis sees it coming, dodges out of the way. The Finny ult going to try to move it back, but Kappa going to spend their own flip to pick up a barrier. 2 flips down, but only 1 barrier down. Crimson definitely liking this. Both barriers down, trying to put the pressure, but again, the impressive layering here from Imperfections and Kai doing so much to prevent that play from working despite all the work Pewis and Malachi put into it. Imperfections and Kappa, though, looking pretty low. I mean, Pewis as well, but Malachi is already moving up with the flip. Kai is missing any cooldowns to prevent it. Not going to even be able to get the flip out. Crimson looking at a nice energy advantage going into this next game.
Yeah, I mean, a full core flip and almost another one is just so much to get through, especially when... Oh, that's going to be the one core flip you use to get the first barrier, and a great triple take stops that from going very, very wrong. And the big finish as well gets night marked. A great core flip, though, from Yugo. Does have to spend the core flip, but does save the barriers. So, in the end, pretty worthwhile there, but only 1 barrier lead for 2 core flips is a pretty nice trade there. That Hooked on Cats is going to be taking advantage of here. They now have a bit of an energy lead themselves. The hook goes out with the strike, but it's a little bit too far away. Yugo is able to patiently wait that one out. A lot of damage, though, onto Feeding Cap, and we're talking about that a lot. If they can just get a little bit more damage, proc the recovery drone, they get a lot more just aggression, a lot more control over the map here. But Pewis managed to find that barrier on the bottom, says, doesn't matter if you're dead or alive, I will be scoring with Malachi's help there. Great strike wars there from Malachi to finish that out, and the setup from Pewis was just amazing.
Crimson scaling really nice here, keeping up the momentum, already 1 point away from taking the first win. Malachi's definitely got to be happy about that. Moving up here, gonna get a nice clear out to Kappa, who's gonna try to move it through, but not gonna get too much of a chance, although as I say, that Imperfection spending the flip, and that is gonna lead to a goal being taken. Malachi starting to drop back. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Gonna use the X rotational move to move it through. Gonna pick up a barrier thanks to that. Kappa, again, taking so much damage from everything going on, but is gonna hold on for just a bit longer, even almost picking up a barrier. Not almost, actually is. The barrier is gone. Kappa might also be gone, but not quite. Malachi wanting to spend the flip, not going to land it for the kill, and that is going to put Kappa in a great position there to move that core along. Choo choo, the train is incoming, and Yugo is not there to stop it from crashing into the station.
Yeah, I mean, what a play there by Kappa to stay alive, to stay forward, just confidently staying there. But great cards from Yugo does mean that a barrier is taken 2 here for Seraphim Crimson. This is the potential to send it to the next game to say goodbye Night Market on this one, but Kappa's not going to let them do that too easily. Takes a barrier there, card comes out, hits Era. Unfortunately, Yugo missed the strike there. Now both barriers are open. X-Tech has to be used early just to try and win these strike wars. Bellringer comes out a little bit too early as well. It's a lot of damage onto Kappa, but it's not enough because he has that hook still available, and that is going to be a set over to Hooked on Goth Cats, who are looking a whole lot stronger.
I mean, hey, they brought it back there for sure. And definitely going to want to see what Kazan picks up here. Definitely wants some survivability just to make it even harder for them to be taken out of the play. Although, definitely making the most of being hit in the last. Bulk up, great take here. Going to be keeping it away from Malachi, although very rare chance they'd get it considering their place in the draft anyway. But also the increased power and stagger definitely going to be wanted here. P-Wiz spark scaling, Yugo spark scaling. I believe... the last one. Agility is still in the draft here, so if we somehow do get to a set 5, in the case of Crimson at least, definitely going to want to watch out for the triple spark, because you're going to have to deny it from 2 players now.
Yeah. Ooh, also getting denied is just Era in general. Great pickup there by Malachi. Hook is, or Hook, not... Keep saying Hook, but it's card this time on the Fini, but that's going to be a barrier going down at the very end of all of that. But you see also Yugo playing up a lot with this extra speed with the, Mom Boots and Fight or Flight combo. Just really nice to be able to play up like that. But Kappa's taking advantage of any slight misposition there, able to find the barrier off of Yugo. Strike War against the card is really nice. The ultimate from Kappa as well finds the other barrier, and that's finally the open goal here. And Hooked on Goth Cats is really looking stronger. They haven't even lost their barrier like I thought they were just about to. The gig goes a little bit wide though. The big finish is able to get a lot done there by a lot of time. Kappa is looking very low on health, but it's not going to matter. He just is so good at dodging and staying alive on the other side of the field that it doesn't matter how low he gets because he's able to score that goal, and then that's a full heal, so it doesn't matter, and he keeps the recovery drone through it all.
I mean, once the open net is there, if you don't have any Fini abilities left, it is really difficult to deny Kazan from scoring. So that's why it's just important for Crimson to do something there about Kappa. But either way, Barrier 1 going down, Barrier 2 still up thanks to that nice Night Market dribble. Yugo going to try to find a way out here, almost doing so. The barrage so close to taking that barrier. The strike just coming back in cooldown means that Yugo holding on to that barrier. Hooked on Goth Cats, still keeping both barriers though. Really nice advantage for them on top of the core flips that both Imperfections and Kai are holding on. Kappa trying to move through. The Fini ult is going to blow it away. Malachi not going to get a chance to contest that flip, although Yugo doing some great work, but the Fini secondary unfortunately just going to be in the position where it is going to lead to the barrier being taken out. The recovery drone is out. The long-range Giga Goat snipe play here. I'm so sad that the names are off for me, at least for Kai, but I mean, whoever it is, incredible snipe there. Please let me know.
Yeah, that was a really nice Giga Blast there, and just a good read as well before that. So, beautiful setup there, but the recovery drone is off of Kazan, so that's an angle to actually get kills and make something of that. Might see a little bit more aggression here from Seraphim Crimson, having identified that now. And they only need to win the 3 goals here. They don't need to do an entire climb after this, but if this next goal gets scored, then that's still an entire other set that has to be gotten, but it's a great way to start that climb if you kill that X. Take away his recovery drone, so now he's a little bit weaker as well. Feeding Kappa very low on health, but we've seen this before. The Giga as well, not getting too much done. The card does a lot of damage. The triple take as well comes out. The Witching Beam into the Kazan ultimate there as well, but it's great defense from P-Wiz and Yugo combined. They're able to get it around this Kazan, and Kazan is looking a little low, and Malachi is sensing blood in the water, uses the X ultimate, but great dash, but the speed gate pickup means that he can keep chasing, but at the end of the X ultimate, the Kazan is still alive, the barrier is still up, and Kazan is in front of this goal again with abilities up, but it's not enough The core flip sends Kazan careening away, but not quite enough to get the kill just yet. And now he's not staggered anymore. Kappa running forward, uses the Julie Heart as a distraction, but it's not quite enough this time. The core flip comes out and all the way through. Great find by Imperfections.
Dang, the Julie Hart tech, it works all the time, 100% of the time. Either way, though, good job on Imperfections to use the space to run up there with the flip. And good job on Kappa to not immediately make a play there, knowing that not only are they low on stagger, but also they want to build that space for Imperfections to run up on that. All in all, just really nice team synergy there for Hooked on Gothcats. Malachi definitely looking to take it back here, does not want the reverse sweep to happen. Crimson going to be picking up that third spark thanks to Yugo, and that means the whole team now has some nice agility and cooldown reduction. Very powerful on top of Malachi picking up spec training. Again, if Crimson pivots a bit more into kills here than they have been, I could see this swinging either which way, but I mean, Cap has been doing such an incredible job staying alive despite everything that that might not even really be the moneymaker anyway.
Yeah, but you say that and then immediately takes a lot of damage, uses the Kazan Sweat, the Kazan Raining emote, kind of both, and is still alive for now, but that might change, or the barriers might change, either or. The Bell Ringer is used, and the one thing that Crimson has been kind of doing a little bit of a bad job on is focusing this Kazan, because they get the barriers, but now Kazan is almost full HP again. He's able to get back in the game. The recovery drone has not been popped, and the goal also isn't scored. Unfortunate, they traded the almost kill on Kazan, a lot of pressure, and they don't get the goal for it, which would have been completely fine if they do, but now they don't even have the setup for future sets off of getting that recovery drone cleared away, and there they go. Great combo in the end, the card into the now arrow. All is forgiven. Kappa has been cleared away from that recovery drone. This next death is the final one for the rest of this game, because this is the last set. Either way, Malachi looking very strong on the other side, doing a lot of damage, getting the kill flip onto the enemy goalie. Kappa doing what he can to survive, but the core flip out of both Now and Era. Both are used. Yugo still has it. The Era NATO comes out. But unfortunately, it's actually a great angle from Imperfections on the clear. Gets a barrier, but in the end, it's going to be the return that goes into the goal just as Kai is coming back. And finally, Sarah from Crimson finds the kill onto this very slippery Kazan. Gets the recovery drone off and actually secures the kill onto the Kai goalie. And they finally discovered the wonders of the kill comp.
Yeah, I mean, high-level play there from Yugo and Pewis to not let Imperfections shot deviate from its course, knowing clearly that it would bounce off of Yugo's final barrier and into the goal of Hooked on Gothcats. Oh, the unfortunate setup of the earlier card means that Yugo, in attempting to strike away, is going to get second hit by the card. It's going to go right back to feeding Kappa with a ton of speed. And, well, they've got the reactions to pick it up, meaning we are back to a quick 1-1 here, despite everything.
It might be a fifth set. And this is still, mind you, only game one, so we still have at least one more game after this one if it doesn't go to the full best of three. That is going to be kill onto Pewis. And Hooked on Gothcats looking pretty strong here, but the core flip is diffused. A lot of damage is coming out here from the X. The Bell Ringer finds Kappa. A lot of damage. The Giga Blast, though, finds a barrier, and that is going to be X kind of ricocheting around a little bit, but the recovery drone is now popped. That is going to be a lot of damage. Again, the barrage from this Kai that's playing super far up. The Era NATO as well comes up. The core flip from both Kai and Era with the Bewitching Beam as well, and Yugo was a little bit too far up there. Pewis clearing back into the opponents, apologized for it, but that's such a tight moment. You really just are trying to clear any which way you can after two core flips, and you're not expecting the Bewitching Beam after that.
I mean, not only is Kappa staying alive despite all this damage, but also happened to not only kill Pewis, but also later take away Malachi's recovery drone. Crimson already set up, almost getting a double barrier, but not quite picking it up. Kappa already in position, great strike where there. Yugo gonna avoid even one barrier being taken. He was moving it up to Malachi. The Bell Ringer gonna dribble it, not in the best way, but Malachi already has the flip to move it through. Yugo taking the aggression to move it up for their team. Not going to find a barrier yet, but with Kai taking so much damage and Malachi having the X ult out means that Kai is out of the game. Pewis unfortunately going to be wasting the flip, and Kappa and Imperfections doing their best to hold on. The goal is not taken yet, but with Malachi, everyone's going away.
It's just so much brawling. You have earlier it was your forward brawling the enemy forward in your goal box while he's brawling you, and it's just a nightmare for the goalie altogether. But the goal is still somehow kept alive, and that one bear, two bears get found by Kappa, and this next goal, if Cats find it, is the end of game one. But it's instead going to be Pewis picking it up after a pass from Malachi, and ladies and gentlemen, it's another 5th point, 5th set. So rest in peace, my sleep. But also, amazing Omega Striker, so I really can't complain about it. Kappa finds a nice angle off the middle there with imperfections as well. The arrow from Pewis not enough with the great barrage there from the Kai. And Pewis as well is sending it backwards with that secondary to try and get it past this midfield. They finally do. The barrier goes down, unfortunately. Missed strike from Kai. Kappa as well, not having too many abilities left, had to use them all just to try to get it through, but there was nothing left. Finally, the barrier goes down, but so much damage coming here onto the hooked on Goth girl. On Goth Cats, excuse me, jeez. And it's going to be Malachi trying to get it through this corner. The core flip forced out from imperfections there. The hook countered by a nice strike from Pewis there. Bellringer comes out. Pewis using the strike, or using the arrow to get the stun and get the core through. Finally, Sarah from Crimson taking that all-important third set when they very nearly got reverse swept.
Okay, set 5.5, that's the power play there. Pewis making the most out of that flip. Hooked on Gothcats, not able to respond quickly enough to prevent the goal going through. Either way, some very powerful plays by both teams. We've set it up to this point. Definitely think Crimson should have focused a little bit more on damage because they were kind of really on and off about it. When they had it going, I felt like they got so many power plays out of it. Although, I gotta say, not only was Feeding Kappa getting so many kills despite the damage coming in, but imperfections with those Aeronados. I've seen them go through. Not only have they been helping with the barriers, but they've been taking out Malachi and Pewis in some of those scenarios. Just really powerful stuff overall. Either way, though, Crimson taking a nice advantage here with the first point. As Severa, Kappa, and Imperfections are going to be looking to swing it back in their favor here. I could be excited to see a Game 3, but for Crimson's sake, they're going to want to try to put it away.
Yeah, and for the sake of my sleep schedule as well, I am hoping that Crimson wins this and makes it a 2 out of 3. But also, I do kind of want to see some more, so there is no complaints if it goes to Game 3. So, hooked on Goth Cats, if I actually finally say the name correct for once. If they can take us to a Game 3, then that would be pretty sick.
Hey, names are hard, I feel ya. Either way, though, I hope we get to see some more different maps. We'd already seen 3 in a row, which I'm happy we haven't seen any repeats yet. But there aren't too many maps left in the pool that we haven't seen, so I do have a feeling we might be going back to something we've played before, but who knows? Maybe one of these teams wants to play IMEZAP. I don't know.
It could happen. I'm a fan of IMEZAP. I do like locking in that Rasmus goalie. It's always a little bit of fun. For me, not for anyone else, but it's fun for me, and that's all that matters. As a goalie main, kill enemies, munch orbs, and, if I have time to defend the goal, then, that's just how you play IMEZAP. But Psycho Temple, honestly, kind of similar. Just bounce it off the drums and have some fun. If you happen to defend the goal, all for the better.
Yeah, Crimson's got some experience with this map. I've casted them before. Both teams like to play it fairly volatile, so I'm sure we'll see a lot of bouncing this time at the Sky Zone map, especially because we have Spark of Strength and Missile Prop start. Yugo definitely eyeing that Missile Prop with the ranged goalies, and everyone else definitely looking either for some of that projectile damage or just to start Spark scaling early. The Awakenings are going to make or break this game, I feel, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can flex around with it, and, you generally want to have at least one member that has sparks. You can deny it from opponents at the very least. But potentially just stacking 3 missile prop champs or strikers is another way to go. To just make full advantage of the one Awakening, say, yeah, sure, sparks are fine. We'll let them have sparks, or we'll deny them later and take a little bit of a cut on it. But potentially, something like or Mako on the goalie can make so much use of that missile prop, and then you go to something like Estelle midfield, you go to something like even Asher on the forward, kind of, you generally want to take strength, but you can kind of catch people off guard with the missile prop sometimes. I think Drakkar is probably a bit of a better option before I yap myself into a corner. But there's just so many ways that you can play a comp like this, play a comp based on Awakenings like this, that it's going to be interesting to see how they go. And, Nina even mentioned Dubu with missile prop.
Okay. I mean, we're still waiting here for a bit. I guess I gotta ask, are you feeling like that game was really too close for either team to really change anything up, or you think Hooked on Gothcats could have done something more fundamentally different to prevent Crimson from taking that?
It's a bit of a close call, because I think if Crimson played their comp to its ultimate strengths, then I think they would have won that game a lot more cleanly. So potentially playing around Seraphim Crimson, because they started Seraphim Crimson towards the end of that game, started to kind of figure out what their comp was really supposed to do with that Fini now X and just doing damage. If they kind of lock in on that and go for the full damage, you might be able to ban away the Fini or something of that sort, ban away the X, to make sure that you don't get killed. Or you can say, we survived pretty well, so if they focus us, maybe we'll steal the now, or maybe we'll take the Atlas, and maybe that can be the fundamental change. The other option is just to play it back, because I think there's a fair chance that they can run it back. Not necessarily the best idea, because if Seraphim Crimson also runs it back, and then locks in on that team comp and says, oh, we basically just practiced this, let's actually play it to its strengths, let's go for those kills, let's lock them out of the game, and just keep them on those timers, then not quite easy win, because again, Kappa's kind of a beast at survivability, but an easier win.
A very apt analysis, I must say. Yeah, Malachi, one game away from graduating. Crimson, I can tell, is definitely excited to finally make the most of this OSAS. I forget the count on how many Malachi has entered, but I know it's been quite a few. I've heard him talk about it. He wants to set the legacy aside. He wants to put the end to this story. So again, Crimson kind of has everything invested in this game. But hey, for the admittedly, I'm a little biased considering I'm friends with Malachi. But hey, for the sake of Hooked on Gothcats, they might have to end some dreams here if they want to take this.
Yeah. And also for the count, I believe Malachi has been in every single OSAS, making this his 11th out of 11. And so putting an end to that would be quite the end of the story, the end of the legacy. Would love to see him go all the way to first place, though of course that would mean going through both Chikara Fantasy and Laggin' Laggers to get that, so it would be a brutal climb. But we've been seeing them do a lot of good stuff here, so there is a chance. There is a chance that Malachi wins this game. Right? I want to give credit to the entire team. Seraphim Crimson wins this game, where it's not just about Malachi. Yugo's also been there pretty much every step of the way. Pewis, new addition, but still has been in the community for a while. So, for Seraphim Crimson to take the game, to beat Chikara Fantasy, and to beat the Laggin' Laggers, there's a chance.
Would go
but
hard.
In the way of that, we've seen some crazy Giga Blasts from Severa Lindis. We have seen some survivability out of nowhere, really, from feeding Kappa 1-2-3. And BST Imperfections has been so good with so many passes, the era setups, just so good at playing with the team in so many ways. So they have the opportunity to go all the way to the grand finals, all the way through bracket reset, with the next set of casters staying to midnight or even past that. But it's not going to be an easy journey starting from now, even.
And I'll tell you this much, we might be staying to midnight depending on how long they take to draft, because no clue what they're running yet. Still waiting. I mean, I get it. This is a powerful match for both teams. They've got a lot on the line. They've got a lot to cook up. The best recipes out there, they take time. But we're still going to be waiting for just a moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also meanwhile going on in all of this, don't forget that in the background has been ISS. Of course, this is the finale for OSAS, so it takes a little bit of precedence there. But that is going on in the background. So if you do have a team in ISS, feel free to shoot them a quick message, cheer them on, and we might have some qualifiers to announce later. But don't forget about ISS either. A lot of things happening, but a lot of fun stuff. So always keep in mind.
I feel like a lot of these games have been pretty KO heavy. I don't know. I gotta try to remember how the previous OSASs were, but I feel like KOs weren't as much the name of the game before. Maybe I'm just lying though. I don't know. But like I don't know. I feel like all the teams now are just going for so much in terms of both how volatile the maps are and how much damage you can really stack. I mean, even with the nerfs this past patch, there's just a lot you can do with the right comps.
Yeah. I saw that initial Deadeye nerf and I was like, oh, that's a nerf to Deadeye. What'll happen? And I was like, I'm still going to play Luna. I'm still going to take Deadeye. It's still going to be almost the same. Not quite as oppressive anymore, which honestly I think is a good thing, even as a Luna main. Well, a temporary Luna main at times. But I think it's still pretty good to have that, but seeing how people play around that, or, don't play around it, ban Luna even still, especially with that missile prop start, can be pretty terrifying, because of course it affects both of her abilities, the rocket, the whammy, and the crater maker, both pretty strong abilities. And of course the IME also affects the glitch pop and the firewall sentry, so that missile prop is a pretty strong contender here, makes sense on the bans. And then we do have Hooked on Goth Cats taking the X this time, taking it away from Malachi, but then we immediately see the Mako Kai locked in. And while that could be Missile Prop Mako goalie, I do have a hunch that it's going to be the Master X Malachi Mako, Master X Mako Kai, on potentially even Spark of Strength.
It's definitely Malachi Mako. I've seen him play it on forward way too many times, and Yugo doesn't really play Mako as far as I've seen. Although I'm curious if Yugo's gonna bring up the Finny again. I mean, it was definitely pretty strong with some of those abilities earlier. Yugo knows how to best utilize them to take up so much space. I mean, Finny's just such a space control monster. And on a map like Taiko, where there is a big drum in the middle, that's going to be very powerful. Although you have to watch out for the corner offense. Finny, though, is actually going to be denied, as I say that, by Hooked on Goth Cats, which means Yugo is going to go with the Estelle, the other Yugo pick that I've seen so often, which means Pewis is going to be repping the Kai, which I've also seen in the previous match I casted for them. I know Pewis has it going on the Kai. All in all, pretty classic picks from there. Hooked definitely looking to deny a lot from Crimson, both with the actual bans, but also the picks here. Malachi now not going to get as much of a chance to kill. Mako can do it, but just doesn't really have as much of that stopping power outside of how many abilities Mako has. And now Yugo going to have to work a bit harder now that you don't have that space control on Crimson's side.
Yeah, but you do, of course, still have the option of controlling the core, so not too bad of a pickup there. And of course, you go on that still pretty strong. So interesting to see how they're going to play this one out. We're going to see, of course, the official picks here, but I think you're right on the money. It's almost definitely going to be the Kai Mako forward with that Estelle on the goalie. Seeing Yugo on the Mako would be shocking. And of course, it could also be an Era flex to goalie, but I think it's also going to be Severa Lindis. Now with name on in the Finny goalie. Pretty standard there, I think, on kind of both sides. I think the most sort of weird pick here is probably going to be that Mako forward, but it's Malachi, and he's been around for a while. We've seen it a few times, so should be... I'd call it standard enough, especially for Seraphim Crimson.
Yeah, no, once Malachi gets it started, Mako has quite a bit of offensive pressure, especially once you start landing those ults. It's pretty hard to counter them unless you can keep the core outside of them. Imperfection's the only one repping a character from the previous game, although we've seen Imperfections do so much work on the Era that really I'm not surprised they're using it again. It's quite powerful this patch, even after the slight nerf that's coming. But either way, everyone's name on. The power is here. let's see what both teams are bringing with these spark and missile prop damage starts across the board, really.
Yeah, and pretty, I think, standard missile prop on the goalies, spark of strength on everyone else. Makes a lot of sense. Having a little bit of extra strength on your forwards is really nice. They don't necessarily need the range from that missile prop. Great Rose Warp into piercing shot, but a good defense means that the barrier gets taken only a few seconds later, forcing out another strike. Malachi, unfortunately, losing that strike ward there. But the corner offense is really good. Finally, Kappa wins that strike ward to get out of the corner. Piercing shot does a lot of damage to this X, but that Aeronado does come through the Bewitching Beam as well. The Crystal Thorns goes a little bit wide, hits Kappa, but not the core. Unfortunate bounce leads to a double barrier there, and that's going to be the open goal here. Hooked on Goth Cats, looking to potentially take something, but the Rose Warp down into strike is really nice. A lot of time bought by those Ensnare Drums, just locking up this era in the corner. Feeding Kappa, going for a dribble, but Yugo with a dodge. Bewitching Beam, Piercing Shot combo, not enough to do anything to get the kill on X, but does buy, again, a lot of time, gets him out of commission, so X is not being able to play the game for the last few seconds. The dribble fails, unfortunately. The Crystal Thorns comes out with the Rose Warp as well. Yugo doing a lot of damage here and getting a lot of core control, but nothing too concrete just yet. And in the end, it is going to be Imperfections getting it through on the top side, and Hooked on Goth Cat's going to be picking up that first goal.
I mean, Kappa, the low stagger hero, taking all the... being the sentinel of the team, taking all that damage, all those abilities, and yet just holding on to life barely. It's gonna... well... I suppose I might have jinxed it. Feeding Kappa, taken out of the game. Malachi has a flip here. Gotta be careful. The Rose Warp to try and move it all around. Severa, unfortunately, not going to be in a good position to deny that. Malachi moving with the flip, and even going to take Lindis' flip away. And, you know, as soon as the round started, Crimson already getting it started, moving everything forward. They do not want the momentum to shift quickly enough for Hooked on Goth Cats.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things that we've been seeing a lot of is Seraphim Crimson is great at momentum. They're great at those quick goals. Oh, unfortunately, Lindis misses the flip, and that's an open goal, and that's a lot of momentum going over to Crimson, but it's not quite enough. The goal is not scored just yet. Pass from Malachi over to P with the barrage as well, but it goes around. Great clear by Lindis, and the Bell Ringer into a great bounce finds one barrier, almost two, but core flip from Yugo is going to keep things going. The Rose Warp gets it up to Malachi. Down pass from Kai. Perfectly done by Seraphim Crimson. The pass up makes them bunch up around the Kai, and then Kai just passes right back down. Well played.
Oh yeah, I mean, Imperfections almost cut in the pass there, but just not quick enough. Malachi getting a really nice strike in there. Already trying to move it up, but not going to get much of a chance to. Imperfections, great pass, but not just quite going to find it. P-Was going to also cut that pass there very well. Lindis, an amazing out clear to the bottom here, is going to move it past all the Rose Thorns and other abilities going through. But as I say that, Yugo is already getting a chance to grab it out of there. P-Was trying to move it through. Malachi charging the menacing Mako primary and the ult coming through, but it doesn't matter as the core is already out of there thanks to Lindis and Imperfections. Malachi, though, now the one looking on the receiving end, and I mean, yo, that incredible Giga Blast there. P-Was now taking on the mantle of Giga Goat after Lindis used the ability of it in the previous game. A great snipe there to take the barrier means that Crimson, with one barrier left, going to be looking to score. P-Was with the flip, going to try to find the pass, but isn't going to grab it. Malachi is now the low stagger hero, trying to move on. The Giga Goat play almost making it at the very least, is going to grab a flip, but Imperfections already in a beautiful position to throw Malachi into the ether. P-Was going to try to make a solo play. The Rose Thorn's going to keep it up, but not quite enough. Unfortunately for Yugo, is going to miss the strike there. Now having to deal with the Finny ult, but is going to use a great strike war here. Malachi and P-Was getting a really nice chance at a 2v1, and P-Was already in position to strike it through that Finny secondary, not quite fast enough, and Crimson is grabbing a nice 3-1 game lead here.
Yeah. Really nice play and a little unfortunate on that triple take. Just a little bit too late on it, unfortunately. But some good stuff available here for the Estelle 1-2 punch, personal favorite of mine, but twin drive as well. I'm usually not a fan of the style with the eject button, but Yugo has been a fan of that eject button Estelle since basically eject button existed, and twin drive is a pretty nice addition to that. Just more cooldown reduction, more secondaries, just a really solid ability on that Estelle. And it is going to mean that actually, weirdly enough, it's going to be the Kai 1-2 punch, which I'm not as familiar with, but I can kind of see it. You know, Barrage is really nice because you get the multiple hits. Barrage into Giga Blast, another option potentially.
Yeah, Kai, once you get the Giga Blast with 1-2 punch, I mean, Kai can red core really nicely, and if you know how to use it, we've seen Piwis with some great Gigas so far, you can make some pretty powerful plays there with the speed. But as I say that, an amazing Finny ult there, accompanied by feeding Kappa's great Strike Wars, is already going to lead to both barriers going down from Seraphim Crimson. Malachi not going to get a chance to go through with that triple take. Piwis trying to set up the Giga again, but Lindis has seen this play before. They're going to avoid the Giga from making any big plays. Now Imperfections and Lindis going to have to try and find a way out, but not going to be able to. Piwis already there moving in for the goal, trying to move it up. Piwis already in position, but that triple take and Imperfections being there are just going to move it out of reach from Piwis to try and take that goal. Malachi not in position to grab it, but is going to get a great pass from Piwis, trying to dribble around, but Imperfections already there to layer. Kappa not going to get a chance to score either due to the Rose Thorns. Linda still sitting on a flip, and with Malachi so low on health, is going to avoid dying, but I mean, Kappa is on their trail. Honestly, they could have flipped there. Whoa, what an impressive teleport, but now you have to dodge strike to avoid that. Malachi is dead though, and Kappa in the perfect position, despite everything, to grab that core.
Yeah, was a great defense by Hugo, but unfortunately, there was just rebound after rebound caught by Hooked on Goth Cats, and they just were not able, or Hugo was just not able to get the final clear to get it past this X, who didn't even have to use Core Flip. Great self-pass by Severa Lindis as well, and just really good back and forth from the teams, really making use of the strengths of their characters. Feeding Kappa as well, just striking in there, not even needing to use the X-Tech on it either. Great dodge as well from Hugo, and Snare Drums comes out of here, gets one barrier, and a lot of damage and a kill onto Malachi as well. Almost got saved by that last drum, but unfortunately did end up dying there, and that is two barriers as well. Rose Orb used to try and kill Kappa there, but he doesn't go down that easy. It's going to be the Crystal Thorns that gets it, bouncing him off that middle drum. You have to be very careful on this map, of course. The middle is not safe. Ooh, a little bit too early from Piwis as well. Unfortunately, rushed it out and didn't get the connection. Now X is back on the field. They're trying to get the connection through. Feeding Kappa, though, is going to win the strike war. The pass right through X. He was not expecting it at all. Malachi used the Mako pass there. Doesn't get much done with it. Piercing shot gets it through, but Bellringer does get a little bit done. Dribbles it off the middle there. Giga Blast goes a little bit wide. The Bull Rush countered by a Rose Orb really nicely. Triple take is used as well. Strike shot as well from downtown, but the X Maximus doesn't get anything done either. Crystal Thorns, so many strikes as well. It's right in front of the goal, but it's just not going in as well. Barrage to counter the big finish. Going down to the bottom here. Triple take down on the bottom yet again. Bull Rush comes out. Hugo with the Rose Warp, but in the end, it's a strike from Feeding Kappa, who is going to put it in. 2-0 lead for Hooked on Goth Cats.
And both teams have such great ability uses there, but Hooked on Goth Cats really making use of the space control from both Finny and Era to do so much there at denying the core from ever really moving up and giving Crimson a chance to score, and just giving so many really nice setups for Kappa to play the strike war. And once Estelle is out of those abilities to move the core away from forwards like X, it becomes really difficult to set up. Malachi, though, low on stagger but not low on funds, going to be cashing out here. The flip, going to grab a barrier, but Kappa doing the same, although with quite a bit more stagger. Malachi back on the side of Crimson. Piwis and Malachi both so low. Dodge strike not enough to prevent Kappa from scoring, and the momentum shifts yet again as a great 3-0 victory for Hooked on Goth Cats has been showcased.
And if I'm not mistaken, that might be the first 3-0 we've seen today. Incredible by Hooked on Goth Cats there to sweep that set away. Hot shot on the Fanny is going to be really nice. Generally, a lot of people like the speed on it, but with this build, especially on several Lindas, really going for the cards more than anything else. That's going to be so nice for the resets. We do see the fighter flight on this Estelle, a lot of nice speed on that one, and that's been one of the weaknesses of the Estelle in some cases, being a little out of position, but that'll help mitigate that a lot. Steals it away from the Era as well, but among Titans falling to this Era and letting the X get really supersized off of that and the Bewitching Beam, and also picking up the recovery drone, and I mean, we've seen Feeding Kappa on the recovery drone before, and it did not really go well for Seraphim Crimson for most of that game.
Yo, I mean, where are the sparks, though? No, 2 drafts now, none of the sparks have shown up, which is kind of wild. Either way, though, Malachi trying to set up, not going to get a chance to. The core moving in such a fun direction. The triple take getting its last hitbox out there means that, unfortunately, for Crimson, both barriers are down. Malachi dropping back, finding a pass up to Piwis, the Giga Goat play, but Lindis is already there to prevent that from going anywhere. Kappa getting sniped away from being able to strike war off the secondary, and Piwis and Malachi again setting up to move it forward, but they don't really have any way yet to set up into actual offensive pressure just because they both had to go back. The core speed, though, enough as Malachi, saved by the drum, is going to grab one of the barriers. Lindis already very close to flip, but so is Malachi, and Hugo, unfortunately, going to be falling prey to Kappa's incredible play there, as the goal is so effortlessly taken with no abilities to contest.
Yeah, and it really showcases one of the weaknesses of the Seraphim Crimson comp that, yeah, Mako's great as a forward if you're in their face, but if you're having to run around, she's not really that mobile. She makes other people mobile, but herself is very slow. And then with the Estelle, great forward offensive kind of range skirmishing goalie that can do a lot from a long ways away, but if you get in the face of that Estelle, it's a lot harder to hold on, and to Yugo's credit, the Rose Orbs have been immaculate, but you only have so many of those, even with Twin Drive. And we see Piwis also having to use a lot, but the piercing shot goes a little bit wide. It's not really meant to be a melee ability. And so in the end, it's going to go down. Imperfections on the bottom here with the core flip, going to send it up to the top near feeding Kappa, but the piercing shot does get the clear that time. And the big finish doesn't get too much done, gets it forward, but nothing else is accomplished with that. Kappa's very low on health, but does still have recovery drone, even if the Seraphim Crimson team is able to get stuff done, but picks up a health orb, is almost back out of the stagger zone there, and right as he gets out of stagger, the Rose Orb is used. Unfortunate from Yugo, they're not getting a kill, and Snare Drum setup not perfect, was a little bit slow on the pass, a little bit slow on the communication. That's going to be a pass over to Feeding Kappa, who sends it forward, and I gotta say, Hooked on Goth Cats is looking very strong in this game.
So many really good setups, so many preventions from Crimson to outclear and actually begin their offense. I mean, they showed what Crimson can do once they're on the offense at, well, okay, I don't even have to tell you that. I mean, you seen that double barrier? Malachi, very impressive strike, almost even a Gigo play, but who needs the Gigo play when Piwis is already set up with the barrage? Crimson only needs 13 seconds to show how it's done. They've been on this road before, and their journey is not over yet.
Yeah, Seraphim Crimson waking up after a couple of points that didn't really go their way, but that Rose Orb as well, really nice. The triple take not perfectly done. Can Seraphim Crimson take advantage of this? So the Bell Rush comes out, and the core stalls in the midfield. Strike shot goes wide. Malachi takes up the first barrier. The second one with the Ensnare Drum secured as well. The core flip comes out. Arenado goes wide, but the big finish is really nice from Several Lindis. But great defense from Hugo, and the cut by Malachi right behind Imperfections. Not expected by Several Lindis, who gets a little scared by that and uses the do-boo. And just what a acceleration of a point. Seraphim Crimson going from very long points where it's just a bit of a slog to just point, back and forth. They are really just exploding in this set.
Yeah, Crimson's the type of team that wants to make big plays and make them quickly. Feeding Kappa and Malachi both very low, but Feeding Kappa already in position with the flip after that incredible flip from Imperfections to grab the double barrier means that Yugo, unfortunately, not going to have a lot of chances to avoid a goal here. And I mean, I guess they learned a lesson for Crimson there. Hooked on Gothcats making such a fast play there. They saw the momentum, they took it for themselves instead, and that's going to be a very powerful take as they get 2 games here against the 1 Seraphim Crimson.
And that is the first spark as well, but bulk up going the way of that X does not spell good things for Seraphim Crimson there. That is a lot of damage on this X. Bulk up, Spark of Strength, Prize Fighter, with Recovery Drone just to hedge your bets just in case. So, brutal draft for Seraphim Crimson there, but Stinger onto Kai is really nice. Spark of Focus on Estelle, cooldown Estelle just in general, amazing. And the extra special for those Ensnare Drums you were talking about at the very beginning, of just how insane Malachi can be with those. Getting 30% more of those is pretty nice.
And, well, that's why it is so nice. Malachi already in position to strike off of both what the drums had done and what Peebus was dribbling up in that corner there. Very, again, fast goals here. Even Hooked on Gothcats a bit surprised by how fast that went. Either way, let's see if Crimson can make this repeatable. What is repeatable, though, Piwis taking so much damage here from the repeated X punches. Malachi taking a bit of damage from the card. On top of that, the barrier going down. Yugo running low on abilities and life as Yugo is out of the game for a bit. Malachi definitely wants to try and hold this core up there as long as possible. Not going to get a chance to. P.W.I.S. spending those abilities a little too early, going for the kill. Malachi is going to choose to flip here, is going to be able to prevent the double power play, but the single power play is still in effect, and who even needs flip? The X dash is your friend, and Kappa is good friends with the X dash.
Good friends indeed. Really just showcasing the power of the kill comp and all that power on the X specifically. Just really nice, but the barrage from P.W.I.S. there, again, the big finish as well, used against the Fini. Great play there by Malachi to get it around in that ability. Core flip forced out from Fini, but countered by Yugo. P.W.I.S. goes down to the bottom here, but that buys a lot of time for Era and X to close in with this corner aggression. They've been so good at this entire game, but the barrage does not go down just yet. Era NATO almost gets a kill. The core flip almost gets a kill. That's 1 into the goalie, 2 into the goal. But the Rose Warp, countered by the card, the Crystal Thorns, and the Bewitching Beam to shrink him down. Yugo just cannot catch a break there. So much damage from this team. Hooked on Gothcats, just never letting their opponents get a break, and now Era 132 stacks on those stacks on stacks, and X with 3 prize fighter stacks. It is a very stack heavy team. Can be reset if somehow Seraphim Crimson manages to win this set, but that is looking like a tall order.
I mean, at the very least, though, Crimson definitely ahead in terms of energy. Malachi did have to spend the dodge there, but I mean, with barriers down, P.W.I.S. halfway to flip, Yugo already on flip. If they can get things going without using too many resources, Crimson could very well grab the advantage right back. I mean, again, they already have a nice thing here with both barriers going down. No barriers gone away from Crimson yet. Gonna have to early spend Yugo's flip. Is gonna use the ult, though, to prevent the Fini big win, and Malachi is going for a big win. Strike warring against 2 people there, taking everything away and giving it all right back to Malachi. And Crimson with a nice advantage here. Malachi almost sitting on a flip. Lindis not too far behind, though. So, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very quick escalation, and Bull Rush countered not quite by the Rose Warp. Great find by feeding Kappa to take the game. Almost the comeback from Seraphim Crimson. But we take it to a game 3. And, well, again, rip sleep schedule, but it happens. And now we will go to another sweet, sweet character draft. Be pretty fun to see what they cook up in this one, but I think both teams are going to go to the drawing board a little bit because, well, Hooked on Gothcats did have a pretty good draft there. I think they played it really well. Really played the kill comp to the strengths. But I don't know if they're going to be able to get that again. That Fini X combo was looking very strong on Hook on Gothcats. To be fair to Seraphim Crimson, at the end they were also looking strong with that Fini X. But I think beginning to end was so much cleaner on the team of Hooked on Gothcats.
It's hard. I mean, Malachi is nice with the Mako, and when you get it started, it's really good. But again, you mentioned before, Mako is not a fast character. And if you can't get set up all in all the time and have to go back to help your team get the core out there, Mako becomes a much weaker forward. And I feel like we were seeing that a lot, especially near the end. Malachi having to come back quite a bit more, and Crimson having to try to find those chances. And granted, when they found those chances, they were really pushing that momentum, getting those goals quickly. But with, they started becoming far too rare in the end. And on top of that, just the really nice control from Hooked on Gothcats on really like every ability there. Kappa making amazing use of the X, not only being able to deny it, but push the advantages of X on the damage side and the ability to just hit the core so fast in every which way. Imperfections, being able to play into Kappa's X there, setting up really good Arenados and primaries to just keep the core in there, and having the backup of Lindis's Fini. It all just worked so well together. The comp, it wasn't as effortless as thanks to Crimson putting in so much work on their end. But that comp just felt really solid, and all in all, I'm not surprised Crimson had some trouble dealing with them, but at the very least, that does bring us to a very powerful Game 3, which we are going to be going all the way back to AtLab, the famous Big 3, still damaging map, if anything. And again, similar bans, Aimee and Luna already getting banned out. Makes sense considering what we've seen so far.
Yeah, but that does mean that Feeding Kappa does get that Kazan again. Trades away the X. I almost would love to see a bit more of a pinch on Feeding Kappa here, because he's shown to be super strong on the X and the Kazan, and I don't know if anyone has tested as much on the other characters. But Kazan with the Era pair, we've seen that a few times as well, and Seraphim Crimson running it back with that first team comp, that Fani now X. If they can focus on that kill like they were at the end of that first game, I think they've kind of got it on lock now. If they can, if they go back to basics, if they run it back all the way, I think they're not quite locked. I don't want to jinx them, but they have a very strong opportunity here. It is going to be, is that potentially Asher goalie there? It could be Asher or Era most likely. Probably not Kazan.
I would assume Asher goalie, considering Imperfections has been repping the Era pretty hard so far, and I'm assuming that's not going to change. Kappa's also been repping the Kazan. Asher goalie could be the defensive play you really need here. The previous time they ran against this comp, ran against Crimson's comp like this, the Kai goalie had a lot of those chances at range, but had a lot of difficulty preventing Malachi from really putting in the pressure with those X abilities. Having someone like Asher on the defense may be what they need to turn it around, but the Awakenings, I feel like, definitely give some nice favor. Honestly, I was going to say to Crimson, but both teams work a lot with here. I mean, Imperfections having Timeless Creator off the bat. We've seen those Arenados be a bit of a problem before for Crimson. I think we might see more of that again if they're not careful, especially with how big they are. But with 1-2 punch, again, we're going to be seeing more damage. Like you said, if Crimson can work around that and, maybe take out Feeding Kappa or Lindis once or twice, work off those power plays, Crimson's got a good chance here. We've seen what the comp can do before. They just have to recognize that and play it, and I'm sure Hooked on Goth Cats has already recognized it and is going to be playing against it here.
Yeah, it is a bit of a mind game as well of, in that character draft thinking, oh, if they're going to go for this, I should maybe play this. And I think, to be fair, going for that Asher and the goalie, that defensive ability on that secondary really does help a lot if you're getting KO'd, if you're getting attacked, rather than playing something squishy or being able to actually defend yourself. Will be interesting to see, though, whether it's Timeless Creator for the ultimate on the Asher to try and get the most use out of that one, or if it's going to be the 1-2 punch to really just fight back against the opponents, because it could go either way. Personally, I think I lean a little more towards the 1-2 punch, because the ability to just dribble into strike as a goalie is just so nice, especially in overtime. You get the red core really nicely. But before I yap too much again, yeah, going to be pretty interesting. I think it's pretty sure, at least. I don't want to be too wrong, but my bet would be X and Kazan taking 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a bit far out there, but
I'm curious if any of them are going to change gears at least, because most of them have been running pretty standard gears for either their roles or just running slick kicks, max souls, etc. But I mean, there is some decent reasons to pick up. I wouldn't be surprised if Lindis goes for a powerhouse. If they also go Powerhouse 1-2 maybe, or even Powerhouse Timeless works fine. I wouldn't be surprised if Vambrace would be a pickup here, considering, again, another damage start. I feel like every Awakening start has been a damage start at this rate. Gee Louise. I mean, yeah, those changes in gears could actually be pretty vital here if either team wants to capitalize on that. I'm going to say overall there's not a big chance that happens, considering, sometimes we just find those gears that we're so used to, we keep playing them. But I'm just saying, if any of those teams consider that, I would be pleasantly surprised for their sake.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting to see what teams cook up. But I had something I was going to say and then immediately lost it. I love when I do that.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's my bad. No, you didn't do anything. That was purely me. I was going to be like, oh, yeah, it's this great thing. And then it doesn't. But that's just what happens when you cast another Game 3 with another, set 5.5 and so many good games. At the end of so many good games, you're kind of juiced out. But these players, they got to keep on going. At least on the cast, if I make a mistake, it's like, oh, haha, funny. Now someone can clip it and then I can, it's always going to be remembered. And that's about all. But if they make a mistake here, not to put too much pressure on the players, this is the graduation from OSAS match right here. So one big mistake could spell it for the teams.
Better not get clipped here. Well, so far, yeah, Crimson definitely running the comp they ran before. Again, I'm assuming Lindis is running the Asher goalie, and we're gonna see the same that we did before from Hooked on Goth Cats. Yep, there it is. Okay, hey, I was right. Kappa is gonna be grabbing Vambrace here. They were aware of the possibility of taking damage here. They're gonna try and prevent them. They're gonna no longer be the low stagger hero. They want to be the high stagger hero, I suppose. But still, both teams playing a bit on the great Sad Boys angle there. Still going to grab barriers here on both sides, but neither team really getting an immediate advantage here. Core just moving between them for now.
Unfortunate as well, Hugo finding the card and almost the barrier, but it was just a pixel too low, unfortunately. It was like a perfectly horizontal angle, which is great to look at, but not as great for the game itself. Kappa as well denying that now mine there. Very back and forth in the middle here. The black hole getting popped there. Great dribble by Pewis. A lot of self damage on it, but did get a little bit of aggression there. But it was diffused pretty nicely by several Lindis, who I gotta say, nice breadth on the characters. Going from the more ranged goalies over to this Asher, always nice to see, especially in OSAS. That flexibility really does mean a lot when you get into tournament play. But what also means a lot when you get into tournament play is staying alive, and unfortunately, Malachi does not want this Asher to stay alive. Great kill, great goal, all at the same time. Again, we were talking about it earlier, but Seraphim Crimson is just such an explosive team.
Oh, for sure. All in all, main thing there, you gotta watch out when dealing with Finny ults, especially as someone who plays goalie. You want to try and throw that vertical. If you don't throw it vertical, you're risking it coming back and attacking something you hold very dear. Lindis was betting on the Asher abilities, getting it through, but just did not win that bet, unfortunately. Imperfections, Kappa both taking a bit of damage from the various abilities, means the flips are out, and P was also taking damage on top of that. So much more volatile already. Both teams know what they like to do, and they are running as much as possible. The flip coming out, but Sad Boy's angle means Malachi not going to be picking up anything here. Pewis, unfortunate secondary use there. It happens, but it is quite unfortunate. Crimson going to be dropping a game there and not even being able to take the flip from Kappa, who's going to get a nice advantage here if they can make the most of the flip moving into this next game.
What an unfortunate way for that point to go with all the advantages. The core flip Sad Boys into backwards secondary. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Imperfections potentially about to crumble as well. Great Finny ultimate to kind of stall the core and also just keep Imperfections away from the orb. Love to see that kind of offensive defense, if that makes sense. The zoning, we'll call it. I'm pretty sure that's a term for it. The X-Tech as well, used very nicely to stall out, and then, well, X is just there beating them up. Just have Pewis, your midfielder, play score for a second, score the goal, get it through everyone while they're paying attention to the giant X, and worked out pretty well.
Crimson is setting up so quickly. They've had these first two games to really refine it, and now they're making the most of it. The comp from before working yet again to bring such an explosive energy, but nonetheless, Kappa, I mean, has been, the Vambrace has been so nice. Kappa not being low stagger anymore, getting so many chances to stay alive and play the core, trying to find those chances, almost getting both barriers there, but just not going to, as I say that, they're getting it. Kappa, winning so many strike wars, has the flip. I believe Crimson's going to be hard-pressed to find a way out of it, but Malachi spending the X ultimate to get that strike war, trying to play a little passive. Kappa not choosing to spend the flip there, could have been a decent take there to move it away, is instead going to be applying some pressure to Malachi as their stagger gets a little bit lower. Malachi is going to strike war Imperfections here. Pewis and Malachi getting another chance to score, but not going to be able to do it. Kappa trying to steal the core, not going to get a chance. Everyone's stealing the core away from each other. This is not a healthy game, folks. Everyone is trying to take everything away, and as I say that, Lindis already set up with the flip, moving the core quickly. Kappa happy to oblige, directing it in just the perfect spot where Hugo not able to take it away. We are now at a 2-2 here. This is not a blowout game.
Yeah. but I don't think any of us were expecting a blowout game after what we have seen so far. Both teams really duking it out and going to a map that both teams should feel at least somewhat comfortable on. One of the classics for a reason. Great aggression there by Kappa, finding that barrier against the core flip of Yugo and diffusing the core flip as well. But unfortunately, several Lindis did not get to the defense in time, loses one barrier, but it's still only one. Unfortunately, though, off goes Kappa, off goes Era, and that is going to be a good defense by Severo Lindis, able to keep this barrier alive for 2 more seconds till Kai is back on the field. And incredibly, the power play gets nothing done. The barrier is still alive. Good defense by the Asher. Bit of a risky clear by Yugo to go up, but knew that Era didn't have too much up at the time. Wasn't able to get too much done. Master X Malachi low on health, but not going down just yet. Is able to bull rush to kind of disarm some of that knockback, diffuse some of the aggression, but another sad boys angle for Seraphim Crimson, unfortunately, and that's going to be a dead X going off the field as well. The card by Yugo is used as well. Arrow comes out of now. Big finish as well is hooked out of by Kappa. And Seraphim Crimson was looking strong, and then suddenly again hooked on Goth. I cannot say this name to save my life. I'm just going to call them hooked. Hooked the core out of what was almost assuredly a win for Seraphim Crimson. Recovery drone on feeding Kappa again. Really nicely done, but this time the Reptile Remedy is still available. Super Surge going the way of now. Twin Drive over to Fini is some really nice aggression here. Spark of Agility picked up by X, potentially looking to get some Spark of Strength later on, maybe. But I also am looking at that Stinger, and I'm kind of surprised that nobody picked it up.
Yeah, no, I mean, the damages have been pretty powerful so far. I'm surprised more of it isn't being played. Either way, though, I mean, Crimson just has to look to do some cross passes there for moments like that earlier. I mean, I feel like that should have been a pretty full set win off the double power play, but they played way too much into that corner, and just Lindis held on for dear life with those Asher abilities, and Asher is one of the best characters for that sort of situation. Yugo going to be struck by feeding Kappa, low on health, but not low on plays, still getting a chance to stay around and try and make the most of it. Imperfections moving through, already setting up, and Kappa doesn't even need that Arenado, is already there with the hook, and not much you can do against that, because Zahn is very good at scoring on those open nets. Kappa's been making the most of that, and the trend continues.
Yeah, great read by Kappa there on the hook. Good card, though, by Yugo finding it. Good, again, Kappa finding so many angles here, finding the barriers through so many different options, but great bull rush by Malachi. Breaks open the goal and finds a goal for Seraphim Crimson. Potential mental reset there. Uses the Bongoni, of course. And I gotta say, if you're on Seraphim Crimson, that goal is such a relief because you just lost so many goals in a row. You weren't able to get through several Lindis before. It feels impossible sometimes, and you get in that sort of mental funk. But then you get that one goal finally, and it's like, no, it is possible. We just need to lock in. It's okay. A little bit of patience. Sit back a little bit. We got this.
I love Crimson because they're having wow, incredible Finny card setup. They have trouble sometimes. They get into these wars of attrition that are just far too difficult to win when you have to deal with all these interactions and winning all of them. But then despite that, they're then able to just come back and immediately get 10-second, 15-second goals. But as I say that though, feeding Kappa already set up that wow, incredible defense from both Piwis and Malachi means that not only is Lindis' wall not going to score, so unfortunate. The core moving just a little too slow. Lindis back in time to prevent that barrier from being taken. Malachi trying to move through, almost has the flip. Would be really nice to get it soon for Crimson. Kappa trying to hook it, not going to get a chance. Piwis already going off of the Finny ult to rotate it back around. Kappa being taken out, but thanks to recovery drone, the flip is still there. But now Malachi is holding on to a flip. Kappa is actually going to bait the flip away from Malachi. Pio is trying to move through, going to grab that barrier. The core was moving just a little too fast, and now great triple take there is going to prevent Kappa from being able to play on the open net, which is what Kazan loves to do. Have to be careful, but if you don't have anything left, which Yugo doesn't look like they do, so difficult to deal with that flip. Kappa in a very prime position to score, and it happens.
What a point there by Hooked. They really are so good at coming back in these longer points when, again, you were talking about earlier, I mean, Crimson, they're really good at those 14-second points. They get it done. But if it lasts longer than that, you really can start to see some cracks. Feeding Kappa with the flip counter as well. The Aeronado keeps it in the corner. Another kill onto Yugo, but the goal is not scored just yet. Pewis ulting forward to keep this X alive, but it's going to be Kappa's ult that sends it through. And really, I mean, Seraphim Crimson is just setting up their reverse sweep angle. You know, they're letting you get a couple of sets, you know, get some content going, you know, don't worry about it. But also, X does scale. And he does have the potential for a spark if it isn't denied, but he is also in last place, so a bit of an unfortunate angle there that X is not an earlier pick, but it does happen. And we do see that Kazan pick up prime time, and that is not good if you are on Seraphim Crimson's team.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. You guys gotta watch out. We've seen that Kazan open Umbrella primary kill twice now. You just gotta be careful when Kazan's set up like that. Sometimes Kazan's going for the core, sometimes Kazan is going for the goalie instead. When you're in those up-close situations, Kazan's got so many options, and it's difficult to account for all of them. Still, Crimson trying to move forward. Feeding Kappa definitely happy to be able to stay alive with not only Recog drone, but also the Vambrace. Means they get to do more plays, but despite that, Kappa already taking the damage, does gain enough energy to dodge, meaning that recovery drone not going to be taken yet, but Feeding Kappa is going to have to play a bit safe here, is going to pick up barrier 1, Yugo not finding the strike to avoid barrier 2 being taken, Malachi trying to find a strike out of here, but doesn't react quite in time, Kappa having so many chances to strike here, but Pewis playing some really good strike wars, having to move around these abilities, not getting a chance. The Kazan open primary already set up yet again, and great work by Imperfections to move the core through. Crimson is going to need a change up here if they want to grab this reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's a brutal game here for Crimson, but they might be able to change it up. As we were saying it last time, towards the end of that first game, they locked in with the same exact team comp. They started getting the kills. They started finding what they needed to find. They can still do it. They still have all of the same tools. The core flip comes out. Counter flip, really nice by several Lindis. Big finish comes out as well, gets it forward. Almost a kill onto this era, but not quite enough damage from this X as well. They're trying to find whatever they can as Crimson, but they're just not quite able to get. The Bellringer goes backwards, but the hook gets Kappa away from the core for just a second. Malachi in the corner with Pewis as well. They're trying to get it through. The Aeronado sends it backwards. Core flip forced out of Imperfections by that, but gets a barrier in the end anyways. Really nice clear there by Yugo, though. Kappa gets it around. Sad Boy's angle, pan it back from last time. And another almost kill onto either X or Kazan. They were both very low there. Heal as well onto X there. A little bit of, just a bit of safety from this now. Malachi finding some safety in the corner, and Kappa finding some safety in the Recub drone, but now that is expired. Core flip out of there into the arrow into Malachi, but it's not quite enough. Yugo also has the core flip. He was in the corner, but unfortunately Yugo missed the core flip. The play dissolves a little bit. Kappa playing it very dangerously on the black hole. Anyone walking into that could have been a kill, but unfortunately for Crimson, they didn't find the angle, but they do find the angle into the goal. And that is really nice for Crimson. Again, finding these goals is all important. They're using the Bongoni emote. They're getting the power from that emote. They're saying it doesn't matter. There is no such thing as a tournament. There's no such thing as a game. All that matters is put core in net, send enemy off edge. You don't have to worry about strategy or anything. Just worry about the moment. Just get it done.
Now, at the very least, though, in Crimson's case, they still got to be a bit worried. I mean, in terms of energy, Malachi is getting quite a bit back, but Kappa still sitting on a flip here. Got to be careful, especially if the goal opens up later. Malachi just whiffing to get a chance at setting up here. However, Kappa also whiffing in the same manner. Not a Sad Boys angle for once. Crimson is going to have the goal open, trying to set up the great Aeronado there, going to prevent Malachi from setting up any strike wars. Kappa already moving back to help out. The hook not grabbing that somehow. The core in the middle being taken out. Kappa and Pewis are both a little low. Again, these flips are being saved. I didn't even realize how long Kappa was saving these flips for. I'm a little worried, but if they can draw the flip out, it's going to be very powerful here. Malachi back to play the defense now, does draw the flip out, but the berry is taken for it. Great pass there, but Linda's already there to prevent it. Is going to have to spend another flip, but this one is going to go through. Crimson now up 2-1. Very good for them. If they can just send it home before Lindis and Imperfections grab their flips very soon here, that'll be very good for them, especially since Yugo is almost on a flip here, very close.
Yeah. And those fast goals are exactly what we were talking about with Crimson earlier. They have the option to do a Pewis, taking a lot of damage, but then Health Orb and now Orb as well, instantly back up to full HP. The black hole is popped as well. The goal is slowing down, or the point is slowing down a little bit with no goals and no barriers, but that's a lot of damage onto Kappa using the now abilities as well, just to make sure that the Kazan stays tagged and cannot regenerate, but the Van Braces as well doing so much work. Kappa's in front of the net, and he has the ultimate. And hooked on Goth Cats is 1 point away from, at the minimum, graduating OSAS 3rd place. But they are going to progress if they get this next goal to potentially get all the way to 1st if they can make it through Fantasy and Lag and Laggers.
Got to put in a little bit more here. Malachi, really good barrier, almost the double, but a great stop from Lindis with that primary is going to avoid it. Yugo able to rotate the core away, no barriers taken from Crimson, but Imperfections is again sitting on a flip now. Gonna have to be careful. Lindis even moving up, trying to pressure. Imperfections is gonna get flip number 1. It's not gonna bounce up, meaning barrier 2 is all good here. Pewis back to support. Malachi looking a little low, but is gonna get the flip. That is a barrier down, but it's all the way back. Yugo not in a position to prevent that barrier from being taken. Gonna be ping-ponging a little bit. Gotta watch out, this corner is dangerous, thank goodness. Crimson out-cleared all the triple take and the bull rush, but luckily they get it out thanks to Pewis and Yugo with those great strikes. The Finny ult, not enough to prevent that. Gotta watch out. Kappa is trying to set up the Imperfections ult. Is gonna, luckily, Kappa's getting hit away, I believe, by the now there. Don't say sorry, the play isn't over yet. You've got flips. Be sure to use them, Crimson, at least for your sake. Using one, tries to react, does react, but Malachi is in perfect position. Lindis not the best out clear here, but Crimson is very happy, ready to get the reverse sweep going. They do not want to play another OSAS. They want to go to ISS. Granted, both teams do, so it is not over yet.
Ooh, Seraphim Crimson giving us some Seraphim content on that one. So very close to the end right there. I can just about picture the faces in that call, wherever they are, just on the edge of defeat, but coming out of it so nicely done. And that is going to be a lot of mobility and a lot of utility onto Seraphim Crimson. No specialized training, no ad rush. They're not playing into the kills, which could go well, but could go poorly. It really depends on how they use this. But there is a lot of options here. That extra special on the X can be very nice, of course. So we're going to see how this plays out. That's a lot of damage onto Feeding Kappa once again with the triple take as well, with the X Maximus. So much damage, and the Orb Denial as well. The card just keeps tagging, the barrier goes backwards. Barrier is taken. Feeding Kappa does get a little bit of health from the Van Braces. The card hits the Era instead of the Kazan, went a little bit too far. And Kappa stays alive, gets another barrier. If he can get this, it's just a repeat of what happened previously. Triple take is used as well. The primary does not get a kill this time. Yugo is aware of that this time. He's not going to fall for that same trick again. But that one is a little harder not to fall for, because when Kazan has his full kit up, there's not much you can do. Great ability usage by Kappa there, great patience. Wait for them to clear, then strike, or then hook, then strike, then dash ult. So difficult to contend with.
I mean, in terms of Awakenings, too, it's got to be difficult, because if Crimson's able to pull away and grab that second win, bring it to set 5, they're now going to have to deny the Light of the Colossus, because Feeding Kappa is not only on 2 size Awakenings, but also has the Imperfections buffing the size with Among Titans. That is going to be a problem if Kappa is able to grab the additional size and power. Either way, though, holding on as best they can, Yugo not finding a chance to get it away from Kappa. That's going to give Hooked on Gothcats a really nice advantage. Still holding on to a barrier, but still Pewis going to spend the flip here just to be careful. Malachi, though, looking a little low, trying to move up to grab the core, but Lindis Attempting to go for the insta-flip secondary, I do admire the tenacity, but luckily Yugo is playing just passive enough to avoid anything dreadful there. The Asher ult, not enough to guarantee a goal here. Malachi getting struck around. Pewis there to support. The core moving through. The triple take putting in a bit of a weird scenario. Now you have to deal with Kappa dribbling, but is going to quite miss, but not missing that one. The Kazan strike box, the rectangle, is all powerful, and you can see it there. Kappa gets it far ahead of anyone else, and now is almost sitting on a flip. For Crimson's sake, I'm hoping they find a way to bring it back, but it is going to be difficult.
It will be difficult, but they do have the tools available if they use them. They have that core flip on the X used away just for survivability, I do believe there. Sad Boy's angle, though, is a great way to start this comeback. Feeding Kappa taking a little bit of damage with the triple take as well, and the card. That's a lot of damage all of a sudden, but the barrier is kind of unattended for just a second. Not going to find it, though. One barrier to one barrier still, and a lot of damage on Feeding Kappa. If they can kill this Kazan, it really is one of their best ways to win. Core flip, though, is burned by him. Really nicely set up there by Seraphim Crimson to put him in that spot where he feels like he has to use it. Not the kill on Pewis was almost a great find. There it is with the ultimate, but that is a lot invested from Feeding Kappa, so if they can actually play off the power play, it's great for them, but if they can't, they used a lot for nothing. Core flip comes out. That's so much. Use the black hole even as well, but it's not enough. Yugo is locked in. He is not letting it go down. He's going across the top here. Pewis as well, firing back as well, or hanging back as well to fire out there. Yugo with the triple take. Malachi with the bull rush into strike. The pass cut by Kappa. The bewitching beam as well. So many abilities, again, used so back and forth there. Core flip comes out up to the corner, but it's not a perfect angle. Doesn't go in. They're trying to get it through. They are 1 point away, but they're also just so close themselves. They are trying so hard, but they're just not finding it. Barrier goes down. Feeding Kappa at the bottom. Doesn't go in, though.
I mean, an amazing hold by Crimson. Barrier was unfortunately for their sake taken eventually, but now we're back to a bit of evenness here. The insta-flip finally being hit correctly, not going to lead to a barrier, but now you have to deal with all these strike wars. Is going to win against Kappa, but no one is there to catch the core as it bounces back, and well, a very strange goal to round it off, but either way, hooked on Gothcats is not only going to end the set, but is going to prevent Crimson from scoring out and finishing this OSAS season as a qualification.
That they will. But considering that this was this iteration of Crimson's first game together, or first tournament together, they played pretty well. Pewis, pretty solid addition here. I think they have a pretty fair chance for next time if they run it back. They just have to work on that. I don't want to call it choking, but choking. They got so close, and we've seen it a few times on Seraphim Crimson. They get so close, and then it's just that mental game, and they psych themselves out, and it's so sad to see because they have what it takes. We saw that they have what it takes. But they just fall to themselves in that last second. But not too much credit there either, because I don't want to take away from the side of Hooked on Gothcats, because they played insane there. Several Lindis with the 1 versus 3 hold. Imperfections with that clutch last era NATO to secure that goal and keep them away from it among so many other plays. Kappa with just surviving so many times, and just while surviving also being able to put forward pressure to not just run around and waste the enemy's abilities, but to also use his own abilities to put it through. Phenomenal play all around from both teams. So many good skills showcased, so many ups, so many downs. What a way to end this game, this series, with another best of 3. It's so well played to both teams. I can't say that enough.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, good luck to Hooked on Gothcats. best of luck to them. They've got not only Chikara Fantasy, but Lag and Laggers ahead of them if they want to make the losers run. Seraphim Crimson, amazing plays here. I mean, again, like you said, with the new comp already hitting 4th is such an achievement. Please come back. Please run it up again. OSAS 12 is waiting for you. Both teams making it work so well. I'd love to see some amazing Game 3 sets in these best of 3 matches. It's always great to see both teams adjusting to each other and making those plays. But either way, the dice fall where they may, and we will have to see where they continue to fall later on. But for now, y'all, we hope you enjoyed these incredible games. Please do not leave yet. OSAS finale is not over. All right, there is so much more to come as Chikara Fantasy will have to play against Hooked on Gothcats. We've seen what they can both do, but now let's see what they've got against each other, y'all. All right. Stay tight, stay ready. It's coming up soon. But for now, we'll see y'all later.
See ya.
Hello everyone, we're back and I'm here with the goat of this week, Potat. Hello, how are you doing today? And we're here to watch the final best of threes of this OSAS finale. It's Hooked on Gothcats versus Chikara Fantasy here to challenge Lag and Laggers in the grand finals. And rest in peace there from Crimson.
Definitely. But I think we got a couple of good matches left in this season of OSAS, and we're getting started here pretty soon. Already, I'm seeing some pretty interesting picks. We got the IME locked in for imperfections, and we got an X and Mako as well for this team. And then we also got the Era, Rasmus, and the Atlas for the other side. So this should be very interesting to see. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, should be a pretty good one. We're heading right into game. And the player that I always have my eye on in games like this is Feeding Kappa, right? That guy is in the solo queue mines, is in a lot of the lobbies, and even when outranked, definitely performs pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just some of that experience, whether it's in the solo queue or in team play, is definitely going to be really big. But right now, we don't even really see too much going on from Feeding Kappa, as we're going to see Social Fox and like 70 Pirates working together to close that one out. But yeah, as you're saying, I think the big team play, the coordinated competitive matches, or just the solo queue, either way, they can both be super big in terms of just getting that experience, getting better for these kinds of tournaments. And already we're seeing some maybe more practice in those social plays from Social Fox and like 70 Pirates, as they're already up 2-0.
Yeah, there's like 70 Pirates. It's always the same joke. It's the same joke. It's the same exact joke. There's 70 Pirates. There's 70 of them. And whenever 70 Pirates does anything, that's the joke. But it's such a good joke. And right now, there's only like 50 Pirates, as like 70 Pirates take some damage. But 50 Pirates is still more than one Pirate, which is what several Lindis is. And a barrier goes down.
Yeah, I mean, just a few Pirates on the map, and all 70 of those Pirates just use their core flip to open up that barrier. And I mean, we are just seeing some incredible gameplay, some incredible team play from this side of Fantasy. And although they don't really have any energy to their name right now, outside of that outside of the almost full flip on Gilbert, we're seeing them take these names off take these players off the board, and also get rid of both flips on the other side. There's almost no energy in this game right now.
Yeah. Oh, really dangerous spot to be in, and well lined up. He synchronized really hard at the end as well. The pendulum swing threading the needle between the Firewall Sentry and Aimee herself, and they got 70 players in the first pick of the Awakening draft. That's not fair.
I mean, yeah, 72 players in total on this map for the side of Fantasy, and we're gonna see a heavy impact picked up for all 70 of those Impact Awakenings. And I think scaling with Might of the Colossus, the 70 Pirates all might have some extra damage, a lot more kind of damage cooldowns. I think Rasmus with that heavy impact is going to be pretty big. However, we are also going to see some of that glass cannon on Mako. I am a big glass cannon believer, and Severa is going to have so much more speed, going to be able to do a bit more damage, maybe take some of that health off of all 70 of those Pirates.
Yeah, Chikara Fantasy, very, very confident heading into this one. They did the gambit of giving up both side prio and map prio. The coin flip was won by Hooked on Gothcats, and the side of Chikara Fantasy decided, hey, wouldn't it be fun to only pick one map instead of two maps? And that's exactly what they did. So a bit of a handicap heading into this one, but if they're playing like this, that confidence is very warranted.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, they have been proving themselves as very strong on the offensive, but on the defenses, we haven't seen a whole lot coming out from the side of Chikara Fantasy. And right over there, we're going to see that Cyberswipe taking that point, and that is definitely what we need to see if we're going to get a team like Hooked. I'm just not even going to try the name.
It's a crazy name. AJ Cannon couldn't do it either, and I don't blame him. And they added even more to the end of it. It's not just Hooked on Gothcats, it's Hooked on Gothcats CNTN. Why? Why add 4 random letters?
I mean, cannot take notice, I guess, of this core going into their net so far in this set. But I mean, they got the 2 flips up. I'm so sorry. But they got the 2 flips up, and they might be able to do something with that. They got using that defensive one as well to kind of send the core forward, and now Feeding Kappa does have that flip available against Gilbert, and I mean, that could be really, really big if you want to get another goal going and get yourselves in this game, keep yourselves in this game.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to close this one out, of course, especially with how much more stably Hooked on Gothcats is playing this one. And Chikara Fantasy, though, they're working on those barriers, both down already. 70 Pirates. Hook barely misses. Still a dangerous spot, though, as Gilbert keeping the possession forward really, really well with the strike shots. Not using them in the midfield, making sure to use them either strictly for offense or for defense here. But Feeding Kappa finds their way around all the way. Severlin is almost with the interruption. Now a dangerous spot, though, as 70 Pirates threads the needle between 2 of them. And it's still tied up here in this set. Hooked on Gothcats in a bit of trouble, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, that 72-3 gameplay is going to be pretty bad when 70 Pirates uses that flip. And I mean, that was a really good angle coming out from 70 Pirates to just get that nice clean goal. And oh, they have some great passes as well. Not even with just one of those Pirates. And we're going to see both barriers down for the side of Hooked on Goth Cat Girls. There we go. I think.
No.
No.
The name's too hard. It's not.
Oh
no, Severlin.
The name might be too hard for themselves.
Yeah, a bit of a difficulty there, unfortunately. And Chikara Fantasy, they're a team that takes advantage of slight slip-ups like that. It is not in Social Fox and like 70 Pirates' game plan to let this set go after a point has been in their favor. Just like that, 70 Pirates in position, but a good save by Severlindis. Still not in a good spot as Feeding Kappa has the flip available, but the strike war wins by Social Fox are really proving to be the momentum changer here, forcing Feeding Kappa to stall a lot in the midfield, and that's more time for Gilbert's cooldowns to come back. But unfortunately, a KO, a power play, means that Hooked on Gothcats are back in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, Feeding Kappa has been feeding on this danger that Gilbert is feeling in terms of the flip available for both of the forwards for Hog C now. As that flip has been providing so much pressure and just been able to kind of force all of the side of Chikara Fantasy onto the back line just to try to defend against these flips. And unfortunately, both flips kind of get wasted. But I mean, hey, when you don't need flip, if you can just strike it around the goalie for the other team, and I mean, right there, we're seeing Hog C tying it up in this set and maybe looking at taking their own set.
Yeah, and well, maybe if they can keep this up, but the energy is very, very low on the forwards here. If they can maintain at least one barrier, Chikara Fantasy, they'll be in a very good spot, especially with 70 Pirates having a flip after one barrier taken. Burns it a little bit too preemptively, trying to predict the clear, and that means it's a lot of bad news for Chikara Fantasy. Feeding Kappa approaches, the barrier's taken. Second one still standing, but if Severlindis can get it out, rotate it around the map, get it in the hands of Feeding Kappa, that would be huge. Good clears by Gilbert, though, so far. And the Feeding Kappa, though, with the bull rush, with the follow-up, will keep the point going in the favor of Hooked on Gothcats.
Yeah, and I mean, just like that, we're going to see so much offensive pressure coming out from Hog C as they're just, like, they're using these flips, using this energy. I think they've all had like 3 flips available throughout this point. And so it's been providing so much pressure. But what I'm seeing from like 70 Pirates and the rest of Chikara Fantasy, they really haven't needed those flips in order to be able to get the core out of their side and onto the other side. Because once they're able to get kind of an offensive going, they can mostly just take advantage of the other team, get some kind of pressure and offensive going, and score even without the flips, the like pressure that you're going to get from those flips.
Yeah. Oh, the Night Market Center being a little bit scary here, both in open net. You got to watch out for that flip from Social. Fox and Gilbert with the flip available in just a second will also be important.
Oh.
Severalindis barely doesn't reach it in time with the strike, and the ensuing bounce will score before the strike comes back, and that's a huge relief for Chikara Fantasy here.
Yeah, I mean, over the course of the game, we've seen 140 different pirates all getting the first Awakening draft. And here we're going to see, I'm looking at maybe a Big Fish or something similar coming out. Yeah, for 70 pirates, so that's 70 big pirates now, who have that Might of the Colossus scaling as well. That's a bit more damage, a bit more size, a bit more stagger. You're also going to see that Aimi on the other side pick up stacks on stacks, imperfections, going to have a lot more speed. And the final couple things that I'm seeing are Chikara Fantasy really just winning this draft, because we're gonna get that era with the albeit nerfed prime time or nerfed primary from the hotfix, but you're gonna still see 2 of those primaries up, and you're also gonna see Gilbert taking that twin drive for 2 of those secondaries. So you got cooldowns all over the place for Chikara Fantasy, and I think that's something that they're gonna hopefully be able to use really, really well.
Yeah, and it is not looking too easy to get past like 70 pirates now with all of that size, mighty like a Colossus. It is not going to be easy, but beating Kappa is getting it done so far. Almost gets hooked into the NATO. That would have been a crazy KO for Chikara Fantasy, but still low is imperfections, and if that KO is found and the power play comes through, that would be really, really difficult for Hooked on Gothcats to defend.
Yeah, and I mean, if Fantasy is able to get the kill, then that takes Imperfections just straight off the map. That gives them so much more pressure. But oh no! As I'm saying that, a bit of a caster's curse there, as we're gonna see 2 players taken off the map in very short time, and then Social Fox with that flip is gonna get it straight through. Both of the goalies now have that flip. Their forwards not very much of the same, and I mean, those kills, as you said, are going to prove hopefully pretty big here, as we just saw.
Yeah, and the goalies both having that flip available is huge, but Severalindis burning that one early is fine, honestly, in the context of this point, because the goal is scored in the ensuing scuffle by Imperfections. Well played to take advantage of the barriers going down and a little bit of panic coming out from Chikara Fantasy. Hooked on Gothcats, they gotta disrupt the rhythm, they gotta cut the passes, they gotta cyber swipe and glitch pop every single opening, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see Gilbert does have that flip, but Gilbert ended up saving it, so we aren't gonna really be seeing too much defense. And I honestly think Gilbert's holding that flip way too long. I'd like to see maybe a bit more defense coming out here, just wasting that energy, getting it all available for you. But I mean, on the other side, we are gonna be seeing Social Fox and like 70 Pirates are doing a very good job just working together. Cutting the
Speaking of holding the flip, speaking of holding the flip for way too long.
Oh.
Yeah,
that flip.
That flip needed to be used 2 points ago, and it still is here. Past its expiry date, the bread is stale, the bagel is rock hard, unfortunately. And right now is Feeding Kappa and Imperfection taking full advantage as both barriers are immediately taken down. Feeding Kappa working on a flip of their own. 70 Pirates forced on the defense, but even 70 Pirates can't possibly hold the open net for forever.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that use energy burst was a bit too little, bit too late. But the energy burst getting used on the other side from Feeding Kappa was a very good shot. Unfortunately, the pass didn't quite make it through, though. And now we're kind of just seeing who can get the flip first and kind of either hold it for 10 months, as we've seen from both Feeding Kappa and Gilbert so far in this game, but also who's going to be able to get some kind of offensive going. And for the time being, it's those 70 Pirates who didn't even have the flip up.
Yeah, and this is scary now because 70 Pirates is going to have that flip for the next point. Severalindis as well, but the goalie flips have been wasted a little bit too much in this game, I think. And we're kind of seeing that, especially in this matchup, the brawlers are really the stars of the show. They're the ones who are getting it done and getting a KO just like that. 70 Pirates looking to close out this game. Social Fox with the follow-up on the top side. Almost gets the arrow beam down. Maybe used to the .2 timing, not the .3. And now just rotating the core around Feeding Kappa, not letting the enemy brawler play the game. But when Feeding Kappa finds an opportunity, that could be a barrier going down. The Firewall Sentry set up perfectly. And Feeding Kappa now with the bull rush in, open net, huge opportunity to keep this game going for Feeding Kappa, but the core doesn't bounce right back. Strike War 1, but the Expanse still stays alive there. And Chikara Fantasy now have one last shot, but the strike shot sends it right into the hands of Feeding Kappa. The possession maintained by Hooked on Goth Cats, and Imperfections in position as well. You got to be careful on these Strike Wars if you're Chikara Fantasy here, as the core continues to drift right into the hands of Feeding Kappa. The flip away is good, but it is so scary when Feeding Kappa is just getting the core, just being gifted the core over and over. Almost a dangerous moment for Severalindis as Gilbert missed strike shot, but it's all okay. Good clear, but amazing hit to open space by Imperfections from the midfield to close this set out and keep the game going.
Oh my gosh, that was kind of a heart-stopping whole point there, because I mean the core was going all over. There were a few really close calls there on the goals. But we are going to see, even though Chikara Fantasy did lose that set, we are going to see Social Fox and like 70 Pirates in those first kind of spots. And we're going to see that Castle last picked up for Social Fox. And I mean, this is just a giga draft for every single team on the board here, honestly. We're going to see Hotshot for Mako, that's super strong. Going to get that fast core going. We see Feeding Kappa getting their first size of the game to kind of help out with their lack of pressure with the just X having small hitboxes, all that fancy stuff. And then we're also going to see the Monumentalist picked up for that Firewall Sentry, which, I mean, as we just saw, helps to keep the core going forward, helps to dump damage into the other team.
Yeah, Feeding Kappa now large, like you mentioned, and that size is proving to be a huge in the Strike Wars. But they have to get it to Feeding Kappa first. Social Fox just interrupting the midfield like a mosquito, buzzing around. Still Feeding Kappa taking a lot of damage with the recovery drone available. 70 Pirates continuing to put on pressure, and Imperfections forced on defense for so long. And there's the follow from 70 Pirates. There's a shot to the bottom side, but the possession is so scary here, but the corner is not covered fully. Good flip by Severalindis, but sends it right into the massive strike box of the 70 Pirates. You're hitting it into a crowd of 70 people.
I mean, yeah, that 70 people doesn't really need to cover the entire map, as long as you're able to cover that one little bit. And unfortunately, just a missed angle there was able to let like 70 Pirates get that in. But I mean, now we're seeing the other brawler, Feeding Kappa has that flip up. We're going to maybe see them get something going, and I mean, they don't really need it right now. They're just going to push it all the way through. Gilbert, I like the use that flip there. Was able to just keep it out for the time being, but I mean, we're seeing Chikara Fantasy looking very strong right now, and assuming they don't lose to the flip that Feeding Kappa has, they could be sitting pretty well as 70 Pirates hooks Severalindis away, and we're gonna see Fantasy going up 2-0 and in this set.
Yeah, and although the flip is available for Feeding Kappa, it's a lot harder for the X to really get into position compared to the Rasmus. And 70 Pirates 2 barriers down instantly. NATO set up as well. Goalie taken out. This could be the end of this game here, but Curse of Strike Shot doesn't really matter though when 70 Pirates is there. Social Fox is setting it up, and Chikara Fantasy cleaned this one up.
Yeah, I mean, both teams played really well, but ultimately Chikara Fantasy had some of those really good plays. I mean, we saw on 70 Pirates, we had 3 different size awakenings along with that heavy impact, which means you're going to have a massive Rasmus up right in your face. And I mean, with that massive Rasmus up in your face, the Rasmus is also going to have a lot of cooldowns. And Severalindis, just unfortunately, the Mako wasn't scaled quite hard enough, and honestly, I didn't see some crazy awakenings picked up. I think the aerials and Hotshot were pretty good. Same with that glass cannon, but ultimately they weren't the best awakenings for Mako to be getting. And I don't think it was a draft issue. I think it's just an RNG kind of issue. And so 70 Pirates, the 70-1 in terms of offense versus defense just was a bit too much. And ultimately, Chikara Fantasy was able to close that one out.
Yeah, and now we're heading to the next map. And this one is Chikara Fantasy's pick. Maybe giving up all priority what was a strategy, because if they win the first game, they get this. No. Actually, wait, Potat.
Oh God,
They're getting blue side on their map pick. So
that. Ooh.
yeah, so maybe there was a method to their madness. Maybe giving up all priority actually was the plan to get blue side on their map pick. Except unfortunately, I had bad news for my brain that was believing in that plan for 2 seconds. And it's that their map pick is Atlab, and every team plays Atlab. So
Yeah.
the plan isn't crazy. Whatever.
I mean, the plan isn't insane, but I think the vision is still there. I mean, either way, we're gonna see. I mean, blue team is almost always a really good thing, and I mean, I wouldn't be complaining if I got blue. Actually, I wouldn't be complaining if I got red. Honestly, this is a pretty even playing field, and for those awakenings, we're gonna be seeing a stinger and a spark of focus pick. Both awakenings can really kind of scale, but in different ways, or in similar ways if you're if you get the luck of the draw. But I mean, honestly, this should be a very very interesting little setup that we got here.
Yeah. It, I think a lot of people will tend to go that spark of focus. I'm not sure if either team is gonna opt into a full KO comp. Though I guess on Atlab it is somewhat justifiable to go that full stinger here. And that Zentaro might be a sign of things to come for Chikara Fantasy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ooh. These are some I mean, we haven't gotten too far into picks quite yet, but I mean, yeah, as you said, that Zentaro should be very interesting to see. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really ever seen 70 Pirates play, which I mean, whoever has seen 70 different pirates all playing, I need to stop that joke. You already, it's such a great joke, as you said. But I haven't really ever seen 70 Pirates play too much before, so I think the Rasmus played super well. The Zentaro I'm seeing is apparently 70 Pirates' preferred pick, so if that's the case, I mean, it could be pretty scary for the side of Hogsea. However, we're going to see, I think the Atlas and X, the X didn't do too bad from feeding Kappa in the previous game, so maybe we could see a bit more scaling, a bit more opportunities for this game coming up.
Yeah, the big thing is that once the core is in feeding Kappa's hands, they performed very well. They made the most of every opportunity. The issue is they didn't get a lot of opportunities, and that is often the case. Where there's a lot of brawlers will perform. Give me a sec.
All good. We are gonna see. Ooh, this wait. Actually, no. My brain was for some reason thinking it could be a Zentaro goalie, but no, that's only something that me and maybe a few weirdos might pick. However, we are gonna see that Asher pickup for, I believe, Gilbert, and we're gonna see a Kai for Social Fox from the looks of it. Now I'm not gonna force any of these picks onto these players, but honestly, this could be pretty interesting because I think we're gonna maybe see some more Spark of Focus scaling from the side of Chikara Fantasy, and I mean, it looks like Hogsea is going pretty much all the way into the damage comp. That Atlas is a damage character. We can pretend for the time being. But I mean, that X, that Vice with that Stinger could be really strong, and then you can also, of course, have the Atlas with Severa Lindis on the back line, keeping the core out of the net against that Zentaro and probably Kai. And so this could be a very big, very fun little interaction here.
I just like Chikara Fantasy's team comp so much more. Hooked on Gothcats, the problem last game, like I mentioned earlier, like I mentioned 4 different times already, is that the core is not getting forward. The core is not getting into the hands of the forwards, the core is not being controlled, and they picked a comp with even less core control. And that is concerning because Chikara Fantasy, they can KO, they can just score, they can do both, they can do everything here. And I think that is a much safer bet than a Vice midfield that completely relies on getting the KOs.
Yeah, I think honestly, if Hogsy, or let me actually read this name at least once in this set, Hooked on Gothcat CNTN. If they are able to get the kills going, if they're able to scale this damage, I think they'll be sitting very pretty. However, that requires them to get that damage, get those kills, and that is something that we have not seen quite yet. And I think if they get the kills, then they're probably going to be looking pretty good. If they don't, then unfortunately, I think it might be cooked. And Chikara Fantasy looks very, very strong in the previous game. A couple held flips, couple like small things here and there. However, overall, they looked very, very strong, very powerful. And so I think Chikara Fantasy is looking really strong going into this one.
Yeah, let's see what exactly to go for. Imperfections, using a bit of a band skin. We'll see if the other team takes notice. But whatever. We're in the game. I'm down to let it slide just this once. As long as Chikara Fantasy don't complain before the first set, so we'll see. But so far, we're seeing exactly what I expected, right? Both comps can kill, but one has vastly superior core control, and that's gonna lead to a lot of problems.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. You don't need to care about the band skin if that Vice gets taken off the map first thing, and then the Alice doesn't have the band skin. But I mean, I think Severa taking a bit of the fall for Imperfections and also getting just shot off the map by that Giga Blast from Social Fox. We've already seen 2 kills coming out from this team, that's Zentaro and Kaya, and so I mean, it's gonna be pretty rough. We're gonna have to see Hogsy figure out something if they don't want to die, and also if they want to keep their ban for if they potentially win this game.
Yeah, but you might be onto something. I'm not seeing a ban skin on the field because right now all I'm seeing is the play happening, and the Vice is not involved in any of the plays.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I was just watching Imperfections and Feeding Kappa, both just absolutely pummeling 70 Pirates, and it's pretty hard to fight 70 Pirates, and so hard, in fact, that they left several Lindis to be on their own. And as we saw there, we got the Sad Boys angle, and several Lindis ended up losing that goal. But I mean, now we're seeing the flip up for Social Fox. We're seeing so much pressure. I mean, they're starting this game in the same way as they started the previous one. They're up 2-0. They're looking very comfortable, and they're sorta not really right now. They're not out damaging right now, but they were in that first point against this like pretty much full damage comp.
Yeah, they're greeting their energy use a little bit too much. They can afford to just like burn flips on evasions, and that's kind of what the downfall of this point was. They didn't press the flip button, especially Social Fox. Definitely could have just like burned it there to stay alive, to stay healthy, most importantly, and continue the core control offense, because once the cooldowns are all used from Hooked on Gothcats, they can't really do anything, realistically. They're not a comp that does a lot when the cooldowns are down, and you can abuse that if you just press the evade button really preemptively.
Yeah, I mean, if those cooldowns go away, then it's not like there's anything left to hit you. But for the time being, we do see Feeding Kappa with a flip, and ooh, the cooldown did go away there. But I mean, they have the potential to do a lot of damage. Social Fox and 70 Pirates are both really low right now. So, I mean, if they're able to take, I think if they get 1 kill, they are going to be looking very, very nice. But I mean, for the time being, they just don't have enough damage, and they're getting out damage in the other direction as we see Feeding Kappa taken off the map. And I mean, now it's really just up to the side of Hogsy to do something, but it's a bit too little too late. fortunately.
Well played from Jakar Fantasy. I liked how they opted into just core controlling. They don't need to opt into damage because if you're both in the corner hitting each other, Hooked on Gothcats will win. But Jakar Fantasy, they can afford to just run around the map, be mobile, play around the core, and that's what they did in the later part of that point, and that's why they were a lot more successful in immediately getting the goal. And with that Reptile Remedy, they'll be able to do that a lot more. They'll be able to stay alive, and this is a huge problem for Hooked on Gothcats that really depends on bursting, especially that Kai down. Reptile Remedy is going to make that near impossible if Social Fox keeps their eyes on the core.
Yeah, definitely. And with Social Fox on the Kai is kind of a character that you can predict where Kai is going to go. Doesn't have any blinks or anything crazy to get out of your way. And so that Reptile Remedy is going to be really big. And then a character like Zentaro, who has far too many methods of transportation to get around the map, isn't really going to need as much of that stagger because it's going to be hard to hit Zentaro in the first place. So I really like this drafting coming out from the side of Jakar Fantasy. And I mean, they're already getting these barriers down, getting these goals in. And I mean, honestly, these, even though they didn't get too many offensive-based awakenings, they're going to be a lot harder to kill, and they're getting these goals just as effectively.
And the core drifting all the way around. Cooldowns burn from several in this dangerous spot to be in here, while Gilbertito just needs to defend that one. The barrier as the Asher goalie, and really good dash forward from Gilbert, keeping the offense up, and that's letting Social Fox get a lot of tries onto the goal. That's letting 70 Pirates build up a lot of meter safely. Flip to the top side, deflected away by Feeding Kappa. Great clear, but Gilbert is keeping this barrier completely locked down.
Yeah, that Asher hasn't needed to use a whole lot of cooldowns yet to keep the core away. But as we're seeing there, the flip is going to be getting wasted, getting burned in order to keep the core out for the time being. But, I mean, we're just seeing Gilbert's been really strong with these strikes, just waiting until Feeding Kappa doesn't have a strike. And as we're seeing, oh my god, some incredible saves from Gilbert. The only thing they really got to worry about right now is staying alive.
Feeding Kappa, though, just greeds for the orb while the pass splitter's on top of it, and then gets comboed by the 70 Pirates. Social Fox now has the entire stage as room to maneuver here. A good clear by Imperfections, but it is very, very little here. But they do manage to open up the net. 2 flips available, though, and 70 Pirates pass up. They use 2 flips, but they get it done.
Yeah, the pass coming out from 70 Pirates. Gonna be pretty loud with 70 Pirates shouting at you all the pass, but I mean, great pass coming out to Social Fox, and then the flip was able to knock it straight in. And I mean, I've been saying this the whole time, you have too, but Jakar Fantasy has been looking really, really comfortable here in these kinds of situations. They don't need the energy as long as they're able to just get the core around, and as we're seeing there, catch just those minor mispositions and misplays from the side of Hogsy, and they've been able to take them miles. As we see there, the goal going in, and now Jakar Fantasy is up 2-0 in this set.
Yeah, and that point was a perfect example of how Jakar Fantasy succeeds, really. If they keep their eyes on the core, if they keep pushing the core into the enemy net, then Hooked on Gothcats is going to be forced to use cooldowns on the core instead of on people, and that means they don't hit the critical mass required to find the KOs. And that's why we need to see them going more for the core control plays. They need to intentionally not focus on damage so that they take less damage in the end.
Oh yeah, and I mean, we saw it right there, some really good passes. 70 Pirates and Social Fox just, yeah, as you said, haven't been using their cooldowns for that damage. They've been using them to get the board flick and just shoot the core straight on that while sending that Atlas for Severa in the meantime. And I mean, already, it's looking so good for the set of Fantasy. I say already, but we're already up 2-0 in this game for Fantasy. So, I mean, this is such a big opportunity, and also we're gonna see that stacks on stacks. I mean, we already saw that Reptile Remedy getting picked up for Kai for Social Fox, but now with that stacks on stacks, you're gonna have a lot of health. It's gonna be hard to catch you, and I mean, we're gonna see Hogsy maybe getting forced to kind of play a bit more defensively, use these cooldowns not for damage, but rather for core control in order to keep up with Fantasy, which, as you were saying, is something that I've been working on.
70 Pirates now trying to help out on the defense here, but the pass player does a good job. And importantly, right, they saw the respawn without losing both barriers. That is huge for Chikara Fantasy, and that is devastating for Hooked on Gothcats, who have used so many cooldowns.
Yeah, and I mean, Hooked on Gothcats did end up using those cooldowns to get the barrier open, but now the barrier's open, and we're also seeing the defense of Hogsy open up as 70 Pirates is gonna take that strike, take that passive, and get the core through the net. I was kind of sunlacked over there, as we just saw a Imperfections getting taken off the map, and I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm a broken record right now, but Chikara Fantasy is looking so comfortable, and I mean, as long as they're able to use some of these cooldowns, get some of these barriers open, they don't really need to do the damage. As you said, they're able to just knock the core straight into the barriers just like that and get things going.
Gilbert up to 70 Pirates, who is brought incredibly low here. And the damage has become a lot more consistent from Hooked on Gothcats, but the question is, will it be enough here? Because they can only really take down one target at a time. If Gilbert manages to survive the onslaught, then Social Fox and 70 Pirates have a lot of time, a lot of room to play with. And look at that, Social Fox up to 70 Pirates. Well played, except for losing possession at the very end by striking it directly into the barrier. But even then, they still get the core once more. They have the flip available. They have every tool in the kit. But right now, 70 Pirates is brought very low, and they got to be careful for a little while longer.
Yeah, but I mean, with that flip, it could be pretty scary there. Feeding Kappa just in the 1v1 right now with Gilbert, and Gilbert was able to take that away. But I mean, right now we are seeing just there are 2 flips up for the offense of Hooked on Gothcats, and I mean, the flip is going to be able to push it in. But I mean, unlike me being able to say the name, Imperfection is going to be able to close that out.
Well, we'll see if they can keep that going, though. It's inherently inconsistent, so if they can find consistency, that is incredibly impressive from Hooked on Gothcats. But right now, 70 Pirates maneuvering quite well, forced to use a flip, but the core happens to be there, and the follow-up strike by Social Fox is perfect. The follow-up barrage is perfect as well, and the strike after that to make sure both barriers go down. They've got to make sure not to lose both barriers in the power play for Hooked on Gothcats here, but feeding Kappa with the flip, early flip by Gilbert, and it's out of there.
Yeah, and we saw the respawn, 70 Pirates all coming back up at the same time, going to be able to get the strike, get the core cleared for the time being, and I mean, now Social Fox with that flip is going to push it up, and I mean, Severlandis doesn't have that flip. Imperfections is looking a bit scared, but I mean, you don't need to be scared when Feeding Kappa hasn't used the flip yet, but has that flip up to kind of force that pressure, and I mean, we might be saving this flip for the next millennia, but hey, it's providing so much pressure on Gilbert, on 70 Pirates, and on Social Fox, just kind of scaring them, even if that energy hasn't been burned.
Ooh, that's dangerous from Gilbert. I expected a vertical clear because you got to send it around here, but right into the arms of Beating Kappa, and rewarded for the patience there is the X. Well played from Hooked on Gothcats to get there in the end, and if they can win this set, they are absolute monsters of KO.
Yeah, I mean, if they are able to take this, then they're going to have so many opportunities opened up to them. X is a very scaling-based character, and I mean, with those kills, you're kind of seeing the same thing. If the other team is off the map, there's not going to be a whole lot to be scared about, and I mean, already we're seeing Social Fox got taken off. 70 Pirates was pretty close to getting knocked off as well, but I mean, now it's an open net for the side of Chikara Fantasy. Chikara Fantasy is now the underdogs in the set, and Imperfection is gonna get that kill, get the chain lightning, and push the core straight through. I mean, this is really what Hogsy wants to do. I mean, they save that flip, they use that flip to get that goal, and I mean, now they've won the set 3-1. They have gotten out this recovery drone, so they are looking to be very, very comfortable.
Yeah, and the sparks are awkward here as well, right? 2 sparks showing up here. And I believe leadership also gone. At least that agility will be nice with the focus for the Asher, but it is not looking too great for Shikara Fantasy. They need to win now before the game gets even more out of control. Maybe get a Miracle Giga Blaster or two from Social Fox.
Yeah, definitely. And here we're seeing 70 Pirates already has that pretty good offensive play, but ooh, oh no, Imperfections uses that defensive supernova and doesn't quite get anything off of it. So now, so now we're looking at Hogsy with that open net, and I mean, this is really where they don't want to be, because with that open net, with the Atlas taking off the board, I mean, this is pretty scary, and yeah, that core's just gonna straight in.
Yeah, well played by 70 Pirates to keep putting on the pressure. Unfortunately, Severalindis walked to the back of the net there, and that is where you get KO'd. Has been playing quite well in the past set, but it is hard to be consistent when the midfield is a lot more difficult to play for Hooked on Goth Cats. There's a big KO onto the 70 Pirates. Now it's only a 2v3 instead of a 72v3. And a good push up from Severalindis. Good expanse as well, but amazing defense by Gilbert and Social Fox as they don't lose the top barrier, and they're working on the second of their own.
Yeah, Severalindis was able to keep that away. Imperfections was able to use that flip, going to take the core away. But I mean, for now, we're gonna see the core is in a bit of a bad place, as the flips are both available for the side of Severa and feeding Kappa. And I mean, now it's just up to see when we're gonna use it, because Kappa has been using the flips pretty well. Not quite there though.
Danger spot now for Gilbert, but the pass splitter will make it pretty safe, it looks like. Imperfection in position, but doesn't land a strike onto the barrier, and that could come back to bite them, because Social Fox is getting in there. Feeding Kappa gets it done, and Gilbert needs to retreat. Incredibly low right now. Any ability will kill, but picks up the orb, heals right back up, and Social Fox with the passing play all the way around and finds the strike at the very end of it. 2-0 now, and Shikara Fantasy could head to grand finals just like that.
There's one more point. There's one more point that Shikara Fantasy might need in order to close this out. But for the time being, they're looking super, super strong here. Social Fox is going to use that flip, and incredible angle is going to open up both the barriers for the side of Hogsy, and now it is all that they can do. Severalindis not quite able to get that with the primary, and 70 Pirates gonna be all going at that core at once, using the AI rush to lock in that goal, make themselves move up to, as you said, that grand finals. Maybe a little bit too early, but hey, it's not too early if that core is gonna go into the net, and we're gonna see Shikara Fantasy closing that out.
Well done by Shikara Fantasy, and it really shows, right? If both teams are under pressure, self-sufficient brawlers and especially core control midfields shine through quite a bit, because there were a lot of individual plays, individual clutches that Social Fox and 70 Pirates were able to do. Although calling 70 Pirates doing something an individual clutch might not be quite fitting. But there were a lot of things that they were able to do because of their mobility. And that was just not possible. That was not independently enabled for Hooked on Goth Cats, even though Feeding Kappa and Imperfections skill-wise are not really behind. I think it really shows that self-sufficient characters can really shine when under pressure, when you have to do everything.
Yeah, 70 Pirates wasn't quite by themselves. They had themselves to help them out as well, but that Zentaro did an incredible job of just keeping that core in their possession and just keeping the pressure on the other side. They were dying just over and over and over again, thanks to the side of Hogsy with that damage. But ultimately, we only saw those 9 kills coming out from Hogsy. That's not really what you want to see if so, like even with that game that we saw. But I mean, 70 Pirates was able to keep that core forward. Social Fox ended up getting taken off the map a whole lot, but also got 5 goals, was able to keep that core forward as well and get those goals locked in.
Yeah, and still, congratulations to the entire team of Hooked on Gothcats. Although they fall short here, they still managed to reach the top 3. So Several, Lindis, Feeding Kappa 123, and BST Imperfections, along with anyone else who might have subbed in. Goodbye. You've graduated from OSAS. See ya. And see ya as well on the broadcast until we're right back for grand finals. Don't go anywhere. And see you soon. Hello everyone, we're back, and they said they can't trust me when I said make sure all names are on. So I hope all names are on here. But other than that, we're gonna head right into game, and it's Chikara Fantasy versus the Lag and Laggers, the favorites of today. We're in grand finals, and Lag and Laggers on winner's side, and they have only dropped 2 sets to Chikara Fantasy and no one else.
Yeah, and in that game where they did drop 2 sets, though, Lag and Laggers were able to take the victory 2-0 over the side of Chikara Fantasy in the winners finals. So both of these teams are currently up 6 wins, and Chikara Fantasy has that 1 loss to Lag and Laggers. So these teams have not lost to anybody outside of each other. So we're gonna see here what these teams are gonna be able to do. As you said, the Lag and Laggers are the favorite, but we just saw Chikara Fantasy looking very, very comfortable in that previous set. So this should be a very, very interesting series to watch, and we're getting right into it.
Yeah, and everyone is name on. Very happy about that. And Chikara Fantasy taking a dip down in the lower bracket now are back for revenge. Chocobo Yao on the Vice is going to have a pretty good time getting in there. A big contrast from the melee goalies we usually see, right? We've seen a lot of melee goalie today.
Yeah, definitely. The melee goalie is kind of a scourge on this Omega Striker society right now. We're seeing Gilbert with that Atlas that they piloted 2 games ago in the losers finals, but Chocobo Yao with that Vice goalie with that eject button is going to have a lot more of an offensive presence. They're going to be able to cover those clear angles that their teammates might not be able to get, or I mean, it might open themselves up for more opportunities for some of those defensive and offensive opportunities.
Yeah, we'll see though. Good strike by Snowing Hail to make sure that Giga Blast doesn't go out of control as overtime approaches. Suplex trying to set themselves up, but it's not going to be easy here. But Chocobo Yao gets it done. A quick blink forward, a strike into open space, and Suplex capitalizes. Well played by the goalie of Lag and Laggers.
Yeah, that dash punch did a great job of just pushing it through that Atlas primary. And now we're getting into that second point. Lag and Laggers looking very comfortable, even in just this second point, as they have 2 flips up. They're getting their third going, and they're already getting started.
Yeah, flip away to try and leave that one barrier standing. Stone Hill is getting a lot of good strikes, hitting away from a lot of the midfield interactions, but Social Fox will just collapse both barriers down, and the Lag and Laggers are in a bit of trouble here. Chikara Fantasy looking to strike back.
Yeah, like 70 Pirates coming in with that secondary, using it to kind of get forward, but unfortunately for the side of Chikara Fantasy, the core is already going to be going to the other side, but I'm looking away. I'm not. Ugh. I mean, we're going to see Lag and Laggers lose that point. Like 70 Pirates and Social Fox coming forward, winning that point. Really good offensive, just kind of bursting out of nowhere.
Yeah, a bit of an unforced error there from Chocobo Yao, unfortunately. That was a pretty much routine play, right? We're both goalies. We both saw that. Definitely had a strike up for the passive strike of the Centauro. But that really speaks to 70 Pirates' resilience, right? Like in this play as well. Just playing out every single play, knowing that it's always possible for the enemy goalie to make a mistake. As long as you're the one getting so many opportunities, eventually one of them will hit its mark.
Yeah, and with Chocobo Yao on that Vice goalie, we're going to see Lake 70 Pirates has a lot more opportunities for just pushing it straight through, using 2 abilities in that previous point to get it through, and with that Kai as well, we're going to see the same kind of a thing. Social Fox and 70 Pirates have the one thing that kind of beats melee goalies, and that is they have strong abilities that go straight through you with that barrage, as we just saw.
Yeah, and a lot of the offense they're doing wouldn't really be called like the realist offense, right? It isn't something that would beat every single goalie every time. But the fact that Social Fox and like 70 Pirates are, I'm repeating myself, but getting so many tries on net is just adding to the mental stack. It's just forcing Chocobo Yao to make those defensive plays over and over and over. And the consistency is so difficult here, especially when there's so many angles of attack. And Chikara Fantasy is playing excellently and winning the first set.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there's just so many opportunities on net from the side of Chikara Fantasy, and at some point, goalies, no matter how good they are, even NASA level, are going to eventually lose. Because either you're out of cooldowns or you mess something up, and Chocobo Yao, with that Vice goalie, just doesn't have that kind of defensive power that you kind of need if you're against characters like Zentaro and Kai, but at the same time, we're also going to see Super Surge going down to like 70 Pirates. That is going to be super, super powerful for you, having that extra dash range. However, on the other side, we're also going to see that extra special picked up for the side of Snowing Halo, and Suplex is going to pick up Spark of Strength, which gives you so much more opportunities for doing the thing that everybody loves, which is KO them.
Yeah, we'll see though, because this comp from Lag and Laggers needs to connect. Suplex and Snowing Halo need to be on point with each other, and right now it kind of feels like they're a little bit impatient. They're not really setting up with each other. They're trying to go for the individual play style, like Chikara Fantasy is doing. But the issue is, Kai and Zentaro are a lot better at that than Era and Juliet, and also it's a lot less effective against a melee goalie. Gilbert can just press one button, especially the Expanse, and they have to try again, unlike the Vice, where Chocobo Yao is forced to actually make the defensive plays.
Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier, we're both goalies. Chocobo Yao has to be very careful about how they're positioning those strikes, because a missed strike means that you might lose the interaction, but great strikes there that we're seeing, as unfortunately the Tornado isn't quite able to save the goal, but they were able to provide so much defensive pressure there just for that little bit, even if they did end up losing that barrier and have an open net now.
And just a strike war mind game, and in the end, 70 Pirates are stronger than one Vice. 1-0 now, and Chikara Fantasy look like a new team.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, as we're seeing Chikara Fantasy going up. They're looking very comfortable, and we've been kind of trashing on this Vice pick the whole time. Not because Chocobo Yao's bad, but because it's just the side of 70 Pirates and Social Fox have been really strong. But on the other side, we're seeing that big where that Vice goalie can shine is we're gonna see Chocobo Yao help their teammates go up closer on close in on Gilbert, and they're gonna be able to close out that first point for themselves in this set, and they might be looking to take some more of those.
But they'll have to watch out because Social Fox is on the prowl here, getting the core to 70 Pirates over and over again. Good clears by Chocobo Yao, but there's going to have to be a lot more of those. Suplex, though. Dash punch coming in. Big power play for the side of Lag and Laggers, especially as that res wasn't quite in time. Definitely the hardest part about playing Atlas. The only mechanically difficult part about playing Atlas is that revive, and I struggle with it. Let's be clear. Like, I'll admit it. It's hard to time that sometimes. Suplex getting it done, but only one barrier down on each side, and that spells trouble for the Lag and Laggers.
I mean, honestly, teammates are kind of irrelevant with that Atlas ultimate. You only gotta press one button, but it's really hard to find. But on the other side, we're going to see the side of Chikara Fantasy is looking very comfortable in terms of stagger right now. They're able to stay alive, and I think unless Suplex is going to be able to get one of those more rapid-fire kind of hits, we're going to see they're able to stay alive for the time being. But, I mean, Social Fox got taken off, and the power play just now ending.
Yeah, and these shots on goal are a little bit concerning from the Lag and Laggers. Flip there, stuffed out, dangerous spot to be in, a lot of resources burned, second flip burned as well, and stopped in the midfield as the barrier is taken by the 70 Pirates. It's just so tough to watch because, okay, they got the goal, but Suplex and Stone Halo individually had 5 different shots on an open net and just hit it towards the goalie. They need to lock in those shot angles because they almost gave away the entire point.
Yeah, definitely. From the looks of it, they've kind of been playing, as you said earlier, on their own terms. They haven't really been looking at each other for opportunities for passes. And when you're playing characters like Juliet and Era, that's really what you got to do, because that Era is going to be able to close off, maybe make the goalie smaller, give you more opportunities on that offense. And Suplex and Snowing Halo haven't really been working that well together so far. But as we've seen in the past, they did end up taking that winner's final. So if they are able to get more of those team play is going, if they're able to just work together a bit better, I think they are going to be looking golden. But that does require them to have both of their forward players on the board, and we're seeing Suplex goes back up and takes one with him.
Yeah, that's that beta combo when the enemy has no meter available. You can Flame Flurry into Dash Punch and kill from so far. But they still have to get this last barrier down, and with the respawn coming in with Suplex taking so much chip damage, it's still going to be difficult here. Taken out along with the core, controlled in the midfield, but 70 Pirates approaching it. Social Fox now with the dribbles, sending it forward, and wow, what a great core stop, making sure that the core is in front of the barrier there. It's 0.5 now, Shakara Fantasy bringing it back, and the laggers, they got to find their rhythm, they got to find their passing plays.
70 Pirates has been looking so comfortable on the Centauro. We saw it in the last game. We're seeing it now. Just the game knowledge of being able to use that primary to stall the core out, slow it down to almost a complete stop, and then kind of sending it back forward for you was just so strong. Such a good awareness as Chocobo Yao ended up and losing that goal because of it. But right now we're on set point. Goal 5 here, as 70 Pirates has been able to open up that goal.
Oh, almost a great save by Chocobo Yao. Although it does go in, 70 Pirates gets it done. That was almost brilliant there. The only option that could have worked, just slightly misangled, and of course Snowing Halo not there as well. But if things were a tiny bit different, this point could have been still going here. But instead, it's a heavy impact Super Surge Centauro on the field. And that might spell doomsday here, but are we going to deny team? Oh, they're not going to deny team player either. Oh, team player falls to Gilbert, and the entire game has fallen into Chikara Fantasy's hands. They have everything.
Yeah, this is really scary for the side of Chikara Fantasy. And as you said, that team player, Gilbert is going to be able to send the core at Mach 17 just straight to their teammates, and we're also going to see that Centauro, 70 Pirates, all getting that heavy impact going, and even that Social Fox scaling the Spark of Agility with that Spark of Leadership they picked up in the other time. Everybody's fast, the core is going to go at like crazy speeds, and 70 Pirates has so much more damage and so many more cooldowns, and that's going to be really big for the side of Chikara Fantasy.
That was some crazy lag eject button tech from Suplex there. Both barriers down. Big opportunity for the laggers, true to their name. Suplex in position now. Gets the dribble, but doesn't have any abilities to follow up here. Needs to make the most before taking too much damage. And there's Chocobo Yao. That's the kind of play they need. They need to set up in the corner and just cover the open space. But they got to show that they can do that consistently.
That play was kind of what we really need to be seeing from this team, as you said, from the laggers, because with Chocobo Yao able to just run up, especially with that explosive entrance we saw picked up, is going to be up to them to kind of use those opportunities, have that Vice cut off those passes, cut off those out clears that you think are so open until, of course, there's a Vice right up in your face, taking you off the map. But speaking of taking you off the map, we are going to see Snowing Halo with the Tornado taking Social Fox off the map, and Chocobo Yao with that incredible eject button, using that to just push the core into the net. I mean, that is what we need to see, and we've seen it twice in a row. This could be really big.
That definitely could be very big, but you got to watch out, right? One slip up and both barriers down, a goal scored, 9 seconds for Chikara Fantasy to convert here. Laggers can't let their guard down even for a second.
Yeah, and now we are in point 4, which means that it's really going to be up to the side of Chikara Fantasy to prevent the other team, to prevent the laggers from getting anything going. Because we saw those 2 really good goals, but if they're able to keep the core away, ooh, great save from Gilbert. Just like that, if they're able to keep the core away, if they're able to open up the barriers of the other team, they really want to just close out this game right here. They're already coming up from the loser side, so they're going to have to win 4 games, and they want to make this one their first.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Chocobo Yao and needs to be careful around this one remaining barrier. Suplex in position, buffed up, but the strike wars are being won by Social Fox. and Gilbert there defeated away in case that doesn't happen either. NATO coming in now, big opportunity, but just doesn't quite get to the barrier here. Chocobo Yao though, another jump scare with a Thunderstruck Blink. Gilbert not ready for the additional strikes, but 70 Pirates on the other side. You got to be careful on the defense as well, as 70 Pirates flip available. A flick? No, doesn't go for the flick. Chocobo Yao with the great clear to the other side, and now Suplex with the flip. But Snowing Halo needs to get it to Suplex. It is so dangerous now because 70 Pirates has the core. Great beam by Snowing Halo. Suplex doesn't cash out on the flip. Uses it at the very last moment. Still in position though. Snowing Halo now has the flip. Needs to cash out. Just needs to use it. Sends it forward. Slow rolling core, but Gilbert's there with the flip as well. Resources gone for every single player. 70 Pirates gets in there. And Shakar Fantasy now 1 goal away. The Lagging Laggers continuing this OSAS's trend of greeting flips. Way too long.
We've seen so many really fast points, but that point went on for so long, and every single piece of the puzzle mattered. And ultimately, we were able to see Chikar Fantasy was able to close that one out. And honestly, they were working together. We were talking about this earlier in the game, but Suplex and Snowing Halo just weren't quite haven't really been working together to get those passing plays and things going. I think Chocobo has been doing a great job of just keeping the core forward and running forward whenever it's been necessary. But at the same time, it's going to be up to those team plays, and right there, we're seeing one getting started.
Yeah, Suplex in position now, needs to win a strike war. Snowing Halo as well, but interrupted by 70 Pirates once again. The respawn comes in, but Suplex, great dash punch. That is huge. Now has a chance to score this and send us to another set. Even more scaling for the Juliet, who already has that 1-2 punch, adrenaline rush, spark of strength. But Social Fox helping defend, and the goal still not scored. Every second the goal is not scored is such a stressful moment for the Lagging Laggers, because again, right, the Kai against the Vice, and an amazing save by Gilbert, taking out the 1-2 punch flip by Suplex, but the net is open on their side as well. Gotta be so careful here, because 70 Pirates continuing to interrupt. Finally, Suplex gets one more opportunity, gets it done, and we're headed to a 4th set here. It's such a scary game for the Lagging Laggers, but they keep it going.
Yeah, there were quite a few missed opportunities there from the Lagging Laggers earlier in that point, but in the end, they did manage to close it out. Suplex did a really good job of taking Gilbert just off the map when Gilbert had that flip, and now we're gonna see Arrow is rewarded, Snowing Halo is rewarded with that twin drive. We're also going to see that stacks on stacks picked up for Suplex, which means that's more speed, that's more cooldowns, and I forgot to mention it in the beginning, but that 1-2 punch is gonna be pretty strong as well as that hot shot that we're gonna see picked up for Chocobo Yao. Honestly, this draft went both ways. But what do you think about it?
Taking a look at the draft, I think there's a lot of potential here for Lagging Laggers, but the one thing I'm scared of is that missile prop on Gilbert. If Gilbert can just keep the defense even more locked down and make it sure to interrupt those passing lanes and just have an easier time on the defense, that is scary because Lagging Laggers have been taking a long time to score.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be really up to Gilbert using these offensive plays, and that missile prop, as you said, yeah, it's going to be really big, really strong. If Snowing Halo and Suplex aren't perfect with their execution, it's going to be very scary for Gilbert, but oh my gosh, as I'm saying that, Gilbert a bit too comfortable in the back lane, and Suplex takes the double kill, and we're gonna see Lagging Laggers take that first point in the set. Chocobo, yeah, with that goal taken.
Yeah, 70 Pirates also just getting in there immediately knows that as soon as the net's opened up, Chocobo Yao can't play as confidently here, but with one barrier still alive, that's exactly what they're doing right now. A lot of damage on the Social Fox. Suplex building up so many stacks on stacks. Once the Julie gets fully stacked, they'll be able to play a little bit more self-sufficiently, and that's huge because that's been Suplex's style, right? That's been the detriment of the Lagging Laggers, but if those stacks and stacks come online, that could be a benefit.
Yeah, and I mean that stacks and stacks coming online, as well as that adrenaline rush, giving Suplex all the speed in the world, as well as Chocobo Yao is able to move forward using that Thunder's whatever it's called, to using that secondary to move forward, move up the map, and cover that space as we're seeing right there.
Yeah, but again, the direct approach is a little bit too direct, right? The strike comes back for Gilbert, and that's Social Fox's turn to barrage it in. Lag and laggers, they got to play with each other more often. Go for the passing plays in front of the net.
Yeah, and Chocobo Yao living up to their team's name. I think I saw a little bit of a lag deck there. Might have had a little bit of packet loss going into that point. But hey, that packet loss doesn't really matter if you're going to use that secondary to just move forward, get that first barrier down, and now we're looking at a pretty comfortable offensive play from the Lag and Laggers. Chocobo Yao had that Thunderstruck moving up, and now this is what they really want to be able to do. They want to just move forward and get these offensive going on Gilbert with that missile prop, with all of those awakenings.
Suplex now with speed though, covering the top side. The shot doesn't make it in time and interrupted immediately by Social Fox. The NATO's perfect though, and Gilbert's in a lot of trouble, but the follow-up strike's not quite there. And not quite is so scary for the Lag and Laggers. Suplex needs to get something done here, but 70 Pirates is playing excellently on the other side of the map. Chocobo Yao around the world, Suplex in position, but the missile prop Atlas is continuing to be such a nuisance. Finally, the Adrenaline Rush KO comes through, but the question is, will it be enough? Suplex trying to chase the core over and over again. Finally, a flip burn, and Snowing Halo will shoot it in. And the Lag and Laggers holding on by a thread. They are still managing to score these as they scale up, and with the stacks on stacks fully stacked, Suplex can afford to greed a little bit more.
Yeah, those stacks and stacks are fully stacked, and that Adrenaline Rush has been popping left and right with those dash punch kills that we've seen. Gilbert, though, is going to be able to save 70 Pirates for the time being, but that is a Zentaro that was staggered very low, and that means that you have one less player to defend. Ooh, Suplex has been doing a really good job of getting these kills, but Gilbert there has been kind of watching out for it, because once you're made aware, that's something that you're really paying attention to.
Yeah, Suplex now incredibly fast, almost taken out by Giga Blast, but still continuing to get the follow-up strikes. They're expecting the Juliet to not be as fast, it feels like, and that flip is forced out of Gilbert by Suplex. Incredibly well played. Flip available now, baited out, and there's the passing play. There we go. Lag and Laggers, they're fully online, and we're headed to a set 5 where they're in control.
That kind of play is exactly what we want to see. Chocobo Yao was able to use that Thunderstruck, get straight up into that front of the pitch, into Gilbert's goal arc, and I mean, Suplex with that flip was able to just send it straight down into Chocobo and get that goal going, and now we're going to see a specialized training for Chocobo for that Vice, and that's going to be so much more damage. We're also going to see on Era, on Snowing Halo, that fighter flight. That's a lot more speed for your brawler, or not your brawler, your midfielder, and there's not a whole lot. That Orb Replicator is not going to do too terribly much for Suplex, but ultimately these awakenings have been super, super strong, and 70 Pirates there is going to be 70 Pirates with Deadeye now, and dude, that's not really an awakening you want to see getting forced down to that Zentaro.
Yeah, but we might see some surprise KOs with the Blink, right? With the AI Rush. That's definitely a possibility. As Chocobo Yao with the spectrating Supernova is also a lot more of a threat, especially when using on the defense. 70 Pirates is going to have to be careful. It's a bit of a dangerous spot to be in, though. A perfect NATO from Snowing Halo gets it done, and Suplex's strikes have gotten a lot better over the course of the game. It feels like they're fully warmed up now.
Yeah, and those strikes are going to be what's super strong. There's still not a whole lot of crazy team plays going on outside of that passing play that we saw in the last point. But what matters is that Snowing Halo and Suplex are trying to work together. But ooh, as I'm saying that, I'm talking about the whole wrong team. As 70 Pirates uses that Zentaro, uses that character that, as you said in the last game, can kind of just control the entire game using all those different abilities that you got. And 70 Pirates was just able to force that through, get it around the defense of Chocobo Yao on that Vice.
Yeah, and I think Suplex has got to be careful here too, right? And 70 Pirates, such a lingering hitbox on that passive strike, gets it done as Suplex continuing to try and find this barrier, but I think is over-forcing it, could be taken out here, and that's the stacks progress erased. Suplex, you got to be careful. Those stacks decide this entire game. Yeah,
those stacks, if they're gone, they are gone for pretty much good. As Social Fox kind of sharking around Suplexes. Ooh, that was a very scary situation, but for the time being, nobody is getting taken off the map quite yet. Suplex, as they have been for almost this entire point, is looking low, but ooh, we're also on the other side seeing that Gilbert might not have the abilities, the defensive side of Chikara Fantasy are trying so hard to kill Suplex that they don't really have a whole lot of abilities up to protect from Snow and Halo, Chocobo Yao, who both have those flips up.
What a brilliant passing play, though. Immediately the offense roars to life, but they don't maintain possession. They let the core speed be activated from Gilbert, and the entire point falls into the lap of Chikara Fantasy. Well played by 70 Pirates, but Lag and Laggers are so close to finding the entire picture, but so close is not enough.
Yeah, that final piece of the puzzle just hasn't quite been achieved, as Social Fox getting kind of sharked by Suplex, but ultimately Suplex just hasn't been working with Stone Halo quite yet, and we've seen quite a few shines of glory, but Social Fox and 70 Pirates just have been able to move forward and use that pressure that they have to just take the other team off the field, do so much damage, have so much pressure, all sorts of stuff, and I mean, now we see Snowing Halo off the map, and that's a power play for the side of Chikara Fantasy.
There's a Strike War win. There's a 70 Pirates sending it in. There's Chikara Fantasy with a lead in the first set of Grands. They're on pace to make the reset, perhaps, and it all starts with the first game.
Yeah, first game done and dusted on that Night Market map, and now we're getting ready for a game 2 here, but in terms of stats for this game, I'd like to just say, I mean, Suplex had 11 KOs. That's something that you'd love to see. The double digits on the KOs are always something that means that you really were able to find your little position and get those kills. And Suplex did a great job. Once they were able to get the adrenaline rush, once they were able to get some more of that damage and pressure, they did a really, really good job. And I was saying a couple things, but I mean, ultimately, I think their offensive plays did get super, super good. They might have gotten a little cold and having to wait for that losers finals to finish, but they definitely looked like they got this team started rolling and going. As at the end of that game, things started picking up the pace and got super scary. And also, Snow and Halo with those 318 redirects means that you were pretty much touching the core the whole game. That's 80 more at the lowest, more than the other side, anyone on the Chikara Fantasy. So Sun Halo hitting that core a whole lot, and Suplex got a lot of those kills, was able to kind of figure out their little piece in the puzzle towards the end of that game.
Yep, and we're headed to a Taiko Temple here, where Lag and Laggers will be on blue side. It's tough, I think. I know that Chocobo wants to pick that vice goalie, but we saw a lot of the benefit of the melee goalie, and it's that it's a lot easier, you know, like to play the defense, to give your forwards time. And although there were a lot of highlight moments, a lot of great plays coming out, the defense was always a problem. The fact that Social Fox could just run up barrage and get a barrier, get a goal, was a problem because it's difficult. Yeah, you can technically strike it if you're good enough, but it's not consistent in the sense that it requires you to be super on point. And that is something that really, really helped the side of Chikara Fantasy get things done.
Yeah, and I mean, already we've seen such good plays from both of the teams. But now, looking at this next game, we're looking at what's the Taiko Temple. And this could be pretty big. You said that the Lag and Laggers have that blue side now, and they're going to be banning away that Juno. The other side, though, Chikara Fantasy, is going to ban that X. So those two characters off the board, clean slate. And now, what are you going to think about this start of this game? We got that IME picked already. What do you think is going to maybe come out from Red, and how do you think it's going to work?
Well, they're going to Zentaro again, which seems to be a little bit of a problem here. Well, that is depending on the goalie pick of the side of Lag and Laggers, because if they pick a defensive goalie, then I think they'll be totally fine. But Zentaro feasts on range goalies that don't know the strike timing, and that is not something that should be expected at this level of play. Well, Chikara Fantasy just going with what worked. They're just going with comfort, and I like that for them.
Honestly, I think that's a great thing. And comfort, yeah, something that you always want to see with that Atlas and that Zentara that we saw in the previous game. On the other side, though, for Lag and Laggers, we see all their picks have been locked in that Aimi, Asher, and Mako, which, looking at the chat here, Suplex is most likely going to be on that Asher. I'd be surprised if they were on any of the other picks there. And that Asher is a really powerful pick. Did get nerfed a little bit with the most recent patch, but ultimately Asher is a really, really strong forward character on this map. You can kind of force it into the force the core into their corners, and just get those goals flowing. So I'm interested to see how this Asher is going to be working with the Snowing Halo Aimi, I'd imagine. And these are characters. All three of these players on the Lag and Laggers are on different different picks, with only Social Fox on that Jakar rather than that Kai that we saw in that previous game. So this will be very interesting. They're almost all on those new picks, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. I am gonna be an early doubter though. Social Fox on the Jakar. I'm gonna be a bit of an early doubter. I don't think that pick will do as well. I think a lot of the benefit of the previous game. Oh, they forgot to set the map. Well, but I think a lot of the benefit of that pick was the fact that Social Fox had a lot of independent play potential. But the Dakar has a lot less of that, a lot less area of influence, and the shotgun is a lot easier to deal with than the barrage. So I'm not convinced on that aspect of the comp. The Atlas and the Centauro. We're fine. Perfectly fine. Good even.
Yeah, I think definitely, as you say, that Jakar might not be able to have as many opportunities. That shotgun is going to be about all that you can do. But on the side, on these teams, we're going to see Chikara Fantasy is up that 1-0, and now on this Taiko Temple map, this is going to be very interesting, because as you said, I might be a broken record, I don't know, but yeah, we're going to have to see Chikara Fantasy working together a lot more here with that Zentaro and that Jakar. We're not going to be able to see as offensive of plays coming out from that Jakar with Social Fox, but Snowing Halo going to be locking in that Aimi, Suplex locking in that Asher, and Chocobo Yao on the Mako. We're going to see the Mako especially. That Vice goalie didn't quite work out in the previous game, but now the Mako goalie, that defensive goalie that you said you wanted to, well, might not have wanted, but said you were anticipating, is going to be coming out in full force.
Yeah, and as we're heading into game, we'll see how exactly this one pans out. Chocobo Yao on the melee goalie this time. Maybe we'll give a little bit more opportunity, although each opportunity will be a little bit less crazy. So maybe that'll make a difference.
Yeah, definitely. And that secondary already coming out. I think that's where the difference is going to be in the offensive side of things, because Chocobo Yao has a bit more defensive potential with that Mako character, but also is going to be able to use that secondaries buff to get their teammates moving faster and get their teammates getting a bit larger on the field. And that should be pretty interesting to see how Chocobo Yao is going to be playing with this Mako character to kind of help out their team.
Suplex, though, looking a lot more confident on the Asher, is doing a lot of work on the barrier so far. Firewall sentry put down as well by Snowing Halo, and that's 2 barriers down already. And again, another difference is that Jakar can't strike barrage it out of the corner, right? Or just like run barrage it out of the corner, so that is something to be concerned about on the defense as well. It just feels like they should just pick the Kai. Chikara Fantasy, it kind of feels like they should have put the Kai in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, but it might not matter quite yet, as Social Fox and 70 Pirates going to get the pass to each other, and 70 Pirates are going to put that in. 70 Pirates still a pretty big force of opponents, all 70 of them, just right in your face if you're Chocobo Yao, and you might not need some of that stuffing pressure for Kai if you're just able to push that through with the passes, with the offense. And another great thing is that Jakar can get those kind of strike shotgun kills, and as we see there, the midfielder's taken off the map.
Okay, but let's be clear, that wasn't a real combo. It was a KO, And if it was a KO, it was kind of real, but it wasn't a real combo. Social Fox is gonna have to be a little bit careful here too, because with the flip could be a target of a little bit of damage to try and pressure that one out. Tries to kill Suplex, actually unsuccessful, but with 2 flips to spare, might as well try. Another flip by Gilbert. The Ensnare Drums making it a bit difficult here as a huge KO onto Suplex comes through, and 70 Pirates flip in front of the net, but Chocobo Yao will patiently win the interaction, and bouncing all over the map is the core. Big opportunity for Snowing Halo to turn it all the way around here.
Both of the barriers have been knocked down, and that was some great defensive plays from Chocobo Yao from the side of Lag and Laggers, as they were able to keep it out for the time being, and that's really what you want to see with that. Neither goalie really has a whole lot of that defensive potential on that open net, but that Mako was able to save it away for the time being, and ooh, Gilbert not quite able to get that Celestial save, as ooh, 2 players off the map. 70 Pirates, 70 players, but only one that you can really see.
Almost had the perfect save there. If they just hit vertically at the very end, that would have gone to Social Fox, and that would have been the power play ended. But still a valiant effort from the 70 Pirates. It's not fair when there's 70 people in the goal box.
Yeah, definitely, but Snowing Halo and Suplex were able to get that through nonetheless. And 70 Pirates is now on the offensive, trying to work with Social Fox to get the core kind of forward. But in the meantime, I think Social Fox might not have those true combos, as you said, they're not. But is still going to be getting those KOs, and that's really what you're going to want to see when you're missing out on some of that Kai stuffing pressure. Those KOs are going to be making up for it.
Yeah, they are. Snowing Halo now in a little bit of trouble here. Social Fox running in, and Chocobo Yao with the evade clear out. The defense has been a lot more comfortable for the Lag and Laggers, it feels like, as the flip comes through from 70 Pirates down to the bottom side, trying to mix up the defenses of the Lag and Laggers here. But again, just being able to nullify a lot of the pressure with one ability is so big for just being comfortable here.
Yeah, comfortability is what you really want to see here if you are the side of Chikara Fantasy. They've been playing so well on these picks so far throughout the series and the series that we just saw, but what really matters is that those characters might not be great on this map, as Barrett's going to go down, and Social Fox does have that flip. 70 Pirates is trying to make it offensive, but ooh, Gilbert has to use that flip in order to keep it away, and this could be pretty scary for the side of Chikara Fantasy.
Well followed up by Snowing Halo. It's not enough, but the Fireball Sentry will nullify the flip. That's huge. The Ensnare Drums as well, but 70 Pirates knows the counterplay. Has 2 hits right on time. 3 hits technically, and wow, just incredibly well played there. Chocobo Yao not ready.
Yeah, and that is something that 70 Pirates have been super good at, just taking the other defensive goalie off guard and using all million of those Centauro abilities, it feels like, to just get the offense going. And already we're seeing the strikes coming out, but not quite any barriers going down. But what really matters is that there's a flip. It's been wasted, and Snowing Halo is just trying to keep it forward with Suplex.
Yeah, they are. They're keeping it forward quite well, and they do hit around. They get the barrier, and they get the bounce all the way around, but Suplex hit away by the primary of Gilbert. The astral projection just enough to make sure the goal is not scored. Dangerous spot to be in for Gilbert in the open net, but the shots aren't on the goal, it feels like, and 70 Pirates is approaching in the corner. 1 barrier taken already, but that's a lot of resources burned. Chocobo Yao looks away for a second. Now Suplex needs to score on this try. Snowing Halo needs to keep possession. Pass splitter's good. And there we go. Threading the needle as the expand shrinks. We're headed to a 0.5 and a critical 0.5 for the Lag and Laggers.
Yeah, this is such a close set in this game, and it's been so back and forth, but I mean, there was a really good offensive play coming out from Suplex from Snowing Halo, and they were able to close out that 4th goal of the set, and now it's really up to Gilbert. It's got to keep it away. Social Fox and 70 Pirates are working together to get it out, though, and it's going to be really close, but Suplex, if they keep just pressuring like they have been so far throughout this game, is going to be pretty scary for Gilbert up in that goal box.
Definitely not going to be a safe place to be, it feels like. Trying to walk up to help on the offense, and 1 barrier goes down. Rotating around is Suplex. But that's one benefit of taking the momentum boost, right? Gilbert is pretty fast and can rotate around very comfortably. But Suplex with the pass player in the midfield trying to desperately find this barrier first. It is not going to be easy, though, with how the passing plays are coming through from Chikara Fantasy.
Yeah, but for the time being, Chikara Fantasy has been able to keep the core away until Social Fox, a bit of a, I guess, going for a kill there. But, I mean, now the barrier is open. Gold box is open for Chikara Fantasy. Social Fox is looking really low, and use energy burst coming out there is the core is going to go right past Gilbert, and we're going to see Lag and Laggers take that first set in this game, and ooh, that's a really scary situation.
That was the fakest goal that has ever been streamed on the Bestie and Slot channel. Well played to Suplex for going for it, but Gilbert, you can't be losing to that with Flip up. You can't be losing to that even without Flip. Honestly, you don't need Flip to not lose to that. Come on. But yeah, that's huge. Lag and Laggers are in very, very good spot now with that Reptile Remedy as well. That makes sure that Suplex can stay in the play and not be taken down too low, and especially that extra special. The Firewall Sentries have been doing so much work for them against Flips in the midfield, on the offense, on the defense. Stone Halo's been everywhere with those, and it is huge.
Yeah, that extra special, as you're saying, is going to be super, super strong. Also, though, Suplex picking up that Reptile Remedy, which not only is going to help you out with some of those staggers, some of that healing kind of situation, but also you got the bulk up. You're going to be able to get some more damage going from the other side, and ooh, this is a really scary situation as Suplex just is looking very comfortable and very strong, even with just some of those more scary situations.
Gilbert pushed all the way up, but that's one barrier going down. Good clear to the top side, but there's Chocobo Yao from the top ropes hitting it all the way across. Suplex very KO hungry, but I'm not sure if you want to go for a KO in the enemy goal box when the core is in your hands, and that could be the downfall. Yes, they don't end up getting a barrier, and 70 Pirates capitalizes on the other side. Bit of misplaced priorities, but I think that the Lag and Laggers have the tools they need.
Yeah, Lag and Laggers definitely have what they want. They almost got full flips up. However, the side of Chikara Fantasy also has a lot of energy to their name as well. But for the time being, we're not going to see too much crazy stuff happening. And Social Fox is going to get saved by Gilbert, or at least morally saved, we can say. And we're seeing, like, Gilbert has been very good on this defense. And Social Fox and Pirates have been working very well, just getting the core forward and kind of providing these offensive plays, but with not very much energy to their name, and flip up for both Knowing Halo and Suplex, because this could be really scary.
Definitely could be here. Trying to get forward. Dangerous spot near the wall. Trying to make the most of this power play, and they do. Double barrier angle by Suplex. Knowing Halo, flip available as well, but they got to watch out. The 70 Pirates are in your half. And a flip burn at the midfield. Gilbert there to save it. 70 Pirates to the bottom side, trying to find the shot in, but Chocobo Yao manages to save it. Social Fox now, the challenger, trying to make the 1v3 play. Chases the core. Chocobo Yao, oh, the strike shot, so important. But watch out, the core speed. It's overtime, and Gilbert scores cross map.
The 1-2 punch going to good use, as that red core is going to get shot over past Chocobo Yao, who's holding that primary, and now we're seeing Chikara Fantasy, who lost that previous set, looking very comfortable up with that 2-0 score going into the second set. And this is really what you want to see if you are Chikara Fantasy. You don't want to see, though, those kills. Those Social Fox gets taken off the map, and now it's a power play for the side of Lag and Laggers. This is what they really want to have, and as we can see, both those barriers going down for the side of Chikara Fantasy.
Yeah, they got to keep going. They can't let the goal slip away from them like what happened in the previous set. You got to be careful, especially in the midfield here, as 70 Pirates and Social Fox are relentless. They don't care that the barriers are down. It's not their problem as long as they score, and 2 barriers down. Immediately the confidence really showing, and Gilbert, so much room to play. Great expanse to get out of there in time. And a flip available for Snowing Halo, but the question is, will there be any flip angles that open up?
Yeah, not quite yet though, as Snowing Halo uses that flip just to get it out, but 70 Pirates has the power, the pressure of 70 people. 70 Pirates is able to get that flip, return it with one of their own, but oh my gosh, that overtime core gonna go flying straight past Gilbert's primary and going into the net. That's a really scary spot for both teams there, and ultimately we're gonna see Lag and Laggers come out on top with that bulk up IME, just I guess it was secondary, closing out that point.
And now we'll see if this set can be closed out by Chikara Fantasy. Definitely not out of the realm of possibility. But Suplex is in there. Suplex is waiting. But Chocobo Yao's out of position, pushed away by 70 Pirates. And Chocobo Yao has lagged out.
Oh no! Oh my! Ooh, that's a really rough spot to be in. And 70 Pirates with the IME head pats showing that. Oh, that's a really unfortunate situation. The Chocobo Yao getting taken off the play basically. New fresh power play for the side of Chikara Fantasy. They're gonna win that set, and they're going to be rewarded with what looks like, if they pick, a fighter flight for that Jakar, which could be pretty useful here. You're going to have so many more opportunities to run around and strike the core. Also, that we're going to see that team player falling down. Team player, love to see it.
Yeah, that team player is going to be huge once again. Same with the fighter flight. And this is a dangerous spot to be in for the Lag and Laggers. Chikara Fantasy are a lot stronger than they were last set. And they still won that set, so you gotta watch out. And Social Fox shows exactly why.
Yeah, Snowing Halo got taken off the map immediately, and Social Fox has so much more pressure, has so much more speed as well. You're gonna see that Jakar flying across the map. But on as well, I'd also like to mention 70 Pirates got that explosive entrance, so much more range. But I'm yapping a bit too much, and Snowing Halo and Suplex worked together, just got it straight past 70 Pirates, Gilbert, and Social Fox, and ended up taking that point, even with that really early KO from Social Fox.
Yeah, and they gotta watch out though. The majority of the pains for Lag and Laggers has been on defense, right? It has been 70 Pirates and Social Fox, or both of them, really just finding one breakaway and making the most of it when they really shouldn't in situations like a 3v1. They gotta lock that down. They gotta confidently push onto the other side of the field, but it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for them to be able to close out some of these goals and barriers, and as we see there, the secondary coming out from Chocobo Yao was able to save that one, and that's really what you want to see. If they're able to just keep the core away, even if they don't have flips, that Mako is a super strong character for just keeping that defense going, and if Social Fox is able to maybe keep it away with Gilbert for the time being, it's going to be pretty big, and they might be able to get some kind of offense going.
But Chocobo Yao is dying right now. 70 Pirates already took out the recovery drone, looking for the full KO now, and Suplex forced back to play a bit of goalie here. Doesn't get the strike in time, and the bounce barely misses the barrier as well. Tragedy for the Lag and Laggers. It's a game of pixels here, as they don't get anything.
Yeah, Chocobo Yao, in a very bad spot there, because 70 Pirates realized, hey, I got enough damage here. I got bulk up, I got that explosive entrance, and I got the spark and focus. I have all the cooldowns, and I got all the damage going for me. So that Oki playstyle kind of becomes available for you. And Mako Chocobo Yao got taken off the map, didn't get taken off the map, but got taken out of the goal box just like that. And that's something that, I mean, has been made available to the side of Chikara Fantasy. They're able to use those slips, use that ability to deal so much more damage to more than just the midfield with a Drakar combo, even if it isn't true. But now they're also able to threaten that Chocobo Yao on the defensive side.
Yeah, maybe they'll be able to get it done here, but with Snowing Halo so low and with no meter available, they're not long for this world here if any focus is given to the KO. Regenerating a little bit here, but instead they're focusing on the barrier take, and that's what they're doing. Dangerous spot as the core drifts. Gilbert walking up. Good expanse to keep the possession in their hands. And the Suplex of Snowing Halo, they just don't have the mobility to rotate around.
Yeah, the mobility is going to be a bit scary of a situation. And Social Fox using that fighter flight, using all of those abilities to get the core up, get some of that pressure going. But for the time being, there's been some really good saves from Chocobo Yao. And also from Gilbert, the goals aren't going in, the barriers aren't going down. And as I say that, a bit of caster's curse, but ultimately the defense has been super strong from both these sides, and it's really just up to the teams to see if they can get a good little offensive maneuver and get something going. This flip here might do that.
Oh, barely missed from Social Fox. That's a big opportunity for Suplex, but 70 Pirates is in there, forcing hard clears from Chocobo Yao, and it feels like this point is on a timer. Suplex needs to get something done now, and it is so difficult when Social Fox is controlling the entire bottom side of the map. Chocobo Yao can't find it around. Stowing Halo's not open for a pass. 70 Pirates covering the top side, and Chikara Fantasy looking like the better team right now.
Yeah, you can feel free to be the better team when you get all the speed in the world, and Snowing Halo and Suplex really haven't done anything to get that speed going, get that speed flowing or anything. You got that twin drive on Imi, but that's really all that you have. And we're seeing it right now as 70 Pirates and Social Fox are circles around the other team, both literally and figuratively. And we're already seeing that first barrier going down. Snowing Halo almost off the map, has almost no stagger to their name, and is now taken out. So we're seeing just all this damage coming out, all this pressure, all the speed, and Chikara Fantasy is looking super comfortable in their shoes right now.
Yeah, Suplex trying to make a last-ditch effort in the midfield, but it is so difficult when 70 Pirates is just maneuvering a little bit better, right? Just standing in front, winning the strike wars without even taking the strike war in the first place. And that kind of thing is why Chikara Fantasy is ahead right now.
Yeah, and that's really what you want to be seeing here, as also Social Fox gets taken off the map. It's a 3v2 here, and the flip up for Social Fox means that you don't even need to use it, and 70 Pirates is going to be able to close that out. The crazy stuff coming out from the side of Chikara Fantasy. They've figured out what lets them win and lets them get going, and now they've won that set. I'm looking at a pretty juicy missile propulsion here, but I wouldn't be surprised if something else gets taken, because this is a really good looking draft.
Yeah, that missile prop's going to be very, very scary on that Drakkar. Even more area of influence now, and that spark of leadership. Just going to be for that spark of focus, really, the 2 sparks. That's going to be a slight benefit here. But the important thing is, maybe this is just enough. Maybe this is the tipping point for Lag and Laggers, where they have scaled just enough for what they need to do. They got a little bit of speed on Suplex. They got the timeless extra special Firewall Sentry that's Stowing Halo. Maybe they have just enough tools to push forward and score, but they got to show it first.
This could be the opportunity that they really need, as you're saying, because they got that speed on both Chocobo and on Suplex, and they also got that damage available. But for the time being, they gotta be able to show it, and 70 Pirates and Social Fox have just been taking their win condition that they found in the previous set and using it to their fullest advantage. And with that missile propulsion, we're gonna see Social Fox win that interaction from out of nowhere, and it went straight up to 70 Pirates, who just got it straight in. So 2 more points until Chikara Fantasy are able to get that reset. So they're looking to close it out right now, get something going, and that immediate kill is going to be pretty big for them to get that going.
Yeah, it is looking so difficult for the Lag and Laggers to get anything going, really. Again, it really comes down to self-sufficiency, like in the previous series. Looks like a repeat of the same exact one, right? Where Suplex and beating Kappa, they both have individual plays, but they need so much setup, and it's just not there.
Yeah, the setup is where people really shine. This is a team game after all. If it was a 1v1, it would be Omega single players or something like that. But for the time being, we're seeing 70 Pirates and Social Fox and Gilbert even able to step forward and just working so well together to just get the core into the other team's net, into the other team's barriers. And there we're seeing, just as we're saying, that core's going to go in. Social Fox, 70 Pirates, and Gilbert are looking so strong and winning this 72 to 3 right now. But they need one more to close it out. Will they be able to do it?
Yeah, one more to bracket reset, one more to get it done from loser side. They still have a best of 3 to play, but it is looking very good for them if this continues. They just look like they have a handle on what type of game they want to play, and that is what wins you OSAS. If you play confidently, if you don't hesitate, and if you know how you want to win.
Yeah, and something interesting that might be of note is that both these teams have been going for quite a while today. So both these teams, their stamina might be slowly draining. We could see a completely different game if this goes to the reset. But for the time being, Social Fox, Gilbert, and 70 Pirates are kind of on the back foot here, as they have that barrier open, have the goal open. They're just trying to keep it out for the time being.
Here they are, and the barrier's still standing. Finally, no, none of them go down just yet. Stone Halo gets it away, but it's bouncing around in front of their barrier. Suplex now with a shot attempt, with the dribble to the top side, but sends it right into Gilbert's face. Finally, gets a good shot on goal. But that's what we're talking about, right? When laggers have so few opportunities, they gotta make the most of them. We can't be seeing stuff like that.
Yeah, and Suplex was able to close that out, but yeah, as you say, it was a very good opportunity. Unfortunately, the pass to the other team's goalie is something, to just the other team in general, is a really good thing, really big thing, even in Nassel and in the NIS leagues. But for the time being, you don't need the pass to the goalie if you're going to be able to just open up both the barriers. And now, as we saw in the previous point, Chikara Fantasy has both their barriers open, their goal open, and Suplex and Snowing Halo have been doing a really good job. They've started to turn this game around. Maybe they don't want to do this to go any longer. They don't want another battle to play out. And if they're able to get this one final point, they can take this to a set 5.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy here. I liked how Snowing Halo was playing. They were playing a lot more forward. They were not afraid to just go on offense and trust that Chocobo Yao will be able to stall long enough. And that's exactly what you need to do to enable your offense like that. Snowing Halo trying to keep the core on the other side of the map. Unsuccessful so far, but the pass splitter set up. Sends it away from it, though, which is a little bit dangerous. But Suplex is in position. The Glitch Pop's in position. And Snowing Halo keeping the core on the enemy half. So far, so good, but it is such a delicate balance.
Yeah, it does feel like Snowing Halo and Suplex know what they need to do now, though, in order to get this core going. Snowing Halo has been looking far more confident, as you said, in just going up and helping their teammates out and staying back and helping Chocobo, trusting their teammates in order to get these goals and defensive plays flowing. And now we're seeing the barrier open, though, the goal open for the side of Chikara, or for the side of Lag and Laggers. So we've been talking about the side of Lag and Laggers, but with that kill, it could be lights out in this series.
70 Pirates slip available. This could be curtains here, and that is it. That is the bracket reset in the favor of Chikara Fantasy, and we're headed to another one to see who wins this OSAS.
Yeah, Lag and Laggers ended up winning that winner's finals set, but now it's up to Chikara Fantasy. They managed to make themselves known. They only took 2 in the previous series against the Lag and Laggers, but now in this series, they've already taken 6 sets against the side of Lag and Laggers, and so they're looking so much more comfortable. They have been playing for a long time, though, so I kind of briefly mentioned it earlier, but going into this grand finals, it could be pretty rough. The side of Chikara Fantasy's been playing all day. They've been playing for past long while just in these matches, and so it could get pretty scary here if Lag and Laggers are still feeling kind of fresh.
Yeah, we'll have to see, though. Matchup's going to go on. We'll be right back, and after this break, the bracket reset to decide who really wins OSAS is up next. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, it's a whole new series, it's a whole new day, it's a whole new something. Lag and Laggers versus Jakara Fantasy to decide who wins the Season 11 of OSAS here. And we're in the bracket reset.
It is the true finals. Every single tournament, every single team in the tournament has lost a full series at this point, and now we're seeing the final two to have made it this far. Lag and Laggers and Jakara Fantasy. Two teams that have proven themselves throughout the past couple of days, throughout the full season, and have made it to the top two. Both of these teams will end up getting taken out of the OSAS pool at the end of this, if I remember correctly. And Lag and Laggers, Jakara Fantasy. I'm looking forward to a really good game here. We're starting off this series on Night Market.
It's a bit of a flashback to the before, right? Chocobo Yao on the vice goalie once again, it looks like, and that is concerning because that is something with very high highs and very low lows in terms of the lack of defense and the great benefit to offense, right? So that is something to be concerned about because it is it's going to require very on-point gameplay from the Lag and Laggers, and I'm not sure if they'll be able to do it at the end of this long, long day.
Yeah, definitely. Both these teams have been going all day, but we're going to see the two offensive players of the side of Lag and Laggers, Snowing Halo and Suplex, on those picks that we saw in the last game, I guess a full series ago at this point, and Suplex with that Asher, Snowing Halo on the IME. I think they're looking pretty confident here. However, on the other side, we got Social Fox and 70 Pirates, both on characters that they have proven themselves to be strong with. And then, of course, Gilbert on that Atlas goalie. I think we've only seen Atlas goalie, and I think it was an Asher goalie for one game in Losers Finals. But other than that, this Atlas goalie has been a super strong pick, and I mean, it's been out of the public view for Lag and Laggers, if all things considered.
Yeah, but last time we were here, it was Era Juliet, right? Now it's Asher Aimee. And I do like this combination, especially on Night Market for this Lag and Laggers team. I think Suplex will excel a lot more on here than on Taiko Temple, and will also excel on the Asher a lot more than on the Juliet in this environment. And we're seeing it here where Suplex can control the entire corner, so Snowing Halo just needs to follow up.
Yeah, if Snowing Halo is able to keep it in the corner, help Suplex with those offensive plays, that's really all they need. And what they also need is those kills from Suplex are going to be super strong here. Juliet also has those kind of just jump at you kills, but Suplex has been very good, very effective with that Asher, just getting those kills in the same kinds of situations as well. And Social Fox and 70 Pirates are going to definitely be needing to watch more of those corner edge gameplays, because if they get taken off the map, Suplex has been very effective at just kind of taking care of that.
Yeah, but Chocobo Yao in an open net needs to be so careful here. Good interruption by Snowing Halo to not let the hook do everything, but 70 Pirates continues approaching, and again the theme continues for Jakara Fantasy. Self-sufficient forwards. But if you have setups like that, if you get it done like that, if the flip isn't used by Chikara Fantasy like that, then the Lag and Laggers are chilling.
Yeah, it was looking pretty scary because Lag and Laggers were fulfilling their name with Chocobo Yao in the goal line, looking like they were lagging back a little bit. However, for the time being, they were very comfortable and they were able to get the save, the crucial save that helped them win that point. So now they are still looking comfortable. That Vice is looking to be a much better asset to the team with characters like this rather than in that night market game that we saw earlier, as you said. So I'm interested in seeing how this is going to continue to play out. But it also, as I said, it's going to look like the Lag and Laggers might be living up to their team name.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the hotshot on device instead. Not quite sure why they went the reptile remedy. Maybe very concerned of getting KO'd, but you're the goalie. Realistically, you shouldn't be getting KO'd until things are going very, very wrong. And look at that passing play. Social Fox and 70 Pirates, so much speed to play with there, and the game's evened up.
Yeah, great passing plays. I've said it all night. You've said it all night. 70 Pirates and Social Fox have had such a good awareness of each other throughout the whole night. We've seen far more of Social Fox kind of passing to like 70 Pirates, but at the same time, if 70 Pirates gets to the core, that's really all you need, and the core's been going in. However, on the other side, Social Fox has been taken out now, so that's one half of the hole that you're missing out on, and we're gonna see it as the barrier gets taken out, and great defensive plays preventing that second barrier from getting taken out is really what you're gonna want to see from if you're Chikara Fantasy.
Yeah, and the 70 Pirates and Social Fox, once again, they're so good at converging on the open, on the less defended barrier here. Suplex, though, very impressed. A lot better at dash punching on the Asher compared to the Juliet, which is not something that can usually be said about brawlers.
Yeah, definitely. That Juliet has that tried and true, the iconic dash punch. However, that Asher has kind of come out in recent years, recent months, I guess, with as more of a character that can also do that same kind of thing. And even though it got nerfed in that previous patch, it's still a really strong opportunity and option for you to do. And even without any pummelers and just that reptile remedy, we're still seeing Suplex has gotten, I'm thinking 2, 3, or 4 of those kills already. So yeah, definitely that Asher dash punch is definitely something that you want to watch out for. And I think Suplex feels so much more comfortable on this pick.
But that doesn't matter if your midfielder is gone. Chocobo Yao trying to get something done here, but it was a valiant attempt, but it did not end up happening here. And Chikara Fantasy, they are continuing to excel at just punishing small openings where the Lag and Laggers are just not as mobile.
Yeah, we've seen this in previous games as well. The Lag and Laggers have been playing characters that are far more oriented towards that burst movement. And speaking of that burst movement, is going to take Social Fox off the map. And when you're just sitting in the other team's net, able to get more of those offensive plays going, that's where you're really going to be able to see the Lag and Laggers shine. They've gotten so many great kills just off of just slight mispositions from the side of Chikara Fantasy, and that's really what we've been seeing, really, and how things are going to end up going well for them.
Yeah, we'll see as the corner gets out at the corner. Big opportunity to score for the Lag and Laggers to try and turn things around. Chocobo Yao getting in the mix as well, but there's aren't enough bodies in the enemy net, it feels like. It doesn't feel like they have enough people to pass to, so they're just like kind of sending it into the face of Chikara Fantasy, and they're saying thank you.
Ooh, great save, though, coming out from the side of Lag and Laggers, and Chikara Fantasy is really trying to get things going, and right now 70 Pirates is going to be able to win those 70 strike wars there, and we're going to see Chikara Fantasy winning this first point. They won the past 2 games to take this to a reset, and they're coming into this next series looking very, very strong.
Yep, and this draft's going to make that even more so, although I would have personally been fine with letting Heavy Impact fall. I think Glass Cannon is a lot more valuable on Chocobo Yao here, that additional mobility and the power, but prefers the size. They're denying size away from the Rasmus, but this just doesn't make sense to me. Why go for the prize fighter when you could be the one taking the size instead?
I think honestly, there's a lot of missed opportunities in that draft, as you're saying. Players were picking their awakenings more to prevent other people from getting awakenings, and that's not really something you want to see when your entire game plan kind of relies on you being able to scale and get yourself going. And that spark of leadership is going to be pretty nice if they're able to scale it or anything like that. But ultimately, the heavy impact's not going to do too terribly much for Gilbert on that Atlas. And I think the build different, it really isn't going to be too crazy outside of that extra strike radius for the defensive side of Flag and Laggers.
Oh, it was just such a half-hearted draft from both teams, but if that's the case, then the status quo is being kept mostly, and that means I have to favor Chikara Fantasy here, though. Lag and Laggers, they got a burst of a little bit of potential. Maybe they can follow it through into a goal, but with a barrier going down on their side, it just feels like the self-sufficient game plan of Chikara Fantasy is coming to play once again.
Yeah, the game plan is working out really well, and Suplex unfortunately just keeps sending that to Gilbert. I think that's maybe a little habit that needs to be broken if they want to be able to win this. OSAS is definitely one of the lower leagues, but it's also one of the most competitive. As we're seeing that flip going in there, and I mean that's just a really unfortunate miss opportunity from Suplex with that flip, going straight into that secondary that expands from Gilbert, and that's just really not what you want to see. The Chikara Fantasy were able to take that point only really due to human error on the other side.
Yeah, you just can't afford to not make the most of the opportunities here. 70 Pirates, a bit of a caster prediction there, but the follow-up is there to make sure that isn't punished too much with the barriers going down regardless. Chikara Fantasy is a team that can afford to not make the most of each opportunity because they're playing a style that gives them a lot of opportunities that are less like clear cut, in the sense that they're going for a lot of more fake chances at the goal, and that's just wearing down the non-melee goalie of Chocobo Yao.
Yeah, I think honestly they're setting themselves up so that they got some really weird offensive plays, such as that that we just saw. But ultimately, if they don't need to have those perfect, like, fully thought out plays every single time, if they're just able to keep hammering that Chocobo Yao Vice goalie, because Vice, as we said, is a very good pick, but ultimately it doesn't just have those defensive capabilities, and at some point that armor is going to crack and that goal is going to go down, and 70 Pirates has been doing very, very well at showing that. Same with Social Fox. They've just been able to keep that core forward, keep the pressure flowing, and that's really all that they need in order to get these goals going.
70 Pirates forcing a strike war and forcing two. Oh, off of a slight misclear from Chocobo Yao off the opening goal gate. That sucks if you're lagging Laggers, but if you're Chikara Fantasy, that is exactly the type of slight mistake you capitalize on. That's their entire game plan. It is coming to fruition here as they look to close out this series, as they look to take the first game in this reset.
Yeah, it's been just a tear from Chikara Fantasy. They've been going strong this whole series, this whole night, and they're not looking to stop now. They've already gone this far, they might as well keep going, and we're gonna see that spark fall down to 70 Pirates. That's a spark of leadership, spark of agility, which isn't quite enough to get too much scaling going, but it can definitely get bad later on in the game. And Social Fox also, we're gonna see picking up that aerials, which that's more dash speed, more projectile range, and that's something really useful for a character like Jakar when you're just able to run all over the other team. Also, we're going to see a missile propulsion coming up from Chocobo Yao, which I think is going to be pretty big too. That is more opportunities to cover the map, but you've also got to be able to keep the core away from your own side, and the defense is going to be pretty big here from the side of Lag and Laggers.
Yeah, Suplex has one job, one mission in this game, and it's Adrenaline Rush Prize Fighter. But the question is, even if they get the KO, can they score, right? Even when the side of Lag and Laggers gets a power play, it kind of feels like they don't automatically get a barrier. It doesn't feel like that they end up scoring too often. So I'm not sure if speccing fully into that was the play here, because it's a lot more efficient to just run up the goal over and over like Chikara Fantasy are doing.
Yeah, it seems like Suplex is able to get those kills, but at the same time, two of Asher's best stuffing abilities were used to get those kills, and if you don't have those abilities up anymore, then That means that Gilbert's going to have a really nice time just keeping that core away from your net. And as we're seeing there, though, the goal is going to be open for Chikara Fantasy, but just so many offensive opportunities are coming out from the side of Chikara Fantasy, and eventually you're going to see that shield crack, that chink in the armor get pried open by 70 Pirates, and you know Pirates are pretty good at that, and 70 of them, it's pretty big, so Social Fox and 70 Pirates have been doing such a great job, and that those kills really haven't been getting too much potential going.
Yeah, well played once again by Social Fox and Pirates. And again, right, the damage to KOs are too inconsistent from the lag and laggers to really make the most of them. While Social Fox and 70 Pirates, they're continuing to play these corners. Although, Social Fox is pretty low here. Suplex has abilities if they can target, but no, the Atlas is picked for a reason.
Yeah, and this is really, really big, because if Social Fox and 70 Pirates are able to just keep the core forward, we're going to see what we've been seeing the whole time. And honestly, Gilbert's been doing a really good job as well of just controlling that mid line. That speed gate in the middle has been getting picked up by Gilbert a lot on those offensive opportunities, and with Social Fox and 70 Pirates having control for almost this entire point so far, it's been pretty crazy.
Yeah, with the momentum boost, just walking up to the mid line, and what a pendulum swing from the midfield for the 70 Pirates here. That's all it takes. And although it's past 1 a.m., if the Chikara Fantasy can close this one out quickly, maybe there's time for a winner's interview.
Winner's interview would be nice, but that requires Chikara Fantasy, or if Lag and Laggers are able to win within a pretty quick time frame, they might all go to bed pretty soon here. But ultimately, we're seeing Chikara Fantasy just want to close this out. They are currently up 2-0, and if they can get this final goal, they're going to be looking nice and pretty going into this next game, because they're looking hot, even though it is 1 a.m. or 10 if you're even on the West Coast. It's pretty rough here.
Yeah, they're still pushing towards the corner, though. Even though Pirates is low, they're still getting in there, and Social Fox with a follow-up strike, looking to close out this first game of the bracket reset. So close now. All it takes is a single strike war, and there it is. They want that winner's interview, Chikara Fantasy. They're looking for another sweep.
Chikara Fantasy, a quick little game for themselves, and that's what you really want to see. I say this all the time, but that kind of fast game, that just shows that Chikara Fantasy are on a tear. 15-minute game with the 3-0. They only let in one goal threat that entire game, and even though the other side, Lag and Laggers, dropped 5 kills onto the side of Chikara Fantasy, we saw just so much pressure, so many offensive opportunities, and that 3-0 is really just goes to show how ready, how prepared Chikara Fantasy are. They've come this far, as I said earlier, and they're looking to go even further.
Yeah, next we head to the Taiko Temple, where Chikara Fantasy are blue side. This is not going to be easy for Lag and Laggers.
Yeah, if Lag and Laggers are able to get something going, then that'd be really nice, but ultimately Chikara Fantasy, they have that blue side, they have their pick, and it's really just up to the side of Lag and Laggers to just close something out, get something going. It looks like we are going to be on that Taiko Temple pick. I'm pretty sure it's going to be just a back and forth that we saw previously. I guess it was Matt Market and Taiko Temple. So this is really big. The Twin Drive might finally lead to an Atlas ban, maybe coming out from Lag and Laggers, but we shall see. And this should be a very interesting game, and it could potentially be the final game of this tournament.
Yeah, Gilbert has gotten that Atlas over and over and over again. Honestly, I'd be down for Lag and Laggers to ban it just to see if that is what it takes to make Gilbert a little bit more uncomfortable. Because when the goalie's comfortable, they can step up to midline and just bolster the midfield that much more, and that's what Gilbertito is doing. And that is a huge issue for Lag and Laggers because they can't maintain possession as well.
Yeah, so right here we're seeing that X band away. I'm interested in how this is gonna be. The IME band away as well.
It's not worth
I
banning
think
the IME.
it's honestly, from Lag and Laggers, I think the ban has gotta be that Atlas, which ends up being the first pick for Chikara Fantasy. The Atlas has been like, it's not one of those characters, it's not one of those players from Gilbert that you really see and you're like, hey, that's making a big difference. But we're seeing it right now and it's making a really big difference. And with that twin drive as well on the board, that's going to be really big. Although I think we're going to see, the Juliet is going to come out from Suplex. We're going to see that era coming out from Sewing Halo. And I think we might see shades of the past of the night market game we saw in the last series and grand finals, where you have the Juliet, you got the era, but ultimately they don't mesh well enough together, and it's really going to be up to the forward group of the side of Lag and Laggers to get something going, because right now it's looking pretty scary. They lost the last time when they were on this era Juliet comp, and now they gotta figure out something, because 70 Pirates and Social and Gilbert have been looking super comfortable on all these picks throughout the entire night.
Yep, we will see. Heading right into game here. And it could come down to this. Chikara Fantasy could close it out right here. And that could be it for this OSAS. We'll see if they can get it done. Because Lag and Laggers, they've won before. But not recently. It's been 3 straight for Chikara Fantasy.
Yeah, and even before that, the Lag and Laggers had to wait for the losers finals match to go, so they didn't have much warming up that they could do with while waiting for the game. So they really are on the down low. But you know, the only way that you can go once you're at rock bottom is up. And so I'm down for Lag and Laggers to maybe pull something out of their hat and get some kind of reversal going. And I mean, the comps don't look too comfortable for that, but hey, I would be happy to be proved wrong and for Lag and Laggers maybe take this game and to bring it to a true finals set or game 3.
We'll see if this grand finals reset can be closed out or if it can be extended here, heading right into game now. Taiko Temple, where again we're seeing a relatively familiar comp from the Lag and Laggers, but even more familiar from the side of Chikara Fantasy. They look comfortable.
Yeah, comfortability is what is really something that we've seen Chikara Fantasy on the entire time. Ultimately, the ban went south, and not really anything was crazy going into this draft, but what we are seeing is the entire side of Chikara Fantasy on super comfortable picks for them. 70 Pirates has been playing that Centauro all night, and we've seen Social Fox on that Chikara all night, and they are looking super comfortable here.
Still continuing to find those bounces. Suplex now going for the demon angle, but Gilbert's right there. And that's just a common theme, right? The shots on goal just not precise enough, but the Snado forces out the flip, and Gilbert panics. Suplex capitalizes. Lag and Laggers, that's the type of gameplay we need.
Yeah, definitely. Just being able to call out those missed strikes, those plays from Gilbert. Suplex was able to close that first point out, and yeah, as you said, that's really what we want to be seeing. That's the kind of plays that we want to see from this era and that Juliet. Making the Juliet big, using that Mako in that era, and then making the opponent small and giving yourself speed, and then you got a recipe for success. But for the time being, that recipe for success is going to keep going as Suplex has managed to get themselves a kill onto Social Fox.
Ooh, that's a flip away by Chocobo, yeah, but it's a power play. You can't be flipping into the enemy goalie like that, you know? That's the type of flip you make when the opponents have a power play. And now Suplex needs to do a lot of work, but a lot of work he ends up doing here. Big opportunity once again for the Lag and Laggers, but again, they need to make the most of it.
Yeah, and if the Lag and Laggers are able to finally get this barrier down, then that could be very big for them. But for the time being, that Atlas goalie just doesn't have very many opportunities in the back of the net, and with that momentum boost, you don't have anything like strike shot to keep you afloat. So if Gilbert is able to, if Gilbert gets like an offsides pass or something like that, then we might be seeing something crazy. But I'm yapping too much about the other goalie, and 70 Pirates and Social Fox have managed to open up the barrier.
Suplex gets it done with a demon angle this time. Lag and Laggers, big turnaround. They look revitalized. They're doing the step again. Maybe this is what they need to look different. Maybe they didn't need to ban the Atlas.
Yeah, but this all up to Suplex and Snowing Halo, just keeping it forward. We've seen Chocobo Yao has been using these secondaries very, very effectively just to keep the core forward and keep their teammates going fast, going strong. And as we see there, Snowing Halo and Suplex just running down the side of Chikara Fantasy. And that's really what you want to see there. You do see Suplex pretty low, though, on that defensive side. So if the player gets taken out, that could be pretty big here.
70 Pirates, bottom side, flip available. Chikara Fantasy still in this one. They gotta keep trying here, flipping it right through the Mako secondary. And another flip to the bottom side, barely missed. That's, barely not a barrier taken on the other end. Well timed by Gilbertito. And that will be the Boots Atlas continuing to hold, continuing to press up to the midfield, continuing to put on pressure, but that Social Fox going down, and Suplex with a big chance once again. Strike War win, but the expanse is there. Strike War win twice. Open net now, but you gotta watch out for the Pirates here as Snowing Halo Era Beam coverage catches Gilbertito a little bit impatient with the clear. That's a big set win. The Lag and Laggers are revitalized.
Snowing Halo taking out Social Fox on that 0 health, and Snowing Halo and Suplex did a really good job of just going forward and just forcing Gilbert into a bad situation, to a bad scenario, and we're gonna see a Firefly flight get rewarded onto that error on Snowing Halo, and that's what we really want to see. Is along with that big fish on Juliet, on Suplex's Juliet, you're gonna see a lot more speed, a lot more size, and with the Mako era scaling, it's gonna be pretty big. That's gonna be a big Juliet going straight in your face, and this is gonna be pretty big.
Yeah, Brickbat just mentioned it. Chikara has never won OSAS before. So Chikara Fantasy could be the very first ones, but not if the Lag and Laggers have something to say about it, because they look back. They look in backs against the wall in Grand Finals reset after being swept in the first set of Grand Finals. They somehow look back.
Yeah, if Chikara Fantasy, if the Lag and Laggers, I think they might have just seen what Brickbat had to say. They want to keep the stream, keep the method flowing, and the Chikara Fantasy is currently down in that first set. So if we're able to maybe see Lag and Laggers just keep this going, they really want to win this. They have made it this far just like Chikara Fantasy, and they made it through winners, and that's really what you want to see. But for the time being, that is a player, that is Social Fox off of the map, and now it's the power play that we've seen so many times before, even in just this game.
Yeah, that's a barrier take. Good follow-up strike by Suplex and trying to find a passing play. Good strike shot by Chocobo Yao. And Suplex now sowing Halo, but they send it right into the enemy goalie once again. They'll have another chance, though. They have 2 barriers to work with. Oh, but the midfield is being patrolled by Social Fox, who is keeping it away right now. NATO coming in. Dangerous spot. 70 Pirates continuing to put on the pressure as Snowing Halo and Suplex approach. Trying to find a big opportunity, but Suplex once again just shoots it right into Gilbert's face. And how many times Suplex just hit it away from the enemy goalie? They don't have strike shot.
Suplex falling into the same channel, going straight to that Gilbert Atlas goalie, but 70 Pirates is finding that flaw in Suplex's gameplay and using it to their own advantages. They do the exact opposite. They send it away from Chocobo Yao, get a really, really clean angle to go straight in the net, and that's really what you want to see. Chikara Fantasy definitely down in this first set, but they're not out. They won that previous game. They've won 5 games in a row before this, so they're still looking hot. They have so many more opportunities, and even though Social Fox is off the map, now it's the other side's time in the light, and that's both barriers down.
Big opportunity for Suplex flip available. Got to make the shot this time, it feels like, and has the flip. Got to cash out as well. Just use the flip, really. Goes for the dash punch here. Good try to try and create even more power plays. But we've been in this situation before, right? 2 barriers up, no barriers on the other side, and they don't get it done. And Suplex, why are you punching into an Atlas? Oh, it is so. Oh, I can't vote that. You take over.
I think Sai has gone to the side of passes to the other team, and I mean, we really don't want to see that. If you're Suplex, just hit it away, please. But it doesn't matter now, as Chocobo Yao still has that 1 barrier up, and the side of Chikara Fantasy really wants to close us out. They want to capitalize on this present that Suplex has gifted to them, and that, ooh, they're looking scared. That
okay. All good. Suplex gets it done. Flame Flurry is good. KO found. Energy reset. Energy built up. Suplex working on another flip. And this is a really good spot for the laggers here. Stone Halo also with almost a full flip available, and 70 Pirates and Gilbert Tito basically no energy left. There's a KO as well on the only member with energy on the side of Chikara Fantasy, and this is the perfect opportunity to cash out for the laggers. They need to build up the flips, they need to use them, they get the barriers, and Suplex, good follow-up strikes. NATO coming in, but the barrier's not taken. Finally, it is, and a flip from the midfield to keep possession up. Good chance still, but the Twin Drive Atlas is making it so difficult.
Yeah, the laggers coming out in full force as Suplex having some difficulty on the defensive line, scooting around the map just as they always wish they would. And now the flip going straight into the Gilbert once more. As always, Suplex gotta break that habit if they want to maybe take this title, but for the time being, that's what I'm seeing is a staggered Jakar, and eventually Suplex, even if you are forcing it straight into the other team's goalie, you might finally be able to get some of these kills, get some of these offensive plays, and you really want to see all of what the side of Chikara, what of Laggers is trying to do.
Oh, but 70 Pirates, you give the side of Chikara Fantasy a little bit too much time, and that will be the result. Give them too much time, and eventually the Drakkar and the Zentara will find the mistakes in the goalie play, and that are inevitable if it goes into overtime, if that much gameplay is being forced here. Another NATO coming in, barrier still not taken, a flip out. Gilbert Tito wasted energy, but that's fine for now because Chocobo Yao's dying on the other end of the map.
Yeah, we saw it in previous games. 70 Pirates is a lot of Pirates to be punching you in the face, and Chocobo Yao on very low health. I think just 70 Pirates is just trying to get that flip out, get some pressure going onto the defensive side, because that's one flip that you might not have to worry about. But on the other side, Suplex has a flip up, and unfortunately hasn't been able to take it so far, but we're seeing a lot of damage, a lot of pressure coming out, and 70 Pirates for the time being doing a lot of damage, and is going to be able to open up that barrier.
Gilbert walking up as well, right? That is such a big benefit as Suplex sends it above, but Social Fox is there, and a great flip by 70 Pirates. It's a 50-50 bottom top, and right out of the reach of Chocobo Yao, importantly, sends the goal in. 1-1 in terms of sets, but it feels like Chikara Fantasy have the control back.
Yeah, we saw 70 Pirates send the coin, send that core into the coin slot and get that 777, and now we're seeing the Atlas Gilbert Tito with that hot shot gonna have a whole lot of extra core speed, whole lot of extra abilities up, and we're also gonna see heavy impact falling down to Suplex's Juliet. That's gonna be more damage, more KOs, more cooldowns, but ultimately there are a lot of really good awakenings, a lot of heavy hitters, and we're gonna see among Titans that missile prop, that all these awakenings could be really, really big going into this next point.
Yeah, and we'll see if that makes a big difference here. But that hot shot does scare me. Gilbert Tito's going to have a lot easier of a time getting it away from the half and into the other half, and that has been the bane of the gameplay from the laggers here. Stowing Halo and Suplex need to get something done, but I'm starting to feel like the fatigue is starting to set in for both teams, but for the comp that depends on that coordinated execution, that depends on Suplex and Snowing Halo finding those consistent plays, it's going to be a lot harder for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Snowing Halo and Chocobo Yao both have those upgrading the characters that buff your team. And that's really something that you gotta plan around. You have to practice. And from the looks of it, they've been getting it so far this game. But as you're saying, the later it goes in the night, the more difficult it is going to be to keep that pressure flowing and keep the Juliet happy. And right now we're seeing a bit of difficulty in keeping this core away and getting this core flowing into the other team's side.
Yeah, and the core speed's picking up as well, right? With overtime, the game gets a lot more dangerous here. Hot shot, 1-2 punch, both available, and that is something you always have to be afraid of if you're defending. Snowing Halo to the other side. Wolf pick up one barrier, looking for two is Suplex. A Flame Flurry in, bounce to the other side. Well played. Chocobo Yao keeps the core contained with the Ensnare Drums as well, but they need to get it away before they lose their barrier. It's not looking easy. Molten Bolt bounces it around. Suplex, one shot, one opportunity. Can't find the punch. Snowing Halo tries to defend, but the strike war is won by Social Fox. And it's about those small chances. It's about getting one extra chance, and the Chikara Fantasy are just getting it done.
Yeah, Chikara Fantasy has been playing such a great game plan. They keep throwing the core at the other team, and eventually, even with all those defensive opportunities from the side of Lag and Laggers, we've seen Chikara Fantasy has been consistently able to eventually get the core through this defensive side, and right now we're seeing it's pretty scary for both teams as the damage is flowing, and ultimately if the side of Chikara Fantasy is able to stay alive, that's what they want. They want to just keep throwing the core at you and hopefully get the barriers open and get things going.
And Social Fox helping out on defense as well. Chocobo Yao rotating the core forward. Suplex in a bit of a dangerous position as one barrier is taken. 70 Pirates takes two on the quick strike. And then now it's all up to Suplex to find a big opportunity. But again, you can't be striking it right into them. But if you are finding the dash punches right into them, all is forgiven here. 70 Pirates, though, we've seen the Zentaro score alone before. Snowing Halo's got to be very careful when rotating the core around, especially as that flip goes out and Chocobo Yao lags at the wrong time. Oh, no.
Oh, such a horrible time to lag as Chocobo Yao going off to Narnia thanks to that Wi-Fi connection. And we're gonna see Chikara Fantasy take this and start running. They got that second point in the set, and they also got that kill onto Suplex. Now Chocobo Yao has to use that flip to get it out, but oh my gosh, a crazy angle, and I don't know what to feel.
Yeah, but maybe that is the game opening up at Suplex. The entire bottom side of the goal was wide open. It's okay, he killed the goalie. All good. Never mind.
Eventually, you can either force the core through the goalie or the goalie through the net, and I think we went for both all the way through there. As Suplex ended up just setting it straight through, getting that kill onto Gilbertito, and got that goal going. And now they are still down 1-2, but the side of Lag and Laggers has looked very strong so far, even in some of these situations. And with that play from Suplex, we're looking to maybe see something like that happening again.
What an expanse from Gilbertito, though. So much speed on Snowing Halo. Was trying to maneuver the core around, but ended up maneuvering right into death. The Atlas gets it done. Expanse available, but doesn't quite keep the core contained. Still, the barrier standing, but Snowing Halo is so incredibly fast right now. Suplex and Snowing Halo looking for a dribbling play. They gotta be careful, though, as they pull the trigger early. They still have a few cooldowns remaining, but I think that they overcommitted on that dash punch.
Yeah, definitely, but all that you need is one good opportunity, and Snowing Halo running up by themselves. Suplex does have that flip in the back line, so if they're maybe able to get that health back up and get something going, we could see that flip maybe coming out, maybe getting use. But oh my gosh, a really good strike work from 70 Pirates, able to just get it past Chocobo Yao secondary, and now we're looking at a 3-1 set win for Chikara Fantasy, and oh my gosh, this is a really close game, but it feels so weird.
Yeah, and especially with this draft, team player is available for Gilbertito, and so is Monumentalist, so pretty undeniable, but that'll be the team player following through anyway. the Arenados might make the difference, the Adrenaline Rush might make the difference, but I think that Chikara Fantasy has everything they need to break the drought, to be the first Chikara team, 11 seasons of OSAS, the most representation out of any org, and this could be their first win.
This could be all that they need to close this out. That Super Surge is super big for 70 Pirates. That stacks on stacks for Social Fox is going to be really big, and that team player is going to be super strong for Gilbertito as well. And I mean, it's all going to be up to Suplex and Snowing Halo and Chocobo Yao to maybe get something going, but the Awakenings, everything looks to be in the favor of Chikara Fantasy right now. Both teams want to close it out, but certainly Laggin' Laggers wants to keep it going, just win this game and win the series.
Yeah, Chikara Fantasy on the brink. Snowing Halo almost dead on death's door. Social Fox sending it through, and if you're not careful, eventually these strikes will lead to a barrier take, and Chocobo Yao has eject button backed into network connection, and that's 2 KOs in a row, but both of them revive. No Adrenaline Rush proc for Suplex. This Atlas doing everything right now, and 70 Pirates the same on the offense.
That was such a good ultimate from Gilbertito, saving both of their teammates, especially Sad Boys coming out there. And this is really what you want to see if you're Chikara Fantasy. 2 more points to go to bed, and I think that's really all anybody's looking forward to at the end of this tournament. But for the time being, we're going to see that flip almost available for Chikara, for Social Fox, and if they are able to get that flip, they've already taken down that first barrier, they've already taken down the second barrier, and now they're 2 points away. The barrier's open, and they just want to close this out now.
Oh, and 70 Pirates core stop into topside shot. Once again, just keeping it away from Chocobo Yao, forcing the goalie to make the prediction instead of just handing it to the goalie, really. And that's the difference here. That's why Chikara Fantasy are looking on pace to break the drought. 1 goal away now.
Yeah, 1 goal away from finalizing this tournament, ending it for the night, and they gotta get it through though. As the first barrier goes down, their pressure has been so strong throughout this game, throughout this series, and throughout the night actually, as both barriers have gone down. Social Fox takes out the midfielder, and now it's all that the side of Laggin' Laggers can do to keep this core alive.
They send it to open space for now. Snowing Halo has tons of speed to work with here. Sending it away from Social Fox. That's a big NATO, but doesn't quite catch the core enough. Suplex with a good clear here on the defense, but Social Fox now looking for the final shotgun. These snare drums will deny it. So close to a Chikara victory here, but Suplex delays it even more. Has the flip, sends it around to stall out the Strike War win. Snowing Halo on the rebound, and a KO onto the 70 Pirates. That's a huge power play now for the side of Laggin' Laggers, but Social Fox would score. Gilbertito has the team player core speed, has the flip available. No rest for the Laggin' Laggers here as Chikara Fantasy look to close this one out.
It's so close, it's such a tense situation, and while Laggin' Laggers had been playing it so well, they're able to actually close that out. They get that goal in what looked like such a lost cause, as Snowing Halo and Chocobo Yao got knocked off the map, and Suplex was able to keep it alive, and the entire team came back up. They're all alive once more, and they took out 70 Pirates, and this is such a crazy finale to this tournament. Laggin' Laggers living up to their name, Suplex using that eject button in the forward position, and now it's looking so close. 2 flips up though for the side of Laggin' Laggers, and this is where things could get big.
This is Gilbertito forced to retreat a little bit. Suplex in position, but can't quite get a clean opening here. Trying to maneuver around the clears, chasing down the core, and finding the flip in front of the net, but the expanse is good enough. The NATO coming in. Snowing Halo, you got to cash out the flip. That could be the last chance you get for this entire tournament, for the entire OSAS season, for OSAS ever, really. And 70 Pirates and Social Fox, they're looking. They know that this barrier take could be it.
Yeah, they just need the 1 barrier, and then once that goes up and they have free reign, they're gonna try and close it out. And that barrier is down. 2 flips up for the side of Chikara Fantasy, and that angle goes up to the top of the barrier, and Chocobo Yao not quite able to save it. Chikara Fantasy, the first Chikara team to close out an OSAS season, and Chikara Fantasy looking incredible.
You know what? I'm just gonna drag you into their VC and I'm gonna hop in because if we're gonna have an interview, it has to be right now.
Like, you should-
Thank you. Hey, GG's, man.
Wait, no, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet.
Yeah, hold on,
Oh.
I'll get him back. I'll get him back.
Okay. Well,
My bad.
first question: how does it feel to be the first Chikara team to ever win OSAS?
Oh my goodness.
It feels amazing.
It's an honor.
Fantastic.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm just gonna rapid fire questions now. It's 1:30 a.m. Eastern, 1:37 a.m. Okay. Next up, so the big focus of all the chatter in this series was about the draft and about how they targeted down the IME. Do you think that was correct?
Yes.
I think in the last match, I think they should have banned Atlas. Gilbert was holding it down way too hard.
Honestly, agreed. They made good bans and good picks across the board. I think. I think they did virtually nothing wrong. It was just our goalie was so hard to get past.
I appreciate y'all hyping me up, but they absolutely picked the right Ben. Imi on Fox is goated, so they were correct.
Yeah, and if all of you would like to just do like a small backstory, how did you get here? Where do you start? I saw a lot of mentions of norms, but real quick.
I'll take this one first. I was a norms demon, if you can call me a demon at that at all. Tiny Son was the first person to reach out to me and bring me into anything. And from there, it was Chikara and Scandal's whole group. And they were super friendly, and they did so much for me to get me involved with the community. That was exactly it. Just two of the right people reached out to me. It was all uphill from there.
For me,
Go ahead,
I'm
Marcus,
also
go ahead.
all right. Yeah, I only play norms essentially. Like I hardly play any ranked, but Jack Scandals had reached it. He had mentioned about if you wanted me in OSAS like months and months ago. And so he had the idea in my head, and I was like, you know what, might as well give it a try, you know.
I kind of took the opposite path of them. I slowly and gruelingly grinded my way up solo queue and rank. Happened to run into a game with Wee. Shout out to Wee, who got me into the competitive server, which is when I first signed up for the KG tournament as a goalie. And so, huge shout out to Jack Scandals. That's who reached out to me, and my other coaches who, man, they literally trained us up to take this down. So huge shout out again to Scandals, Zonzeki, Michaela,
Yes.
and Cragley. Thank y'all
Wadi.
so much, man.
Cragley and Wadi. Don't forget Wadi Wawa.
Appreciate y'all.
And then for me, I was pretty much almost in the same rank or same way as Gilbertino. I kind of climbed through the ranks a little bit. I eventually met Jet's Secret and started looking into getting into OSAS with them way back in a different OSAS way before, but then I stopped playing the game for a while, came back, left again, came back, and this time around, Michaela reached out to me about joining a OSAS team, and that's how I started to get back into it and went back in with Chikara Fantasy being coached by Chikara Eclipse. I did play once in last OSAS with Hooked on Goth Cats as well. Sorry, old team. Had to beat you here.
Right, and we're gonna go through once again, but what's next? Do you plan on entering any other tournaments, or is it back to norms?
Norms.
What the Norms Demons
Norms.
answer first?
Yeah, I want to where I belong. Crawl into the swamp I came from.
I was hoping to go into ISS with them, but they turned me down. So I will be looking for an ISS team.
Well,
personally.
we can go to ISS together because I don't want to stop. I want to keep playing more.
Let's go.
All right, Potat, you got any questions?
I don't think I have anything other than you guys played crazy.
Thank y'all so
Very
much.
proud of these
Yeah,
guys.
Thank you.
For hosting everything. Actually, you know what? Real quick, shout out to all of our opponents. This tournament was
Yes.
great, especially the laggers. That I couldn't have asked for a better fight. this was awesome from start to finish, and it would not have been that way if y'all weren't so good at the game. Legitimately, thank you for the games.
All right. Well,
100%.
well, you guys took care of all the shout outs already, so I guess that's about it. Thanks everyone for watching and competing in another season of OSAS. We're through 11 seasons. Chikara got the win. All of the storylines have been tied up, and so we might see you in season 12. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Let's go,
chat.
Chikara.
Go Chikara.